It being 11:02, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill S-216, Effective and Accountable Charities Act, standing in the name of Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Jenius, moves that Bill S-216, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, use of resources of a registered charity, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate, the Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it gives me great joy and pleasure to rise, obviously, in this House to talk about a very important piece of legislation, S-216. I do, at the outset, want to talk about the Budget Implementation Act because the budget, because it claimed to want to have the spirit of the S-216 within the budget and the eventual Budget Implementation Act. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, it's fallen a little bit short. It is too prescriptive by nature, but as is my nature, I want to be positive. So I'm going to talk about 216 and the positive that it has. And perhaps maybe members on the government are listening and they can look to amend the BIA to encourage and enlist some of the great positive characteristics about 216, such as a focus and responsibility on accountability, transparency, and support for our charitable sectors instead of depending on form like the BIA currently does. Why not focus on substance like S-216 does? So, like I said, I am an eternal optimist, Mr. Speaker, and I'm hoping that members of the government will listen to this speech and hear some of the positive characteristics of S-216 and perhaps amend the BIA to include some of those positive characteristics. But before I get into the substance of the speech, I also have a big thank you. This legislation, of course, comes from the upper house, the Senate, being S-216, and it is brought by Senator Ratna Amnavar. Senator Amnavar is a tremendous asset for Canada. She is working night and day, tirelessly trying to help the people of Canada, and S-216 is the latest result or work product of her tireless efforts. And so a big tip of the cap to the Senator for her fabulous work in helping the charities, nonprofits across Canada. So thank you very much, Senator, for drafting this bill and allowing myself to present it. So let's get into the legislation and the context around it. So currently, the Income Tax Act, which is over now 3,000 pages, and anyone who's heard my speeches before knows I do believe it is due for an entire overhaul and a review. But this particular legislation that we're going to talk about, it talks in the Income Tax Act. It talks about the fact that charities have to do their own work. It says carried on by the organization itself. This in itself is not a bad thing. Obviously, we want to make sure that charities are accountable and responsible for their resources, because they, of course, get benefits from the Canadian taxpayer. When you write a check or you give a deposit, I dated myself there, Mr. Speaker, by saying check. But when you make a donation to a charity, of course, you get a receipt, and of course, the coffers of the government of Canada are reduced. And so we have to make sure. The challenge is the language is that having own activities is a challenge because it creates operational decision making, not in the hand of a nonprofit, but in a charity. So let me explain what that means. So it says direction and control. So anytime a charity gives money to something called a non-qualifying donee, and no one outside of the charitable sector probably knows what a non-qualifying non-qualifying donee means. That means anyone the charity that is giving the money to that is not a charity in itself. And so what this legislation says is, if in fact a charity wants to give resources to a nonprofit organization, they have to have direction and control operational control. So let's put that in real terms, Madam Speaker. So if in fact you are a large charity, let's say the Red Cross, the Canadian Red Cross, then they want to give proceeds to an organization, a nonprofit, perhaps in Haiti, helping build schools or something fabulous like that. They are subject to an incredible amount of legislation and bureaucracy, which makes it extremely difficult for those organizations to do work. This is a contrast with around the world. It's actually referred to in international development circles as the Canadian problem. It inhibits and limits the ability of Canadian charities to do great work to help folks around the world. So to contrast this, other jurisdictions have taken a much different approach. While we are still putting operational control in the domestic charity, and we are still putting form over substance, other jurisdictions have said, you know what, let's look at this in a reasonable, rational way. Of course, we want those charitable dollars going where they're supposed to help people around the world or domestically, but we want to focus on substance and not just on form and bureaucracy. So in the United States, for example, foundations can give grants to foreign entities provided those foundations maintain what they call expenditure responsibility. In the United Kingdom, charities may transfer funds to foreign partners provided those funds are used exclusively for the charitable purpose. So you can have pre-grant due diligence. So to put it back into that example, instead of a Canadian charity basically having to take over a nonprofit NGO around the world, meaning that they have to approve the smallest of decisions, they say, you know what, we need a contract up front, so we need to make sure that the nonprofit is legally required to stay within the charitable purpose, and then there are certain due diligence. So it's accountable, but there's not that takeover. Right now, it requires Canadian charities to educate their project partner and stand in the position, and they have to tell their project partner, imagine this, Madam Speaker, you're a Canadian charity and you want to work or partner with a nonprofit or NGO around the world, and you say, you know what, Canadians want to help, we want to help your organization, but to do so, you're going to have to be subordinate to us. And that means this consumes time and resources that could otherwise directly go to the charitable project. It also invites errors, increases the compliance risk to Canadian charity. An overseas partner communicating to the charity from the granting program, this creates evidence that CRA could question as being a non-qualified donee. So in other words, in layman's terms, it creates more and more bureaucracy and paperwork that takes away from what the charity is starting to do, and of course what we want those charities to do, which is to help people in Canada and indeed around the world. So what does Bill S-216? It creates the concept of resource accountability. It is, once again, substance over form. We, of course, want to make sure that charities in a transparent, accountable way are partnering with nonprofits and NGOs, both at home and around the world, in a way that makes sure that the end users, the recipients of this, are the beneficiaries of these great actions. But right now, unfortunately, way too many of those dollars are not vulnerable people across the world and in Canada. They are lawyers, they are accountants, they are professionals who are there to try and administer it, because currently our charitable structure for allowing partnerships both domestically and home is way too bureaucratic. And so S-216 has this resource accountability, which I said puts form over substance. There has to be that due diligence, that accountability, and that transparency. But instead of a morass of paperwork, of a takeover of Canadian charities, of organizations, it allows a true partnership to occur. Restraint And you can imagine that there are specific communities where this could be even more challenging. I would point to, of course, the Indigenous communities. Of course, we all know about the troubled history that the Canadian government has with Indigenous communities. So the way that it currently works, the way the Income Tax Act is worked right now, is that if a foundation or a Canadian charity wants to work with an Indigenous group or even a First Nations, they will have to put the Indigenous group in a subordinate position. And I said, given the history that we have as a country, one can more than understand the issues that Indigenous communities would have with that. This legislation would help vulnerable people, would help people in challenging situations, those economically otherwise challenged. Specifically, groups that this would help would be, as I mentioned, Indigenous peoples, members of the LGBTQ community, BIPOC communities, and Canadian overseas charity. There is nearly unanimous support for this legislation across the charitable sectors, and stakeholders have been very outspoken in talking to us. I'd like to give a specific example, if I can, Madam Speaker, with respect to a group and how the current state of the Income Tax Act is disadvantaging charities and nonprofit organizations. This group is called Make Way. Make Way's shared platform provides operational support, governance, and charitable expertise for change makers so they have more time to do what they do best, which is, of course, help people. The Income Tax Act, the way it's currently structured, requires that Make Way only undertake projects where those projects are its own, as evidenced by its continued direction and control. So these groups, operationally, this means that all project teams are Make Way Charitable Society employees, contractors, that Make Way retains all ownership of work product, that all projects adhere to Make Way policies and procedure, and that every legally binding document, they have to be a signatory to, which means leases, contracts, funding agreements, proposals are all signed by the Make Way shared platform director. And that Make Way also approve every press release, even every social media. So to understand the legal fiction that direction and control creates is that if these nonprofits want to go on Twitter to talk about something, they need to get approval from the Twitter. They need to get approval from the Canadian charity. This may be worse than the Liberal Party in terms of their control. A little bit of humor there. And so that every single contract has to be approved. As a result, Make Way Charity holds all fiduciary governance and human resource responsibility is at their own liability and risk. So you can understand the pressure, the barriers for there. If I could just get a time check, Madam Speaker. 2.5 minutes. Okay, perfect. And so that is one significant example. Another example I'd like to talk to you was actually I had Tanya from Black Moms Connection come into my office, and I was so thoroughly impressed. To give a little bit of Black Moms Connection and Tanya's story, she saw that there was an issue, that there were some Black moms out there that were struggling to get by, and so she put out a Facebook group, and they grew from 400 to 4,000 people. And so she recognizes that in this community there was a tremendous need and vulnerability, and Tanya, she didn't just sit around, she didn't write a letter, she got right into action. And so she formed a non-profit. And since then, her online village has grown to almost 30,000. It has helped hundreds of Black families across Canada, from emergency grants to buy formula, rent, to providing emergency support for rent and mortgage, to providing COVID protection, to providing financial literacy programs. She is literally responsible for helping thousands of the Black community come up through society, of clinging on to that first ladder of economic success. She is doing an absolutely tremendous job working around the clock to help members of her community, and I was just so thoroughly impressed. The challenge is, with the way the ITA, the Income Tax Act, is currently struggled, is she cannot receive money because it's overly burdensome from charities. So her funding streams are greatly restricted. And this story is out there 1,000 different times. We need to have sensible legislation, which S216, which puts respect back to our charitable sectors so that we can empower them to do their great work, not limit them by needless bureaucracy. So let's put substance over form. Let's put right over wrong. Let's come together as a House and pass this legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do believe that all members of this House, no matter what political party they're affiliated with, identify with how important charities are and the incredible work that those that volunteer their time in particular and others, whether the executive assistants to the directors, just incredible work, not only here in Canada, but around the world. That is one of the reasons why within the budget implementation bill, we do see some action to try to improve and do more enabling. And I'm wondering if the member can provide his thoughts in terms of, just to be, if he can be as precise as he can in terms of how he believes this bill will complement or enhance what's being proposed in the budget implementation bill.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you to the Honourable Member. I do thank the government for their initial efforts. However, in multiple consultations with some of the leading stakeholders, their concerns are these, that the legislation is overly prescriptive. There are specifically legislative requirements that will be extremely burdensome on organizations like Black Moms Connections and others that simply just don't have the infrastructure to respond to that. The resource accountability gives a broader term, and then we can put the rest of it in guidance so we can have more flexibility and so that we are not overwhelming small nonprofits at the cost of the great work they're doing.
Questions et commentaires. Honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a question which is very simple from my colleague. I'm thankful that this bill has been revived after a year, but considering the challenges we've seen over the past 2 years, especially since charities for decades have been yelling that they need funds to be able to offer services to the community, this bill is just the tip of the iceberg. Do they agree with me that these organizations that exist because public services don't go far enough, but does he not agree that a budget to help collectively to be honored by direct help to our NPOs? Thank you.
The Deputy de Northumberland.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland.
Thank you very much. I would agree with the premise of that question that charities have been in a difficult situation over COVID-19. There's certainly no doubt about it. And I would also agree that we need to look at charitable law and the charitable sector in a greater context. And so, but I believe this is a great first step. One of the things the government can do that won't cost really the taxpayers anything is by enabling a reduction in bureaucracy that will allow charities to do more good work. And if the question is, yes, do charities have too little resources, then I agree with that.
Questions and comments? A brief question, the Honourable Member Churchill, Kiwanuck, Askey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Of course, I'd like to hear the thoughts from my colleague around how Bill C-19 ought to be amended to better reflect what has been put forward in S-216 and how important it is to make sure that good work can be done in this sector.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much. And I must say, it is great. All the questions have been extremely respectful. And I look forward to working with all parties in this House to potentially amend the BIA And the overall theme of what I've heard from stakeholder after stakeholder and from the charitable organization is it just is far too prescriptive. And so what does prescriptive mean? It means that there are too many written requirements. Often these situations require flexibility, and we want to, of course, make sure there's accountability and transparency, that all parties are agreeing to helping within the charitable purpose, that is validated. But we can do that through guidance as opposed to creating another different morass of public paperwork which puts form over substance.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do appreciate the opportunity to talk about this particular issue. As I said in my question, Madam Speaker, there is absolutely no doubt whatsoever in my mind. In discussions that I've had with many of my colleagues within the Liberal caucus, I can assure you, and I don't believe it's just Liberal members of Parliament, I do believe that it is very much MPs on all sides, belonging to all political parties, can share with you endless examples in terms of the good work and the deeds that charities do, not only here in Canada, Madam Speaker, but around the world. In fact, I suspect if we were to take a look at it, what you would find is that Canadians on a per capita basis has got to be one of the most generous grouping of people in the world, Madam Speaker. I really believe that. And I'd like to be able to cite a couple of examples in going through this. But before I do that, to recognize that the Bill S216, and thank the Senator for the fine work that she has done in ensuring that it comes for debate inside this chamber. But what we're debating today is, in fact, in good part being discussed in one of our standing committees. The Prime Minister and the government recognized a while back that we wanted to make some modifications, believing that when you think of the charitable legislation that is in place, our Revenue Canada or our income tax, we all know that it is a fairly comprehensive system of taxation that we have. And the need for modifications in certain areas has been well demonstrated. And, during the pandemic, the Prime Minister in particular, but other members of this chamber have talked about what can we learn from the pandemic so that we can continue to build a better system, Madam Speaker. And one of the things that have come out of that, I believe, is the need to look at ways in which we can enable more power to our charitable organizations. And today, Bill C-19, the Budget Implementation Bill, happens to be in a committee, which provides opposition. In fact, all members through House leadership teams and their colleagues can be able to contribute to the debate on how it is that we can make some changes to the legislation that will better enable charities going forward, Madam Speaker. So there is an opportunity for us that's been made available because of the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance bringing forward a budget document through the budget implementation legislation. So I would encourage members of all political stripes, as we have seen in the past and will no doubt continue to see into the future, the government being open to changes and modifications to improve legislation. In fact, I understand that we do have some charitable organizations that is having that dialogue now to see if in fact there's ways in which we can improve it. When I think of charities, one of the ones that I wanted to highlight is the issue of Ukraine. When Russia invaded Ukraine, the reaction around the world was fairly profound in the sense that Ukrainian solidarity, if I can put it that way, Madam Speaker, that went well beyond the borders of Ukraine. In fact, if you take a look at Canada, where the population of Ukrainian heritage estimated at over 1.3 million people, that it captured the imagination of people from coast to coast to coast. even those that are not of Ukrainian heritage, in terms of what can we do as a community here in Canada to support our brothers and sisters in Ukraine, the war heroes in Ukraine. We have organizations such as the Canadian Ukrainian Congress, who has charitable tax receipts. We have organizations like Red Cross Canada, charitable tax receipts. Canadians turn to those organizations by the thousands and contributed millions of dollars, Madam Speaker. Those charitable organizations are providing humanitarian aid to Ukraine. In fact, the federal government provided matching funds for the Red Cross organization. And I think initially the cap was like $10 million of matching donations, which was quickly used up. And then we increased the cap to $30 million. And I believe it hit that also, Madam Speaker. It demonstrates a couple of things for me personally, as I know it does for my colleagues. Number one, that the fine work that our charitable organizations are doing, in this particular case, to be there for Ukrainian people in Ukraine and those bordering countries where Ukrainians are fleeing for a safe haven, has absolutely been astounding. Arguably second to very few others, Madam Speaker. And that's one of the reasons why Canadians have opened their hearts and their wallets and purses. And it's done through charitable organizations. Now, I understand what the debate is today. Well, what about those that want to be able to contribute? Again, stay with Ukraine. You know, there's a new organization that was established in Manitoba. It's the Manitoba Operation Blue Skies. My understanding is it's 80 volunteers that have all come to the table in the last number of weeks, Madam Speaker. And they're saying that we want to be able to participate. We want to be able to help the people that are looking to relocate and possibly come to Canada, at least for the short term, and possibly even the long term. They don't have a charitable tax number. So they go to the Canadian Ukrainian Institute of Provista, an organization that has been there for many years and has done a great deal of support in many different ways, Madam Speaker. And through the cooperation and support of that organization, indirectly, and there is a high sense of accountability, that they're able to support the Manitoba Operations Blue Skies in some of their initiatives, Madam Speaker. And I don't think that there is anyone inside this chamber that wouldn't recognize the value of that, Madam Speaker. The idea that there are organizations that are out there, and I use Ukraine as an example, and that's just it, is one example of no doubt many that are out there. There's a lot of people that want to do good work, whether it's here in Canada or internationally. And they've demonstrated that both financially and by providing resources. The Canadian government does have a role to play, and we recognize that role. And that is why it was so important that we incorporate it, at least the idea that we're talking about today, in the budget implementation bill, which will pass, Madam Speaker, with the support of members on both from opposition members and from government members. the budget implementation bill, I believe, will in fact pass. We will see some changes. And the reason why we're going to see changes, Madam Speaker, is because members on all sides of this House recognize the true value and contributions that charitable organizations that are rooted here in Canada and those that want to support those organizations want to be able to continue to play a vital, critical role, not only here in Canada, but throughout the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today, I rise to speak about Bill 216 to amend the Income Tax Act. I will say right away that the Bloc Québécois is in favour of this bill, which makes the tax framework for non-profits more flexible. For the benefit of those listening, this bill would reduce some measures that add an administrative burden to charitable organizations. The bill would amend the Income Tax Act to authorize charitable organizations to place their resources at the disposal of a person who is not a recognized donor when they take reasonable measures to ensure that the resources are exclusively used for charitable purposes. And that enables them to create more effective partnerships with organizations that may not be charitable in themselves, while maintaining accountability and transparency. This bill was tabled a year ago, and it aims to address certain problems that are currently facing charitable organizations under the current tax system, and I hope sincerely that it will be adopted this time so that we can help our charitable services. I was elected in 2019, Madam Speaker, and for many years I worked at the Community Development Organization of the Haute-Laurentide region, which brought together 98% of charitable or non-profit organizations in the region. Some organizations that were in the social economy as well, but they all had a common goal: to improve the quality of life for more vulnerable people. But depending on their source of revenue, whether from fundraising, donations, or grants, they often have issues with the quality of their services because of a lack of human resources. I've seen that. Very often, these people needed a full-time employee, almost, just to fill out the forms for various programs, for grants, and for accountability. And in my opinion, when the needs are major like they are, this is counterproductive. These organizations are constantly asked to revisit their services. But as I was saying, these services are offered very often because there's a lack of assistance from the public sector. These services are important. As long as poverty is part of our lives, as long as governments have not invested enough for vulnerable people, and as long as these very important people are working to help people in a context which is not at all competitive, we will need these organizations. Now, the pandemic has made the organizations very vulnerable because in many cases they had to offer additional services, and this was difficult to manage, and yet at the same time, the very volunteers who were working for the organization were affected by lockdowns. For example, people over 70. So in many cases, these people had to isolate rather than help others as they would normally do. More than 73% of these organizations saw their volunteer staff reduced. Madam Speaker, I've been speaking with these organizations regularly, thanks to Zoom. And I see these organizations performing miracles on a shoestring. And they have played a central role in making the negative consequences of some measures used for certain populations visible. And they have been very useful in bringing to the public's attention the blind spots of the government's response to the crisis. Therefore, their essential role became even more critical during the pandemic. And in Quebec, 3/4 of community organizations saw a significant increase in support needs, psychological needs, food, housing. We all know that's very important, and referrals. That's according to the Réseau québécois de l'action communautaire autonome. And it's extremely concerning. It's very concerning to hear that over 3,000 organizations were going through this. We know that a lot of workers in this sector are burning out. They already had so few resources, and now it's even worse. We know that 3/4 of organizations are having trouble keeping people in the positions that exist, and then 4 out of 5 are having difficulty filling open positions. And yet, people still have the same needs for the services that these organizations offer. They are such an important part of our social safety network. And the government needs to facilitate their work while ensuring they remain accountable. I would like to thank these organizations very sincerely, especially those in my riding. I've seen your kindness and your generosity. It's remarkable. It's something that should be mentioned and that you should be thanked for. Madam Speaker, we know that some of these organizations, about half, in fact, received public sector assistance, which means that another 50% did not get it. And the reason that some did not receive this assistance is because the administrative burden is extremely high. It's very difficult, but this bill aims to make the burden lesser. And I'm happy to say that some programs have been implemented. For example, the wage subsidy and others, like the Federal Emergency Fund for organizations working with homelessness, which is excellent, and the Emergency Fund for Community Support, working with United Way and other organizations. It's all excellent. But according to a survey by the IRIS institution at the end of 2020, half of all organizations in this sector had not received any grant to support them during the first wave.
Madam Speaker, having experienced from the inside the precariousness of our organizations, we know that organizations struggle to receive funding for the mission for which they were created. The mission means that people have to concern themselves to rather fill forms out or actually be accountable. So any proposal we have here in the House of Commons that seek to lighten, better define, or even facilitate mutual financial assistance between organizations is evidently going to be received with great openness on our part. Finally, I would like to take a moment to explain to everyone what S216 expressly proposes. It is very simple. That is to amend the definitions of charitable activities and to remove the requirements that the activities be specific to the charity in question, and instead allow said charities to make transfers to non-charity entities. So this becomes much more flexible, and we commend this. In order to ensure accountability, Madam Speaker, the bill requires a charity to conduct due diligence. Of course, reasonable due diligence on the organizations with which it plans to work. Simply put, the Bloc Québécois believes that this modernization of the current framework will facilitate work for NPOs that will thereafter be able to provide their services more effectively. At the end of the day, S216 could help support a greater number of people in need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwara-Nukaski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor for me to rise in this House to speak to Bill S216. First, an important bill in supporting the work of good work in the charitable sector. I want to begin to expressing how we've seen over the last few years, particularly during this pandemic, how important the work of so many has been, including many that have gone above and beyond in the charitable sector, in our communities, to support people in this very difficult time. We did see during this pandemic that many were forced to turn to food banks, many were forced to turn to soup kitchens, many needed help during this crisis, and we know that thanks to the volunteering, thanks to the contributions of many Canadian charities across various sectors, we're able to step up. I recognize the important work that has been done here in northern Manitoba and across this country during this very difficult time. Many charities in our communities share values of the importance of community, of justice, of partnership, and the sense of solidarity that is critical to us moving forward during times of crisis. But I want to also begin by talking about how the government over the last especially 2 and some decades has turned to charities to take over the work that government should be doing. The government should be foremost responsible for the social well-being of all in our country. It is clear that government must be doing its part in ensuring the collective good rather than overly relying on charities to do its work. The reality is that inequality in Canada has increased over the last number of years, increased in significant ways. And instead of the government stepping in to address that shocking inequality and the rise in inequality, it has often turned to philanthropy and the charitable sector to try and fill in the gaps. And that is not okay. The charitable sector cannot and should not replace the government's social mission. It should have effective tools to be able to accomplish its work, but the charitable sector should not be seen as the solution to government programs, and particularly government programs targeted at closing the inequality gap in our country. If social justice were fully realized through effective government policies, particularly at the national level, we wouldn't need to rely on charities to do the critical work of feeding people, clothing people, and supporting people who are on the margins. Charity is relied on by government and is not a substitute to social justice policy. As Paul Taylor, a great activist in Toronto fighting back against food insecurity, has said, the most effective remedy for food insecurity is also the simplest. Provide people with income to purchase food. This shows clearly that the federal government is not doing enough for people. Food banks, for example, are helping so many not because food is unavailable in many communities, but because poverty is so high in so many places, people can't afford to get the food they need. We must recognize that food is a right not a privilege. And beyond food security, social well-being is also a right, not a privilege. Because of inadequate social assistance rates provided by governments, because our social safety net has been cut and privatized, many more people in Canada in recent decades are pushed into poverty, forced to choose between dangerous housing conditions and homelessness, between paying basic bills or the groceries that they need. The reality is, and we've seen this during the pandemic, we're seeing it now with the rise in inflation and the increased cost of living, that people are suffering. Families are crying out for help. While charities help and do important work, we cannot rely on them to replace our collective responsibility in government on the backs of charities. It is the federal government that should be stepping in to eradicate poverty in our country and close the growing inequality gap here in Canada. The solution is clear. Give more to those who have less. I urge the government to take its responsibility to help those in greatest need, to help the most vulnerable with direct support. We saw that take place during this pandemic. I'm proud of the work that we in the NDP did to push the government to invest in CERB, to expand supports to students, to seniors, to people living with disabilities. Unfortunately, those supports were only temporary. The reality is that Canadians are suffering and need direct income support now. I want to acknowledge the important work of my colleague, Leah Gazan, who's the member for Winnipeg Centre, who has pushed for a guaranteed livable income and the support of many in this regard. I also want to acknowledge the important work of many in pushing for tax fairness and recognizing that the richest among us in our country are not paying their fair share. The rich and corporations ought to be paying their fair share so that money can be reinvested in the social programs that are necessary to close the growing inequality gap in our country. But let's turn to the charitable sector as well. It has been clear in consultations undertaken by government and the House of Commons that they are subject to outdated, restrictive, and onerous rules. Their funds come from donations that are tax deductible. However, as the rules are now, charities can only spend their charitable dollars on activities that they undertake themselves. In short, a charity must maintain a direction and control role on the activities carried out on its behalf and on the use of its resources by the intermediary. These restrictions were implemented during the 1950s to ensure that these tax deductions were not diverted to other means than the charitable ones. But it is necessary to recognize that the own activities requirement is inefficient and unrealistic. Canadian charities must expend significant time and money to provide their direction and control requirements when they deal with what are known as non-qualified donees. As a result, charities do not have flexibility. They have limited resources to fulfill their missions, and they are restricted in entering partnerships with other nonprofits as a result. As a consequence, charities cannot fully focus on the mission, the essential mission that they've defined for themselves. Bill S-216 addresses these shortcomings. It is a step forward in reforming the charitable sector, and it should significantly improve the legislative framework for public and social well-being. It would give charities the flexibility they need on how they can enter into partnership to accomplish their charitable purpose. Bill S-216 would eliminate the, quote, direction and control, unquote, requirement, which would allow charities to transfer their resources to non-qualified donees as long as required measures are taken to ensure that these resources will only be used to fulfill a charitable purpose. This includes the collection of information on the identity, experience, and activities of third-party recipients before providing resources. We believe that this bill can address the challenges that the charitable sector is facing. And I want to acknowledge those who've come forward that have supported this proactive solution. Let's be clear, the federal government has failed to meet the charitable organizations' needs with what has been proposed in Bill C-19. We believe that Bill S-216 is a step in the right direction. But let us also be clear that the government's work must remain primary, and we must catch up on the gaps we have created that are pushing so many Canadians through the cracks. It is up to government to act to address inequality and end poverty in our country. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Here, bravo. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And do I have a full 10 minutes, or will I be? I do. Excellent. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be able to speak in support of Bill S-216, a bill that would do away with the direction and control requirements currently in Canadian Charities law. And as I speak to this bill, I'd like to recognize the excellent work of the sponsor in this place, the member for Northumberland, Peterborough South, and also to recognize the great work of Senator Omitvar, who has put this bill forward in the other place multiple times, has championed this bill. And I was very pleased to see at the beginning of this Parliament how the Senate worked very quickly to get a number of private members' bills that had already passed in the last Parliament quickly into this House so that we could actually move them forward. So I was very pleased to see the work of Senator Omitvar, the whole Senate, as well as my colleague in this place on this important issue. So direction and control requirements. What are we talking about, Madam Speaker? Well, Canadians, I think, familiar with the concept of charitable status, the fact that organizations that are identified and have become qualified as charities have certain privileges in terms of being able to issue tax receipts, and that we I think, broadly recognize that it's in the public interest to provide charitable status to organizations that are doing charitable work to try to support the most vulnerable, to try to support international development, to provide various kinds of services to individuals. And I see great value in charitable work, not only because of the benefits that are provided to communities through the provision of that charitable service, but also through the way in which charitable organizations draw individuals into the provision of those services directly, that they create bonds within community between those that are working to provide services and those that are benefiting from the services that are provided. Government has to have rules around who does and does not qualify for charitable status. That much is fairly obvious. But government should seek to make these rules as reasonable, as accessible as possible, and to minimize red tape in the application of these rules. And I was very proud of the fact that in government, Conservatives had a concerted strategy around reducing red tape in the private sector, recognizing that for private business, red tape was a major impediment, and that we worked to measure and reduce the overall level of red tape. I think Canada needs an intentional red tape reduction strategy for not-for-profit organizations as well. We need to recognize that not-for-profit organizations that are partnering with government, that are trying to access government funding, provide services, or simply benefit from charitable status, they often have similar concerns about the level of red tape that they face and about how it limits their ability to do good work, helping to strengthen and fortify our communities. Direction and control is one example of the kind of onerous red tape that charitable organizations have to deal with. And I know the member who's putting forward this bill came to it as the Shadow Minister for Revenue for our party in the last Parliament. My point of accessing this was as the Shadow Minister for International Development. Direction and control in particular is a major concern for international development organizations. So how does direction and control work? It's simply the requirement that charitable organizations have direction and control over charitable activities, that they cannot dispense money to other organizations that are not charitable organizations if the activity that is under that provision is not fully under the direction and control of that organization. That creates administrative challenges when different organizations are trying to partner together to do good work that is clearly aligned with the charitable purpose of the organization that's doing that work, because it requires that the charitable organization be fully directing and controlling that activity. So that creates administrative challenges. In particular, though, it's an issue in international development or when charitable organizations are trying to work with vulnerable communities. The best practice in international development is really focused on empowerment It's not about having donor or donor countries controlling the activity that's happening in another country. Rather, it's about that donor coming alongside, partnering with, but seeking to support and empower, to give control to the organization that's on the ground, the people that are responsible for their own development. I think too often the discourse around international development has been about kind of the external savior coming in and providing the solutions, when in reality we should be thinking in terms of people in developing countries, those that are in the act of trying to strengthen their position economically and in other ways. These are the heroes of the story. And those that are coming alongside to help and support are merely providing an assist, a supporting function for the central role, which is the people that are involved in this struggle to pursue their own development. But when we have policies like direction and control that say the control has to be in the hands of the organization that is the Canadian charitable organization, this perpetuates kind of a colonial structures around development, where the control can't be with the people on the ground. The control is with the external organization providing it. So this is a problem in international development. It's something that I've heard repeatedly from Canadian international development sectors saying they want to see us address this issue of direction and control. But it's not just a problem with international development. You can think of this being a particular problem with charitable organizations that are partnering with minority communities, with Indigenous communities and others. That the requirement for direction and control is also colonial in that context, because it requires that charitable organization to be directing and controlling, in some sense, the work of organizations that may be from communities themselves, and unless those communities have an organization that has charitable status, it really limits the ability of those community organizations to actually be taking control of the process. So there's an administrative problem, but in particular in this sense, there's a problem with the kind of colonial message that is sent through the structures in place in terms of direction and control. So we have been working on this issue for a number of years. I've asked questions on it in the House. I've raised the issue at committee. Other members have done the same. I think one of the points of frustration as we talk about the importance of charities is just that there doesn't seem to be a home in government for charities. We don't have a minister responsible for charities. So when these questions come up, there's sometimes a bit of back and forth. There's some engagement of international development, revenue, finance, but we don't have a real hub in government for charitable activity. So I think that's an issue that needs to be addressed as well. If we're going to have this broader strategy around reducing red tape for charitable organizations, I think we need a structure within government that says this is kind of the hub for policy and strategy around promoting and empowering charitable organizations and addressing the challenges that they face. Notwithstanding those issues, we were very pleased to see that at least the government took a step in the last budget, which is the last budget actually specifically mentioned Bill S-216, acknowledged the problem with direction and control. And that follows the fact, I should mention as well, that the Foreign Affairs Committee in the last Parliament unanimously endorsed a recommendation asking the government to do away with the direction and control requirements and replace them with new accountability structures. To do away with those requirements, and the Foreign Affairs Committee used specifically the word colonial to describe the existing requirements. So finally, for the first time in the budget, we have acknowledgement by the government that yes, we do have a problem with direction and control, and it has to be remedied. And the budget said that the remedy the government will put forward will be in the spirit of Bill S-216. But there continues to be concern about that language of the spirit of 216 instead of the text of 216. Because the text of 216 itself, in terms of replacing direction and control with an alternative accountability framework, it was built up through extensive engagement and consultation with the charitable sector. It does involve a strong structure of accountability where charities are accountable for the activities that they fund, but they don't have to be providing that direction and control. And so there are continuing concerns about the approach being taken by the government, by many in the charitable sector, to say, okay, the government has acknowledged the problem here, but have they actually brought forward the solution that we need to see? And are they prepared to solve the problem? And to do so could have involved the full adoption of the text of Bill 216 into the Budget Implementation Act. And we didn't see that. So there continue to be concerns about whether the new framework will introduce a substantial level of red tape So we're replacing one flawed framework with another flawed framework. And so the debate on Bill S-216 will continue. And in the absence of complete action by the government, this bill can and should go forward. I'm hopeful, though, that the government will take further steps from the budget, recognize that the charitable sector needs to be continuously consulted throughout this process, recognize that there's more work to do to ensure that not just the spirit, but the letter and the fullness of the ideas that were present in 216 are reflected in the government policy going forward, so that we can really empower charitable organizations and address these problems of residual colonialism in our charitable laws. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The period for study of private members' business has now expired, and it will now move to the bottom of the order paper.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming second reading, debate of Bill C-14, preserving provincial representation in the House of Commons. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great pleasure that I rise today and share my time with my honourable colleague from Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Madam Speaker, when I was asked to come to the House today to speak about Quebec's political weighting, I was wondering if I would have 10 minutes to talk because it seems simple. We're taking Quebec's weighting and we're keeping it. Well, what could I say for 10 minutes, I was thinking. But the more I thought about things, I thought perhaps if people haven't understood this, maybe there's more to say than what I thought. So we're going to use a learning approach. We're going to go back in time to 2006 under the Harper government. In this House, they recognized the Quebec nation, Madam Speaker. It was recognized. And then nothing much happened after that. They reduced healthcare transfers a little by little, but then nothing much happened. And last June, then, the House voted on a motion under which Quebec has the right to modify its constitution. It constitutes a nation, and that its only official language is French, Madam Speaker. It meant that they recognized the Quebec nation and its history and its specific nature. But when you recognize a nation, you have to recognize that it has a right to speak at the House of Commons. The walk has to follow the talk, rather. When you recognize a nation, you have to take action. And then we had C-14. At the beginning, I said, well, maybe there's some hope here. It seems to be a step in the right direction, but it's still a bill that wants to protect Quebec, that is represented by the Liberals, that could also be dissolved in the NDP. So we learned from experience, I'm somewhat doubtful. But when I read this bill, I have looked at what it says. It says that we're going to guarantee a certain number of seats for Quebec, 78, versus the 77 that was offered during the last reform, because Quebec was losing a seat. And without the intervention of the Bloc and the Bloc members, we wouldn't be here today. The Liberal government wouldn't have woken up one morning and said we were going to protect Quebec's weighting. No, it took Bloc members to make a step in this direction. And the problem with this bill, Madam Speaker, is that it says one thing, but it doesn't do it. It does not meet its objective. So let's go back again and look at history. Last year, there was a strong majority. Almost everyone here voted, 261 members voted in favor of a motion during a Bloc opposition day. The government knows we use our Bloc days well. And they said the following thing, that any redrawing process that causes Quebec to lose a seat or reduces its political weighting at the House of Commons has to be rejected. Political weighting and the number of seating is not exactly the same thing. So we know we have to change the number of seats to respect the spirit of that motion that was voted on by such a majority of members. And now we have a bill that doesn't do this. It's not protecting Quebec's political weighting because it only protects the number of seats and not the percentage of seats that are allocated to Quebec. So I thought maybe either the government doesn't have good intentions, or it's not understanding what it's doing. So I called my colleague from Beauport-Limoilou, who's a primary school teacher, and I said, when do we learn division in primary school? And they said usually it's in grade 3. And if the government had even been good in school, they might have learned division in second grade with ratios. Oh, I'm wondering, did they not understand things, or do they have the wrong intentions? So I'm trying to understand. In terms of the percentage of our debt to PDP, the finance minister doesn't want to mistake the ratio or make a mistake. She understands ratios, the finance minister. Also, GDP to inhabitants. This ratio changes in terms of wealth and the number of Canadians. It's the same thing. Also, energy costs. What they're interested is how much gas we burn per 100 kilometers. Then we have gas to the number of kilometers. And that what allows us to calculate energy efficiency. They understand that. They understand that when they don't have to win votes in their base. But in terms of Quebec's weighting, they don't seem to understand that. Also, salary per hour. The NDP doesn't tell people, go earn $5 an hour and then work 75 hours a week. It's the ratio. They understand that. It's the very basic logic that we learn in primary school. And now we have this bill, and suddenly all this learning they did in primary school disappeared. They don't understand that Quebec's political weighting is not a number of seats, it's a ratio. So I'm having a hard time understanding. The member from Winnipeg North knows the great esteem I have for them and their intelligence. They don't seem to understand this, though. I'll give you even a better example. The number of Quebec seats, 75 in 67, 73 in 46, 75 in 76, and the number of seats increases, but the size of the House of Commons rose. So we went from 36% to 26.6%. and to 23.1%. That's the number of the weighting of our seats decreased because the size of the House of Commons increased. So we're not reaching the target here. And it also protects the relative weighting of the other provinces. In Manitoba, there is a grandfather clause. New Brunswick has a senatorial clause, Madam Speaker. Also, Nova Scotia does as well. PEI has a senatorial clause, and even Newfoundland and Labrador has one as well, because it decided to enter the Federation very late. There was 3 referendums, and they were still wondering. They also have a grandfather clause, and it seems this is not unknown territory. We know how to protect the political weighting of a nation. Also, the Nunavut has protection. We're not reinventing the wheel here, but unfortunately, this is how the government protects Quebec. It's always the same thing. And Liberal members are not saying anything. They just want to protest against Bill 96. They don't want to look at this legislation. And then when they have to protect Quebec, they produce some bilingual legislation that gives Quebec some changes, but we know what companies will choose in those cases. They will choose English. Same thing for Roxham Road. They tell Quebec no. Same thing for health transfers. They're not reliable. We can't trust the federal government. Also for seniors. Our seniors needed funding, Madam Speaker, before the election. A $500 check before the election, that's not really protecting our seniors. And then what do we have? Not only nothing, and there's a nice table in the budget, and well, they'll be drowning in inflation. I don't know if they know how to swim. So they're not reliable in terms of protecting Quebec in any way. Same things for Mirabel Synergy. There's a lot of people that are waiting for the Ministry of Transport to find them housing. and they're still fooling around. They haven't been able to protect Quebec. They're never reliable, Madam Speaker. So I find this inspiring with respect to the Liberal government's protection of Quebec. This poem, the chicken shed is being, if you leave it up to the fox to protect the chickens, no one will get protected. Quebec's history in the Federation is a history of its political weighting that decreases. The government is not doing its job. We need 25% of seats from Quebec, and that's only temporary. What we want at the end of the day is Quebec as a nation to have the right to everything it should have as a nation. We would have 100% of seats here and wouldn't be reduced to beg for our existence in Ottawa. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, in watching the member, it reflected me or reminded me of a discussion that was held in the prairies a number of years ago, where I had what I would deem as a Western separatist tell me how Western Canada should leave the rest of Canada. And I really believe that we have a healthy federation, people that understand the true value of a united Canada in all regions of our country. And this legislation that we have before us today is there to protect interests of people of Quebec. And as we have other changes that have taken place for other provinces that the member made reference to in his comments. And I guess my question to the member is to ask, at times there is a need in constitutional changes that we've seen in the past in other forms of changes, whether it's territories, whether it's PEI, Nova Scotia, where adjustments have been made to ensure that there's regional interests. And that's what, in fact, is happening today. We are seeing a minimum number established for the province of Quebec, and that's a good thing.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, the member is saying that the Federation is good health, and I find that very strange. He voted in favor of the Quebec nation. He did recognize it. That's not my fault if the Quebec nation is in Quebec and if the Canadian nation decided to have 9 provinces. That's not my fault. There are other places where the nation was recognized at the UN. There are other countries that have seats there. I understand he doesn't like that. Perhaps they're not able to get a seat on the Security Council of the UN. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I always appreciate my colleagues' speeches. I understand his point. There is a housing crisis, as we know full well, in this region. What I understand less is the Bloc's attitude with respect to this legislation, with respect to its weighting at the House of Commons. So this is an important aspect, and it's not really clear, but I almost get the impression that they're opposed to this bill, even though what it will do will guarantee this minimum threshold, which is very important for Quebec. And having lived in all corners of Quebec, in Lac-Saint-Jean, in the eastern townships, and in Montreal, and also in the Gatineau region, I understand that there's still somewhat of a consensus on this, even at the National Assembly. This bill, with its minimum threshold, should be adopted. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, I did my job as a teacher for many years, and I explained to members that there was progress had to be done. It's not meeting its objective because weighting is a number of seats with respect to the overall number. And what this legislation says, and what we learn in primary school, well, is that what he's saying that he's trying to convince me is that we're not properly funding education. Quick answer, the Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We know that in Quebec, people have to work on the redrawing process, and it will allow us to look at 78 seats. It's important for my colleague to have a framework as quickly as possible. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. I'd like to thank my colleague, who is my neighbour here. His office is next to mine. And if we're able to work quickly and work well and do our jobs as parliamentarians, well, they're making us sit to 2 a.m. and they want us to. We should be able to do things in time, though, if we work quickly. A time for another quick question. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Obviously, I greatly appreciated the speech from my colleague, and he's always very passionate and committed. He talked about the different areas where we constantly in Quebec have to fight for health. We talked about language, and he also mentioned this at the end of his speech, at the Bloc and Quebec. Would we not be better if we had just one seat at the UN? The honourable member from Mirabel. Quick answer, please. Madam Speaker, you don't have to just go to Charlevoix the weekend to understand Quebec. We can do two things well at once. They can defend the passion with which you are protecting Quebec's waiting. If we was 100%, we wouldn't be here. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciated my colleague's response. I'm very happy to rise today to speak to this legislation. I'll start by saying, and this will have a link you'll see with respect to C14. It may seem strange at first, but you'll see where I'm heading. Right now, I am very indignant. Usually, when I am indignant in this House, I start to get angry and speak loudly. I'll try to calm down and remain calm on an issue that, in my opinion, is fundamental that took place over the weekend. Since I have been member of this House for 2 years, I hear many of my Liberal colleagues talk about how they're aware that Quebec is declining in Quebec and how the survival of French is fundamental for them. We saw this before. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, who was official languages before in the previous Parliament, she said many things. Oh, yes, the French is threatened. We're going to work. We're aware of this. We're going to table legislation, and you're going to see it will help them. And then we had an election and everything ground to a halt. The elections were very important for them. And then it cost $600 million, and here we are back again in the same place. There's a new Minister of Official Languages who also, as well as the Prime Minister, all the members, said how important it is, and they're aware of this issue. They even voted, at a strong majority, as my colleague mentioned earlier, to recognize the Quebec nation with only one official language being French. And it was a strong majority for that. And you have to say that it was a few months before the election. And obviously, there were seats in the Quebec to win from the Bloc.
We keep hearing that French is in decline in Quebec everywhere. There's supposed to be legislation on it. And then this weekend, Madam Speaker, we saw 7 Liberal MPs on the other side here who were protesting Bill 96 in Montreal. Because, of course, when it comes to French language legislation, it doesn't just happen here. Currently, Quebec is legislating, trying to give teeth to Bill 101. Which has been constantly modified by the Supreme Court in favor of a charter that Quebec never signed. So Quebec wants to legislate. It wants to give this some teeth. And that's my main point. So 7 Liberal members from this place. It almost seems like a coincidence, but I don't think it is. So these 7 MPs appeared at the protest, and they are some of the 9 Liberal MPs who voted against the motion to recognize the Quebec nation. It's these Montreal MPs. We even saw on social media one of the members, the honourable member for Vimy, she tweeted the following. Today, with my colleagues, I protested Bill 96. That's already quite something. We're working here supposedly to improve the fate of the French language, and yet those same members are protesting Bill 96, which was supposed to give back some teeth to Bill 101. But then the next part is particularly interesting. Students of whatever origin should have access to an education in the language of their choice. Madam Speaker, Bill 101 is probably the most important piece of legislation ever voted on in the history of Quebec. René Lévesque, Jacques Parizeau, all sorts of representatives and ministers who worked so hard on Bill 101, because even René Lévesque had some problems with this. Because before Bill 101, 90% of immigrants to Quebec went to English schools. 90% of people would arrive here and say, oh, I want to learn English, and they would go to English schools. We were losing the battle, and we had to legislate on it. René Lévesque was concerned. In fact, he was ashamed that he had to legislate on an issue that should be obvious everywhere else on the planet. If you arrive in Germany, you don't wonder what language you're going to learn. You just learn German. Same thing, you arrive in Spain, you don't spend a lot of time wondering about it, you just learn Spanish. You arrive in Poland, you learn Polish. But in Quebec, somehow, that wasn't as so straightforward, so it had to be legislated on. Now, our liberal friends, Madam Speaker, some of the same ones who don't recognize the Quebec nation, who don't have an issue with the fact that there is a common language in Quebec, they're telling us here that after 50 years of a noble fight, that they're trying to call into question one of the fundamental principles, the very heart of Bill 101. We all know that there is a generation in Quebec called Children of Bill 101. We've seen TV shows about it. It's a very famous concept. Children arriving from everywhere in the world learning French. And yet, our liberal friends want to bury Bill 101. I find it an outrage, and I think that they're speaking out of both sides of their mouth. I'd like to hear the answer from the Minister for Official Languages with this. Does she agree with this? Does she realize that members from her own government were in Montreal protesting to try to call into question one of the greatest pieces of legislation ever voted on in Quebec? The Prime Minister, with his hand on his heart, during the campaign came to my riding of Longueuil-Saint-Hubert 3 times. He came to my riding. He wanted my riding. I fought very hard to keep my riding, and I'm proud of it. Well, he came in and he said he talked to us about language and culture, and he said he was going to protect our culture. And yet this weekend we saw this spine-chilling spectacle. I'm holding back, but I'm really outraged. I am looking forward to hearing from the Prime Minister and the Minister on this issue, Madam Speaker. And that brings me to C14. And the two are linked. Because in C14, we're talking about making Quebec more of a minority. This reminds me of my theater classes. In C14, I have to make sure to pronounce this right. We are institutionalizing the minorization of Quebec. My honorable colleague, who's an economist, would be able to tell me more about the mathematics of it all, but the proportion of Quebec MPs will go down. Less power for Quebec to defend its language. Because that's the corollary of all this. Because ultimately, what we really need is more members of the Bloc Québécois in this House to defend our language and culture. Our culture, look at C11. We talked about C11 last week. We heard our conservative colleagues talking about Saint Michael Geist. They keep talking about Michael Geist, and they kept saying Canada was going to become a dictatorship with freedom of expression being abolished. We kept hearing that. In fact, I gave up. I couldn't bear it anymore. I was practically ready to sign an X for my name if it would mean that they would stop talking about this issue. It was really upsetting. We need to constantly protect Quebec culture. C11 and how Quebec artists, we heard about their art, they are placed in a disadvantageous position on large platforms. Pierre Lapointe, we heard from him. We heard about his hit song with 1 million views on social media, but for which he only earned $500. It's a scandal. We have famous artists in Quebec who perform throughout the world. Filmmakers, musicians, actors, directors, Robert Lepage. But that culture is atrophying because the web giants are taking up all the breathing room. In conclusion, this bill is trying to reduce Quebec's demographic weight or political weight. We are going to fight, but in its current condition, we cannot accept it. We are going to fight hard.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I trust that the member is familiar with Bill C-14, the bill that he's debating today, in anticipation that the bloc will in fact be supporting the legislation. My question to the member would be related to whether or not he will in fact be voting for the legislation, and would he agree that there is a need to see it passed so that the people of Quebec will be able to see the redistributed boundaries. In regards to his content of his speech, I can assure the member that our current Prime Minister and Liberal Prime Ministers through the ages has been there to protect the important identity of the province of Quebec, its French distinctness, and not only that, but has ensured that the French language, a beautiful language, continues to grow and be prosperous throughout our great country.
The Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, he tells me that the Prime Minister will protect Francophone culture. I hope she'll speak to that to the member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges, the member for Mont-Royal, the member for Vimy, the member for Pierrefonds-Dollard, the member for Saint-Laurent, and the honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis, among others, who are all present at the protest against Bill 96 in Montreal this weekend. The honourable member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He didn't speak much about the substantive issues, but I'd like to hear from him. What would be his advice for those who are responsible for redrawing the riding borders in Quebec? I'm sure they're listening to us now. What would he say to them? The honourable member. Well, that's a good question, but the real essence of what I'm saying is that we don't want to lose political weight. Who would like to lose their representation? Who wants to see their presence here eroded? Up here, a place where decisions are made about people's everyday lives. We simply want to maintain Quebec's political power. We can always discuss the numbers, but what's really fundamental for us is to preserve Quebec's political power on the issues that I mentioned, but many others. The member for Mirabel discussed many others earlier. If we weren't here, nothing would be done on those issues. We have time for a little more. The honourable member for Churchill-Kilwaughton-Askey.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. J'aimerais poser.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question for my colleague. We know that the reality is that French is declining in Canada. We believe this law is essential to preserve respect for Quebec and for French in our country. Does he believe that this bill is part of the solution to do something about the decline of French in this country? The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, as Pierre Bourgault said, he said that if you fight for French in Quebec, and this applies to Canada too, ultimately, what it means is actually to fight for every language against the hegemony of a single language, in this case, English. We've seen things throughout the country. The numbers about French outside Quebec bear witness to the fact that the Official Languages Act from 1969 has been a failure. We need to work hard to strengthen it. Working for French outside and inside Quebec is critical.
Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleagues' speeches very much, but I have a question. He said he would like to see more Bloc Québécois members. But the Bloc Québécois is already overrepresented if you consider it by the yardstick of the proportional vote in Quebec. In fact, if you looked at the proportional vote, there would be fewer Bloc members and more NDP members from Quebec. So would my colleague agree with proportional voting so that all Quebecers can have a voice? The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, very quickly, please. Well, what I'd like to answer a slightly different question. Something that's interested me in the 20 years that I've been fighting for French in Quebec is that at protests, as my colleague for La Pointe de l'Île could say, we never saw Federalists at protests for protecting French culture. And that's odd because you'd think that people from Quebec who are Federalists should also care about protecting Quebec culture. That's always something that really befuddled me, and I hope in future it will be different.
The débat, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I started, I'd like to share that I'll be sharing my time this afternoon with the member for Cypress Hills Grasslands. Really glad and honored to have a chance to offer comments on Bill C-14, an act to amend the Constitution Act with respect to electoral representation. I'll start by sharing a bit about what's in the bill, followed by what I'm disappointed is not in it. Of course, as has been shared in this place, this bill focuses on ensuring that when members of the House of Commons are readjusted every 10 years, that a province won't have a fewer number of representatives than assigned in the 43rd Parliament. And that while some, of course, as their populations might grow, might be assigned more. This is very reasonable. This has been done before. 1985 is one recent example that has been shared quite a few times in this place. And in fact, a province hasn't lost a seat since 1966. It's reasonable that we're continuing to build on the principle of representation by population while also being sensitive to regional representation issues and the sizes of ridings to ensure that MPs can best support their constituents. My only question on the core substance of what's in this bill is, of course, it refers to the 43rd Parliament specifically. And so my question to the governing party is, why not create an evergreen version of this bill? If we want to have the most amount of time in this place focused on the greatest issues facing Canadians, why continue every 10 years that this process is done in review of the census? I would expect we're going to have parliamentarians in 10 years' time having probably a similar conversation. And so it seems more efficient to simply say that we would ensure that no province ever is reduced in their allocation. And of course, as the review is done, that some might be increased based on their population. Now I'll move into what's not in the bill. I'll start with promises made just a few weeks ago in the Liberal NDP Supply Confidence Agreement. It included 3 additional promises to make elections more democratic and more accessible. And I wish these promises made so recently were included here. What a wonderful opportunity to do so, to follow through on these very recent promises made. To expand election day to 3 days of voting, to make sure more folks can get out to vote. To allow folks to vote at any polling place in their electoral district. And to improve the process of mail-in ballots, knowing that so many Canadians across the country are looking to do so. And so I've heard the governing party say, you know, this was really important, this piece that we wanted to move more quickly on. Well, in my view, all 4 of these are really important. And I would encourage the governing party to look into how quickly they can move forward on following through on promises made just a few weeks ago. Even more so, though, let's recognize this bill is really just working within an existing winner-take-all system that leads to millions of Canadians whose votes aren't reflected in the makeup of the elected parliamentarians in this place. For my part, spent the last number of years knocking on door after door in my community, and one of the most difficult conversations I had were with neighbors of mine who told me, you know what, I'm not planning on voting at all. My vote doesn't count. It hasn't counted before, and I've just kind of given up on the partisan, toxic nature of that place. Move on. And those were sad moments, recognizing that so many, not only in Kitchener, but across the country, have just given up on our democracy. Recognizing what they're looking for is for our parliamentarians to say that every single vote should count. And addressing this means bringing in legislation for proportional representation the way so many other democracies around the world have, to recognize that the percentage of seats in this place should recognize the percentage of people that voted for that party. The good news here is that this is another promise that has been made before. In this case, though, this promise dates back over 100 years. First promised by a Liberal government in 1921. It's a promise that was repeated over 1,800 times in 2015, that this governing party would make sure that every vote should count. And as many Canadians are familiar with this line, that 2015 will be the last first-past-the-post election.
Yes, I remember it.
There was so much excitement for this, and I know there are some members in this place today who also have been pushing for this over the last 7 years since, from all parties. In fact, a member from the Conservative Party fairly recently publicly shared her support for moving towards proportional representation. And it's why I'm disappointed that 7 years later, there's still no mention of proportional representation in this bill or any others, recognizing that in other parliaments around the world, moving to proportional representation has led to more diversity in our elected representatives. It's led to a more stable governance. It's led to more collaborative approaches where parliamentarians are incentivized to work together to get things done on behalf of constituents across the country. And of course, it provides more power to the electorate. What I mean by that is that, as one example, some members in this place will know that it's a real priority for neighbors of mine in Kitchener Centre to see more ambitious action on climate, that we should be addressing the climate crisis as the existential threat that it is. Well, a recent poll showed that 66% of Canadians across the country want to see more ambition from the federal government when it comes to action on the climate crisis. And of course, that 66% looking for a more ambitious action on climate is not fully represented in this place. Why? Because we don't have seats in this place that represent constituents, Canadians across the country. And so I'll again put a call out to the governing party to follow through on this promise. One, whether it's from 7 years ago or 100 years ago, that I encourage them to follow through on. The last piece of disappointment is with respect to a private member's bill that the governing party has not promised yet that they will be supporting, but I hope that they do. And that's Bill C-210 from the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, who is putting forward legislation that other members in this place have previously put forward, including the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, I believe the member for Vancouver Kingsway as well, calling to reduce the voting age to 16 years old, calling for this place to engage young people in their future, recognizing that so much of what is discussed here, whether it's with respect to the housing crisis or the climate crisis, that so many of these priorities are going to affect young people more than anyone else. Not only is this just the right thing to do to align the voting age alongside so many other powerful marks we offer for young people to recognize as they grow into adulthood, but also what a meaningful change this would do to ingrain voting habits at a younger age. Recognizing that it's young people who are heading off to post-secondary, and in our current structure of allowing young people to vote at 18, well, we offer them the first time to vote soon after they've recently moved out into a community they might not know as well. Wouldn't it be more advantageous for a young person who might be being able to go and vote for the first time in their home community that they've grown up in with a parent, to have that kind of support to ingrain good voting habits at a young age? And so I continue to encourage all members in this place to support Bill C-210, knowing it's not included in this government legislation. There's another opportunity for members in this place to support voting at a younger age. So I'll summarize by saying again, I will be supporting C-14 because it's a reasonable piece of legislation, recognizing it does have wide support from many parties in this place. And I'd encourage the governing party to go further, to recognize there's so much more we could do specifically when it comes to addressing ensuring this place better reflects the interests of Canadians across the country. Thank you.
Comments? The Honourable Deputy House Leader for the Government.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention. Having sat on the Special Committee for Electoral Reform with his colleague, I can assure him that a lot of what we heard during the testimony throughout that 6 months, we did hear a lot about the voting age, we heard a lot about civics engagement, we heard about people wanting people to work together. And I think over the last couple of weeks, I've noticed a shift, and for instance, my own PMB has the support of 4 parties that actually jointly seconded it. We have an agreement with the NDP on supplying confidence motions. This is what Canadians want us to do. They want us to work together. And so could the member elaborate a little bit on how C-14 is going to help reinforce the belief that Canadians have that parliamentarians are here for them to work together to do what's best in their best interest? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the member for Longueuil-Charles-Lemoyne for the question, and to the Parliamentary Secretary as well. I could not agree more how important it is to see more respectful discourse in this place. And actually, to her point, when this bill was last debated on April 7th, I read some of the Hansard record on it. Given that particular day, there was another major event happening with respect to the federal budget. Recognizing that on this piece of legislation, there was more respectful discourse in this place. Recognizing that on private members' bills, including her own, I see opportunities for that. And I do celebrate that while first past the post will never get us far enough, the Supply and Confidence Agreement is an example of parliamentarians recognizing this is what Canadians have voted for within first past the post. And so let's see more parliamentarians working together to get things done. That's exactly what we should see here. It's what Canadians expect of all parliamentarians. And for my part, that's exactly what I'm committed to continuing to do.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for his speech today on this very important piece of legislation. He did reference the Electoral Reform Committee and the study that was done, and I know that the Honourable Member from Saanich Gulf Islands was on that committee. He wasn't here, Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member, but there was a consensus among opposition parties to bring proportional representation to the House with the caveat that a referendum be put to Canadians with an understanding, of course, that it's not parliamentarians that own the voting system in this country. It's actually Canadians that own the voting system. So it was a reasonable proposal on the part of the opposition members, yet the Liberal government voted against it at the time because it wasn't their preferred choice, ranked ballot. So I'm just wondering if he can comment on his disappointment, as we all were, that we didn't get to that point because of the government. Thank you.
And for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you to the Government House Leader for the Official Opposition for the question. And while he's right, I wasn't in this place, I deeply share in his disappointment for that broken promise back in 2017. The opportunity for moving towards proportional representation, in my view, was stated pretty plainly, as I mentioned, over 1,800 times. And so, in my view, seeing that wide consensus from the committee, as well as how clearly the Prime Minister had put forward that commitment in the 2015 campaign, I'll note that the need for consensus was added only after the campaign. That was not one of the commitments made. The commitment made was to make sure that every vote counts. This is the last first past the post. On the subject of a referendum, my view is, and many across the country have been calling out for a citizens' assembly, recognizing this is a way to move it to be nonpartisan, to be independent, to take political interests out and to put the interests of Canadians first and foremost. Thank you.
On a temps pour une brève question, l'honorable.
A quick question. The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are not happy here because this bill does not maintain Quebec's political weight. For example, for Quebec to have 25% of seats, instead of doing this, the number of MPs would remain in Quebec, but we increase the number of MPs elsewhere, which means that as a percentage, Quebec's political power goes down. So does my colleague recognise that Quebec is a nation that should retain its political weight?
Kitchener Centre.
Merci.
Thank you for the question.
Exactly right. I do recognize that Quebec is a nation within Canada. I recognize that the Bloc is concerned with this. I recognize what they've shared in terms of the political weight. I also think it's important to ensure we have proportional representation across the country. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always an honor and a privilege to rise in the House of Commons. We're here today to continue the debate at second reading for Bill C-14, an act to amend the Constitution Act of 1867. Since our democratic process is the focus of this legislation, as I did at the top, it's always great to represent the great people from back home. It's also worth mentioning the Canadians of all ages and backgrounds across the country who watch and follow the proceedings here in Parliament or who participate in our political system in countless other ways. This chamber truly belongs to the people, and we should keep in mind that we are discussing their business, particularly as it relates today to each and every voting citizen of Canada. They are the ones who sent us here, beginning at the age of 18, which we hope reflects a suitable level of maturity, and when we treat people, at least in many respects, as legal adults. Everyone has the right to vote in this country. Each of us is supposed to have a say in our future direction as a nation. With that in mind, it remains as important as it has ever been to make sure that this ability to vote is effectively and fairly represented. Madam Speaker, I'm sure you already know today's debate on a bill to amend the Constitution Act of 1867 does not mean at all that we are reopening the contentious constitutional debates over the last few decades. But I will discuss something else related to that in a moment. Although there is no controversial amendment to the written part of our Constitution itself, that should not keep us from appreciating the fact that we are carrying out a task given under our Constitution and which is essential to it. The year of Canada's Confederation, 1867, is referenced right there in the title of the same act, which created a federal dominion as we know it today. As Canadians who are alive today, we are continuing and developing this democratic representation, which goes all the way back to that time and even before then. And sometimes we take these democratic institutions for granted. That can be true in different ways, such as not fully appreciating how we live in a country where we have the right to vote in the first place, or when some of us do not take opportunities to exercise the right of which we have. Here again, we have a new example in front of us. Do we consider, realize, or even wonder about how the decisions are made to create our ridings? It's fundamental to know how our system works. It determines where we vote based on where we live, and it can make quite a difference for organizing our lives as citizens at different levels. Every 10 years, there is a redistribution of ridings. After the most recent census, there is a process carried out by an Electoral Boundaries Commission in each province, which includes seeking feedback from the public. As with any other part of our political system, it can always be good to see our fellow citizens participate however they can. Afterwards, in some cases, there are significant changes where ridings go in or out of existence. Getting the right boundaries for each riding matters because it has to reflect the geography in a given area where local communities exist, along with any other practical realities that they have to deal with. For example, I'll never get tired of saying that life in rural ridings is quite different from urban ridings. There is a completely different way of life which deserves recognition and which creates unique conditions for them to be represented as well. The riding of Cypress Hills Grasslands, which I am proud to call home and to represent, is a perfect example of this. It has officially existed since 1997, with some variation over those 25 years. Overall, the basic structure of it has worked fairly well for our area as a whole. Covering all of southwest Saskatchewan along the border with Alberta and with the United States, it is overwhelmingly rural. There is a lot of farmland and many smaller communities spread out over the 78,000 square kilometers. Driving from one end to the other, going across the riding takes 3 hours, going diagonally it takes closer to 5. Commuting long distances is a fact of life for doing politics, but also for many, many other activities in everyday life. The city of Swift Current is the largest population center for a wide radius, and it falls nicely right in the middle between different parts of the riding in each direction. While meeting with people across Cypress Hills grasslands and working to represent them, there's been a clear advantage of averaging the travel time out to every corner of the riding. This has allowed me to more easily move around and have town halls with constituents in all different areas of the riding. In this particular case, it's more than a practical benefit. For this one part of our province, the federal riding more or less matches a region that we just generally call the Southwest. It largely captures an area which shares a common way of life and experience, which is distinct from places closer to the bigger cities. I could always go on and on about where I come from, but for now I will move on. Getting the right number of seats matters too, Madam Speaker, because we need to make sure there is fair representation among the provinces and regions, as well as for all Canadians as equal citizens. That is the concern addressed by the grandfather clause in Bill C-14, which has already gotten a lot of attention. From what I understand, this is, in principle, an update of a grandfather clause introduced under a previous Conservative government. As I'm sure we all agree, Canadians should be represented fairly in the final outcome of their vote. Balancing seats per province is another important way of making sure this happens. There certainly should be fair representation between regions, and so I support Saskatchewan maintaining its 14 seats and no less. However, I will note that what brought us to this moment with C-14 is not following the regular process of redistribution on its own. In fact, the Chief Electoral Officer's most recent allocation of seats would result in Quebec losing 1 seat. Coming from a province, Madam Speaker, that previously lost 4 seats, I think it was back in 1966, I can understand their angst at losing even just 1 seat. What C-14 is really trying to do is prevent that from happening in Quebec. I acknowledge that the House already passed an opposition motion for this to happen, but I do not think that we should ignore this specific context. Coming from Saskatchewan, I understand again why they don't want to lose their seat. But this goes to show that there are all kinds of social factors at play with considering the issue of representation. There are many ways to look at how it works in Canada. One of the most underrated is economic. During the town halls I mentioned earlier, in my conversations at coffee shops, one of the most common things I hear from constituents is that riding distribution should fix a discrepancy between Eastern and Western Canada, but also urban and rural Canada. When I ask how this should happen, one of the more interesting proposals that I hear from people is that factoring in GDP production to reflect the kind of benefit from rural areas might be something worth considering. They're getting us something beyond total numbers of population, and I come from an area with great economic output from the agricultural and resource sectors. To be clear, I'm not saying that this is something that we need to absolutely factor in as we move forward, but it is something that I have heard in feedback from constituents as a way that they see being able to balance out, again, the power that doesn't exist in rural Canada. If you think about representation based on something like GDP, it paints a different picture. We might have a situation where each region strives to utilize its best potential. Quebec, for example, could keep focusing on their hydrogen potential and their green natural gas. Ontario could bolster their nuclear power and manufacturing, while the prairies will continue to produce the food and the fuel for the world. The world embraces advancing technology and everyone's happy. Instead, how are rural areas treated politically or otherwise in return for their strong economic contributions? Way too often, they are forgotten, ignored, or sometimes flat out attacked. Along with Cypress Hills grasslands, you have other places with huge economic potential like Battleford's Lloydminster, Battle River Crowfoot, or Fort McMurray Cold Lake, for example, to name a few, who are being held back by the Liberals' failed impact assessment law, which was recently deemed unconstitutional in Alberta court. Speaker, we need to think about how electoral boundaries should promote national unity rather than worsen rural alienation, especially out west in the prairies. It negatively affects the whole country, not just those who live there. Well, I hope everyone can agree on these basic principles behind the work that is going on with redistribution in our ridings. I want to finish my speech by raising some points of concern with the debate so far. Right now, confidence in our democratic institutions is getting weaker, but the NDP Liberal coalition keeps undermining public trust. As the redistribution process unfolds, we have heard an NDP member claim that the grandfather clause for Quebec is a result of their deal with the Liberals. This really does seem like a lot more going on than just confidence and supply votes. Canadians can only hope that the NDP, as a minority party in fourth place, does not plan to further exploit their privileged position for political gain. Meanwhile, the Bloc has said the grandfather clause isn't enough for them. Instead, one member seemed to even hint that separation would be the only path forward for them. Speaker, redistribution is not the place for pushing ideological agendas at the federal level. As it is, I will support this bill going to committee for study and look forward to seeing what will happen when we get the bill there and having it returned back to this place. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. In a minority situation, the government is always looking for opposition members to be able to recognize the importance of passing legislation through. People of Quebec in particular are very much in a staying or a holding pattern because the Commission needs to be able to have the green light with regards to this particular legislation. And I'm wondering if the member could provide his thoughts in terms of how important it is that the House of Commons deal with this legislation in a quick fashion. It would be wonderful to see it passed this week before the break. Does the member not agree that the House should do whatever it can to get it passed this week?
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
I want to thank the member for his question through you, Madam Chair. And through you, I would just respond to that by simply saying I think when you look at the political balance in this country, you look at where ridings are, where they are, where new ridings are going to be popping up in this country. There's been a few more seats added to the West, but I do think, Madam Speaker, we need to make sure that we do due diligence to a bill like this. You know, I'm all for working together to get bills passed, to get bills done, but I don't think that we should be rushing through a bill quite like this. I think this is a very important bill. I think my colleagues from Quebec would agree. This is a very important bill, a very timely bill. And, you know, having seen some provinces get the redistribution maps, not every province has so far. I think there's a lot more to be done here before we rush through passing a bill such as this.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Pointe-à-L'Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to know if my colleague agrees that if we maintain the number of MPs from Quebec and we increase the number of members overall, it doesn't mean we're maintaining Quebec's political weighting. Does he agree that Quebec should maintain its political weighting?
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, I want to thank the member for the question. Yeah, I know. I think the decision to do what they've done with adding, subtracting seats has to do with population. I think that is a big factor that goes into it. This bill seeks to make sure that Quebec does not lose their seat, and in effect creating a floor of ridings across the country with redistribution, gaining seats in other areas where population has grown at a more rapid rate. I think, you know, it was something put in place by the Stephen Harper government. It's a good legacy there, so I look forward to you know, seeing what the new ridings they come up with are and how that's going to impact the distribution of seats, you know, maybe in the future as well.
And comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Madam Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague. It's always great to watch how testy the Conservatives get when they find that people can actually come to Parliament and get things done. It is a minority parliament. One of the principles of minority government is that people work together. What I see from the Conservatives is relentless opposition, relentless disinformation, relentless attempts to block things. And we came here and said, we told people if we got elected, we would get them national dental care. And we got that. And while we were at it, for the people of Quebec, we said we'd make sure they wouldn't lose a seat. And we got that. I know that upsets the Bloc because they're sitting now doing nothing. But this is how Parliament works. You can either show up and throw rocks or you can get something done. We came here to get stuff done.
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, I mean, the one thing they've gotten done is sacrificing their principles on lots of other areas, so that's up to them to decide. You know, Conservatives have supported different government legislation over time. We don't support everything the government does, but it's our job, Madam Speaker, to always rise in this place, go through legislation, point out the flaws, as we did over the last couple of years. There are many times during the pandemic, we pointed out that there were some flaws with some of the support programs coming out. There was a rush to get them approved, so they were just approved. But then we had to come back and re-legislate because nobody would bother to listen to us, right? So when we actually do due process on legislation, we actually go go through it, provide the scrutiny that Canadians expect the opposition to do. And it doesn't matter what party you are. Opposition, your job is to scrutinize what the government is doing, not to hold their hand through the process and make sure their agenda gets through. It's to make sure that the appropriate measures are in place, that Canadians get the best possible outcome in each particular piece of legislation. And that's what I'll continue.
Resuming debate, the honour for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise today in the House to speak to Bill C-14 today. And Madam Speaker, I will start by talking a bit about the principles that the NDP has always put forward in our work here at the House. And later, I will also talk about how we can adjust according to the values of Canadians to ensure that this House of Commons can be truly a house for all Canadians across the country. But first, if you look at C-14, since it arrived here at the House, the NDP has always pushed for representation across Canada for all Canadians. And of course, we also support Quebec having a minimum threshold of representations at the House. And in the agreement that the NDP and the member for Burnaby South signed with the Liberal government, it ensures that now we have legislation that maintains this floor for Quebec at the House of Commons. We will have 78 seats for Quebec. And that's an important and fundamental principle. And as you know, Madam Speaker, when we look at Canadian provinces, such as Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Atlantic provinces, Nunavut, Yukon, and Northwest Territories, we still have this principle of a minimum threshold of representation. So it's nothing new. There's no new idea here. We've already seen this in the past, and in its agreement with the Liberals, it has made sure that the government has had to take action. This is important. So, of course, we are going to support this legislation because it really makes good sense. And yet, we also have to say, when we look at C-14, what is missing, even though we'll vote for it, is the idea of proportional representation. And that's an important aspect. You remember the Prime Minister a few years ago in 2015 said that it would be our last election under the first past the post system, and that we would have a proportional system. And of course, this promise was broken quickly after. But when you look at Quebec's representation, there is an idea that we can do in terms of proportionality. And it really changes the makeup here in the House. The Bloc maintains, and has just a few minutes ago, in one of its speeches, the member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, for who I have great respect, well, he said, we need more Bloc members at the House. But, Madam Speaker, and that's where the Bloc is hurting Quebecers, because a vote for the Bloc is much less because there's no proportionality. The Bloc has 7 members less with proportionality. So even those who voted for the Bloc, there was over-representation in terms of the real result in Quebec. The Bloc would have 7 members less, and they would have more members under a proportional system. And that would be, rather, the NDP would. We would move up to 8 seats. So the idea that representation for Quebec be set at a floor is very important. But we even have to go further. We have to establish a proportional system, and in this case, there would be fewer Liberal MPs, fewer Bloc members, and more NDP members. because that is how Quebecers have voted during the last elections. This is an extremely important factor that we have to bear in mind when we look at proportional representation. It's not just the number of seats. It's something that NDP has been fighting for years. At the end of the day, we have to make sure that the members who are elected to the House are done so. We have to respect the people's choice when they went to the voting stations. For Quebecers, the lack of a proportional system means that there are fewer NDP members in the House, and the lack of a proportional system means that there are more Bloc members in the House than there should be, because there are fewer people who voted for the Bloc in Quebec than the number of members they have. And also for the Liberal Party, it's the same thing. There should be fewer Liberal members here in the House that represent Quebec because, once again, with the fact that there's no proportional system, it means that there are more Liberals elected in Quebec than the number of votes justify. So, Madam Speaker, this is an important aspect for which the NDP will always fight. We want to establish a rotational system where every vote counts. And when you look at such a system in other countries, the idea of every vote counting means that progressive parties, the most innovative ones, are the ones who receive the most number of members in the House. So this is an important aspect that must be part of any discussion that we have with respect to representation. Also, Madam Speaker, there's another extremely important aspect. It's with respect to the grandfather clause. For years now, the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley in BC, well, he put forth legislation in this respect. We have to have people who are 16 or 17 who will be able to go out and vote. So in a few weeks, all the members of the House of Commons will be tested on their civic duties. Will we say, yes, we have to allow people who are 16 or 17 years of old to vote? We already know, Madam Speaker, that these people are very involved in politics, and the decisions we make here in the House will have a great impact on their entire lives. And within the NDP, I started actually supporting them at 14 years of age. So I don't support the argument that some MPs make that we shouldn't give people who are 16 or 17 years of old the right to vote because they're too young. I don't agree with this. They are paying their taxes, but they don't have the right to vote? That's strange, Madam Speaker. This shouldn't happen. And that is why I fully support C210, and all of the NDP support it as well. The member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley has given us a chance for people who are 16 and 17 years of age who are asking to vote for this bill. So we have to broaden the right to vote so that young people who are 16 and 17 who already fully contribute to our society have the right to vote. So that is another important very aspect of representation that needs to be looked at. And I hope that all members will understand my message, the message of young people, and tell these young Canadians that they will have the opportunity to vote in the upcoming elections. And of course, Madam Speaker, since they will be the most greatly affected by the decisions and the lack of decisions taken here in the House, it's really important that they themselves have a chance to have a say in their future.
The fundamental question, when we go beyond the idea that certain regions of our country have a minimum representation in the House of Commons, and this is something that's already been granted to Alberta, Saskatchewan, to Saskatchewan and Manitoba. to the Atlantic provinces, Newfoundland and Labrador, Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, the territories, Nunavut is an extraordinary part of Canada, an extraordinary region of our country, Northwest Territories, the Yukon. We already have in those regions of the country a minimum level of representation. And what this bill does is simply extends that to Quebec. Now, Madam Speaker, for that reason, and historic reasons as well, there's no doubt that Quebec represents a nation in Canada. We voted on this in the House of Commons, and it makes very, very real sense to adopt this bill. But this isn't the only aspect of representation that we need to be tackling, Madam Speaker. And this is where we get to the issue of a reform of our electoral system. Now, Madam Speaker, you know this well. If we actually had in place a proportional system of voting, with the electoral reform like so many other countries have, we would actually see in this House of Commons far fewer Conservatives, far fewer Liberals, far more New Democrats. And as you know, Madam Speaker, in the last election, Canadians voted in vast numbers for the NDP. There should be over 60 NDP MPs in this House of Commons. But we don't have proportional voting. Our electoral system with first past the post ensures that only one of the parties is represented, despite the fact that Canadians divide up in a much more even way between the traditional old parties, the Liberals and Conservatives, and the New Democrats. And so having in place proportional voting, having in place mixed member proportional representation makes a difference in how the House of Commons is put together. Madam Speaker, as we know, in the last two elections, we've seen a minority parliament that Canadians have decided on, even with the first past the post system. What the NDP has done with that, with the mighty strength of our 24, now 25 members of parliament, is to push the government to finally do the right thing. And the confidence and supply agreement, Madam Speaker, that we've seen has made a significant difference in the lives of Canadians. We're seeing put into place a national dental care program, something that has been talked about for decades, and now finally happening. For decades, we've had a growing homelessness and affordability crisis in housing, and now finally that is being addressed through a confidence and supply agreement. It is because it is a minority parliament that the NDP is able to push hard so that Canadians actually get the benefits. Finally, after decades of inaction, both from Liberal and Conservative governments, I don't single one or the other out. It's been lamentable, Madam Speaker, how we've seen develop over time massive giveaways to the ultra-rich and to the banks and the billionaires, and at the same time, Canadians being neglected, seniors being neglected, families being neglected, young people being neglected. We've seen what the complete lack of respect and responsibility in terms of actually ensuring a future for Indigenous peoples. We have seen how over time our federal institutions have been eroded. But now, with two consecutive minority parliaments, Canadians can start seeing that they can have confidence again that the government may actually do the right thing, respond to the affordable housing crisis, respond to the crises that we see in Indigenous communities, respond to the climate crisis, respond as well to the fact that most Canadians are struggling to make ends meet, and things like dental care and pharmacare make a significant difference in their quality of life. So putting in place that electoral reform so that the House of Commons actually reflects how Canadians vote, as opposed to a first past the post system where majorities are magnified. Both Conservatives and Liberals have not had 50% of the vote. They've had far more than 50% of the power. They've had 100% of the power with majority governments. We saw how that acted out in the dismal decade of the Harper government. We're seeing how far short the Liberals fell with a majority government, which did virtually nothing for Canadians. And now in a minority parliament situation, which would happen more often and more significantly under electoral reform and a voting system where every vote counts, we would be able to achieve more for Canadians. And that neglect of regular Canadians that we've seen over decades, well, billions have been given tens of billions, hundreds of billions have been given in handouts to banks and billionaires and overseas tax havens. That would have to cease because ultimately the NDP would have a greater representation in the House and be able to push hard for a better response to what working people are going through. It's not just electoral reform in that sense of the proportional representation, Madam Speaker. It's also giving younger people a voice. And that's why I wanted to pay tribute to the Member of Parliament for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, who is presenting in the House, and all members of Parliament will have to vote on this important initiative. C210 would actually allow 16 and 17-year-olds to have full rights as Canadians and finally be able to vote in federal elections. This is fundamentally important, Madam Speaker. We know with the climate crisis how we are seeing things change in our country. Madam Speaker, last year in my area, in Burnaby, in New Westminster, we saw over 600 people in the lower mainland of British Columbia die in the heat dome provoked by the climate crisis. Sweltering temperatures, Madam Speaker. Many of the people who died were simply not able to leave their apartments, didn't have the air conditioning in place. The emergency systems were overloaded. Ambulances simply could not keep up. The firefighters stepped in, Madam Speaker. And this occurred over a number of days as hundreds of people died. I spoke to emergency workers and first responders, and they said if it had gone on for another couple of days, it simply would have led to a collapse of our emergency response system. So for governments, and I blame equally Conservatives and Liberals over decades, to not respond to the magnitude of the climate crisis is absolutely irresponsible. But young people in this country understand that. And by giving 16 and 17-year-olds the right to vote, we will see a substantial change, I believe, in voting patterns and the composition of the House of Commons, because young Canadians simply will no longer accept an ostrich-style response to the climate crisis that is upon us now, Madam Speaker. And so giving 16 and 17-year-olds the right to vote gives them a stake in their own future. Decisions that are being made that have been bad decisions over the last few decades. That will fundamentally change with an influx of voters that understand what is at stake in the climate crisis. So, Madam Speaker, when we're talking about representation, this bill in a very limited scope does one good thing, but you would expect the government to move further on actually keeping its promises. We all remember in 2015, the Prime Minister standing up and announcing in the eyes of the nation on him, said that this would be the last first-past-the-post election. He said that and won a majority government as a result. Promptly broke that promise and has not had a majority government since. Because what Canadians have been saying to the Prime Minister and to the Liberal government is they simply will not accept a situation where 30 or 32% of the vote gives 100% of the power. And in a minority parliament situation, Madam Speaker, as you well know, what that allows is for the real discussions about the future of our country and what Canadians need to be brought to the forefront of the House of Commons. I've been in this House as an elected member of Parliament in a number of majority parliaments, Madam Speaker. We need to actually have a parliament that reflects how Canadians vote, and I hope that that will be forthcoming legislation in the coming years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The reason why we have the legislation that we have before us today is because we have the independent agency known as Elections Canada, and through Elections Canada, a commission was established that looked at the numbers of seats and how the boundaries will be looking into the future elections, Madam Speaker. And upon receiving that report not that long ago, the general consensus, I believe, of the chamber, at the very least, the agreement within the Liberal caucus, is that we see this legislation as a positive piece of legislation that addresses a specific need that's coming with respect to the Commission. My question to the member is, how important does he believe it is that the legislation pass quickly so the Commission can continue to do the boundary redistribution in the province of Quebec where there has been population shifts?
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the colleague for his question. And unfortunately, I mean, we've had Conservatives stand in this House and say, well, we support the legislation, but we want to debate it. And we've seen Conservatives do this actually since the last election, with the singular difference and distinction of the ban on conversion therapy that was passed by all four corners of this House in December. That seemed to have led within the Conservative ranks into this meltdown. And Conservatives have been, ever since, blocking every single piece of legislation before the House, blocking everything, refusing to let anything pass, no matter who benefits. And so I find that unfortunate. I hope Conservatives will see reason and stop blocking this bill and allow it to go through.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. I have a simple question for my colleague. What do we tell people when we recognize that there's a francophone nation that is declining, that is barely keeping its head above water, when we're asking for a minimum amount of respect to avoid being minimized in Quebec? And when there is an option, I mean, yes, it's all very well to maintain the number of seats, but we need proportionality. So what are we to think when our colleagues tell us, yes, the French nation is important, the Francophone nation is important, but ultimately we don't seem to care about the decline? The honourable member. Madam Speaker, that is exactly my point. Proportionality would mean that there would be 7 fewer Bloc Québécois members in the House and 7 NDP members more. We need to respect Quebecers' choices. When we look at the percentage of votes, Quebecers actually would have elected 7 further NDP MPs and 7 fewer Bloc Québécois MPs. And yet the Bloc Québécois is opposed to proportional voting for Quebec and Canada. I just don't understand that. We need to respect Quebecers' choices. That would be the case if we had proportional voting.
Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Continuing with that, the history of Canada actually has minority parliaments, or at least never a majority of population voting for one party. This actually kind of fits to our heritage. I'd like the honourable member to reflect on that. And the issue is, like, shouldn't we be moving towards where Canadians have always wanted us to be?
For New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Windsor West, who I admire a lot, for his question. He's always very incisive and effective in the questions that he asks in the House of Commons. We have had a tradition of ensuring that regions of our country, provinces, territories have a minimum level of representation. That's been a principle of Confederation. It's something that Canadians work together on. And so this bill is, I think, an important one. But the interesting thing is the refusal of the Conservatives to let it move on, to let it move to committee, to let it move through the various stages of the House of Commons. And that is something that is abnormal, Madam Speaker. Conservatives in the past have tried to work cooperatively with other parties. They certainly did in the last Parliament. That seems to have stopped. I regret that, and I hope the Conservatives will start working again with other parties and allowing legislation to advance so we can get things done for Canadians.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Madam Speaker, to my honourable friend from New Westminster Burnaby, I want to extend, I hope this works, I want to actually ask him the question I was going to ask the member for Cypress Hills Grasslands about the ways in which our voting system tends to enforce notions of regional difference and further isolate. I think the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands was saying that rural Canadians don't get represented properly in this country, and part of that is because of first past the post. So I wanted to put it to the member of New Westminster Burnaby. In Saskatchewan in the last election, 20% of Saskatchewan voters voted for the New Democrat Party, but none of the members represent that particular viewpoint. At least if we had proportional representation, we would have members of the governing party, probably in cabinet, members of other parties raising the voice of concern for more rural Canadians if we had proportional representation.
A member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. This is obviously an area where the member from Saanich and the Islands and myself agree 100% that our voting system is simply not working when we have a representation from the older parties, the Liberals and Conservatives, is far beyond the number of Canadians that have actually voted for them, and underrepresentation from other parties. And that includes, of course, the New Democratic Party. Fundamentally, there should be 60 of us here, 60 members of Parliament. That's how Canadians voted, and the Green Party as well is another example of that, underrepresented in the House of Commons. So we need to make sure that representation in the House is proportionate to the votes that Canadians make, and the NDP will continue to work with other parties to get to that end.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Madam Speaker, the member talks about cooperation and is very excited about the NDP's cooperation with the Liberals. I wonder if he has the same enthusiasm for cooperation with the provinces, which is incumbent on the government to undertake. So what consultations, prior to the NDP committing to support this legislation, can he share with us what consultations he knows has taken place between the federal government and the provinces, and the work that's already ongoing with respect to the Boundaries Commission? Has that been adjusted or altered or worked into the planning of the potential implementation of this legislation? Further, Canadians have a guaranteed right of rep by pop, and so what is the member's thinking with respect to Canadians' existing rights and the government's responsibility to partner, to cooperate, to communicate with the provinces instead of an Ottawa or Liberal NDP knows best approach?
A member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Why, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a little flabbergasted, quite frankly. The Conservative member, who I have a lot of respect for, is now putting, I gather, and I may have misunderstood, but putting into doubt the whole essence of how we've composed the House of Commons, including the minimum representation that Saskatchewan gets, the Manitoba gets, that Nova Scotia gets, New Brunswick gets, Prince Edward Island gets, Newfoundland and Labrador gets, and the territories get. If the idea is that Conservatives are turning against that, which he seemed to imply, that I think would be a serious shift in how we have actually composed this House of Commons. We have given those areas of this country a minimum representation. And it wasn't based on rep by prop, it's based on a variety of historical background. And I'll have to clarify with that member later. I hope that he was not renouncing Conservative policy in that regard.
For a brief question, une bref question. Have time for a brief. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay. Brief question.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to follow up with my honourable colleague. He had raised concerns about the fact that the Conservatives seem to have lost their way as a credible voice, trying to pit region against region, trying to obstruct work that badly needed in the House of Commons, and the fact that they're now promoting crazy things like Bitcoin. I guess it's fair to say that Bitcoin's crazy, isn't it, after the crash? But this is their new economic policy. Can my honourable colleague explain what's happened in the ranks of the ranks of the Conservative Party?
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby, a brief answer, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Timmins, James Bay. I would simply suggest don't take financial or economic advice from the member from Carleton, because if you had, Madam Speaker, you would have lost half your wealth since he began his leadership campaign.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member from Louis St. Laurent. I'm pleased to rise today to speak on Bill C-14 and talking about preserving provincial representation in our House of Commons. And this is something that is fundamental, I think, to who we are as Canada. It defines us as being equitable in how we treat Confederation. And ultimately, Madam Speaker, this is about ensuring that the overall basis of having equal representation by population is adhered to. This Act still does not take away from the addition of seats in faster growing provinces like Ontario, Alberta, and British Columbia, but ensures that slower growing provinces such as Manitoba, Saskatchewan, a lot of Nova Scotia, some Atlantic Canadian provinces, as well as Quebec, are not shortchanged the seats that they currently have. And I think that it goes without saying that all members in this House want to ensure that the numbers that we have currently today for each province are respected. I can tell you that if population growth in Manitoba hadn't kept up over the last number of years, especially when you look back over the last 2 redistribution periods, if we kept to the strict rule of representation by population, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and other provinces may have lost seats. And the voice of each province counts, Mr. Speaker. And although representation by region is more adequately represented over in the Senate, we need to ensure that all voices from all regions of Canada are heard right here. And for that very reason is why I'm standing in support of this bill, because I want to ensure that Manitoba never loses a seat beyond the 14 that we have. So, if you look at representation by population, the average riding in Canada currently holds about 100,000 people. And so my riding of Selkirk and Lake Eastman is currently at 109,000. So we're at the upper end of the range that's allowed in redistribution of having, at maximum 10% of our ridings above or below population averages within each and every province. The average in Manitoba is now at 100,000, which is about the national average. And so it ensures that each and every one of us here normally represent 100,000 people. So our voices are equal. But we know that in periods between distribution of ridings and boundary commissions redrawing where those boundaries fall, that because of new developments, because of faster growth in some areas, because of economic opportunities, those ridings often increase dramatically. And we know that some of the ridings in Ontario, in Alberta, and BC are representing 140, 150, 160,000 people. And so we need to make sure that we add seats as well as members of parliament to those provinces so that, again, we come down to that equal number of people we represent per riding. That is only fair, and this is something that we need to do. I can tell you that when we were government back in 2011, we brought forward the Fair Representation Act that set in stone the formulas that are used as we go forward in our redistributions and boundary commissions, which are ongoing right now. And we know that in Manitoba, we're waiting within the next week to actually hear from our boundary commission and how they're going to redraw boundaries in Manitoba. It is highly probable that some regions of Manitoba will see their boundaries change. I can tell you that one of the ridings in Manitoba that I believe that we shouldn't be changing the boundaries too dramatically is the riding of Churchill, Keewatin, Aski. And that riding represents geographically 2/3 of the province of Manitoba. And although their population has dropped a couple of thousand since the last redistribution, I believe that the ability to represent that larger geographic area and to get into remote northern and rural communities is incredibly difficult for the member who's currently representing that riding, and for any member in the future for that matter, when there's several of First Nations there that are fly-in only. Churchill, for example, is only accessible by rail or air. And until recently, before we had the East Side Road built up the east side of Lake Winnipeg, all the First Nations along that area was only accessible by winter road or by boat or by plane. So it is important that we take some of these conditions into consideration as boundary commissions consider their work. Now, back in 2011, we added 30 new seats because we were caught up in a system that dated back to 1985. And ridings were set at 308 for the entire country for that entire time. And so ensuring that we can match the number of seats in this chamber with how population growth is happening is something that I find as necessary, and is something that it realistically looks at how things are changing in our great nation. And we know that when you look at places like Quebec, you look at Manitoba and Saskatchewan, population doesn't always keep up. And we need to make sure that that representation doesn't slide down past where we are right now. I would hate to see, a province like Nova Scotia or Newfoundland and New Brunswick, PEI, which, was guaranteed for seats in the House of Commons, going back to when they joined Confederation, lose any of that. Because in reality, you only have 1 or 2 members of Parliament based on the population of PEI. But the members that represent PEI, their voice counts. And you have to sometimes balance off population with regional as well as provincial areas of interest. And so I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that we need to be focused and open-minded at the same time as we talk about the changes in our boundaries. So we respect the work of the independent commissions, boundary commissions that are going on right now. They are going to provide opportunities for Canadians to look at how they redraw boundaries. I know that there's a lot of discussions taking place over some of the Commission's reports that have already been released, including for British Columbia and Saskatchewan and other provinces. I know that there's going to be an opportunity for those commissioners who sit on those that have drafted the first reports will have an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to hear from Canadians, whether it's community leaders, municipalities, us as parliamentarians, those who just have a very strong interest in how we conduct ourselves and how we represent areas in the regions. And so when you look at our electoral districts, it is important that we look at, what is important from a municipal standpoint. Rurally, often we see as boundary commissions sometimes cut municipalities in half and put half a rural municipality or half a community in one riding and half in the other. I've always advocated for the fact that it's best to keep municipalities in one riding so that they're completely captured within one riding, so that it's better to how they can work with that member of Parliament. I'd also say that we want to make sure you look at trade corridors and communities of like interest, communities that, for example, that are all agriculture-based, or maybe they're resource-based, or maybe they're indigenous. Those communities should be lumped together to ensure that their vote matters, and that when they have their members of Parliament, that they are heard loud and clear, Mr. Speaker. So I know that, we're not looking for, some of the issues of whether or not this is a permanent solution or this is just a patchwork. We are concerned, Mr. Speaker, that this is coming up late in the day as boundary commissions are already completing their work, and we just wonder if this is going to delay that work. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll just end with this and say that I'm looking forward to a response from the government on how they ensure that we aren't disturbing the critical work that the boundary commissions are doing right now.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, to answer the member's question, it wasn't that long ago when the Electoral Commission brought forward the numbers of seats and the distribution, which provinces and so forth. This legislation that we have today is as a direct result of an independent agency, as it should be, and I understand that all members, I suspect it will pass unanimously, Mr. Speaker. That's what I'm expecting to see on this legislation, What I don't quite understand, and maybe the member opposite can explain to people that might be following the debate, and particularly the Commission, because it does matter. The Quebec Commission requires the legislation to pass. The longer we hold off on passing the legislation, no doubt, it could have an impact. So the question is why would the Conservative Party not want to see this legislation pass? It's not like it's that unique. We already have things of this nature for other jurisdictions. The member made reference to Manitoba, our own home province.
Honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I just remind the member from Winnipeg North that back on March 2nd, Conservatives actually brought forward a motion that was passed unanimously that read that the House oppose any federal electoral redistribution scenario that would cause Quebec or any other province or territory to lose one or more electoral districts in the future, and that the House called on the government to act accordingly. That was March 2nd. What took you so long? What took the member so long, Mr. Speaker, to actually bring this forward? So don't be blaming the Conservatives for holding up and having a fulsome discussion on this piece of legislation when they waited to the last minute before boundary commissions were actually are supposed to be wrapping up their work, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman for sharing a piece of his intervention on geographical writings because, as you know, as a member of Parliament for Nunavut, I have a huge writing. I have 25 mayors, 25 communities with schools, 25 communities with health centers, and I cannot visit all 25 communities in one fiscal year. It will take me more than one fiscal year to visit all of my communities. So this important discussion on the barriers of the geography is an important one for me. And I wondered if you would share more on why it's important to ensure that those with larger ridings have more MPs to make sure that all of our communities can be heard.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, I thank the member from Nunavut for her intervention and agree with her. I actually have some familiarity with her writing. My mother was born in Chesterfield Inlet and spent a number of years up in Pangerton. And it's a part of Canada that I really, really love. And I've traveled around a little bit in Nunavut and know how far apart places are and how expensive it is to get to one community to the other. And yet their voices need to be heard just as much as somebody living in downtown Toronto or Winnipeg or here in Ottawa. And so we got to make sure that we find ways to better communicate with our constituents and ensure that they are getting the representation that they deserve. And, you know, and as I mentioned in my comments earlier, Mr. Speaker, that in the northern riding of Manitoba, Churchill, Keewatin, Aski, that riding covers 2/3 of the province of Manitoba. Like my riding, I have 70 plus communities. I have 32 municipalities. I have 2 First Nations and 27 Métis locals that I need to get around in. And that's difficult for me to get to every one of those communities over a year, once or twice. And that's in a riding of 26,000 square kilometers. But when you take a look at northern Manitoba, Nunavut, Northwest Territories, Yukon, those become very challenging, and we have to always keep those in consideration as we make these types of decisions.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise. On behalf of the people of Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, I thank the member for his thoughtful speech on this. And my question is this. Kamloops, Thompson Caribou encompasses a somewhat urban centre in Kamloops, but also has a number of smaller communities like Vavenby, Clearwater, Barrier, 100 Mile House, 70 Mile House. I'm wondering if the member can comment, based on his experience, about the importance of remembering those rural areas and representation to ensure their ongoing representation so that it isn't just a focus on what might become otherwise urban sprawl in the larger centres. Thank you.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman in a short answer.
I thank my colleague from Kamloops for his intervention, and that is something that I think all of us, especially that represent mixed areas of urban and rural, that we don't allow the urban area to become the loudest voice rather than the rural population. And for those of us that represent rural areas, and our hearts and souls will always be with the farmers and the remote northern communities, we have to make sure that their voices are heard loud and clear. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. L'honorable député de Louis.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be speaking to this debate regarding democracy that exists in Canada, democracy, electoral democracy, so that every single voice counts collectively and so that every Canadian can have access to a quality service that they deserve through a member in their riding. Mr. Speaker, we are 338 members of Parliament in this House. Every single riding has its individualities. There are urban ridings that are about 2-3 square kilometres, and in that population, 2 by 2 kilometres, in that small sector, you have a very high concentration of people, but you also have in the far north and in every single province, in the north of each province, for example, you have huge ridings. Sometimes there are thousands of kilometre squares where representation has to be effective, but where the MP still has a role to play. That is why every 10 years, given our demographic changes, an exercise is done by Elections Canada to evaluate if demographic weight is still respected in Canada. This led to certain divergences or opinions that are not compatible. Some will say, well, we need to reduce the number of ridings in this place, we need to increase it somewhere else. Mr. Speaker, let us be honest. We, as parliamentarians, have a huge conflict of interest. We are judge and plaintiff. We are not the ones who should be able to redistribute ridings. Well, it's rather tempting, but it wouldn't be honest. We are here to represent the people, and that is the reason for which we have to be aware that every single riding must be balanced and that every Canadian should be represented that can do his or her work in a good way. About 10 years ago, we wanted to redistribute the electoral map following the improvements made by our government when we were in power in 2011. This map could lead to certain questions, certain comments. Just and pertinent comments were raised during a political debate, and this led to a recent tabling of Bill C-14, a bill, to explain it simply, because it's very difficult to understand for some people. Every single province will be preserved. Not a single province will lose a single riding, and so a balance will try to be struck. Mr. Speaker, we agree with this bill, and why? Because in this chamber, and my colleague just reminded to us brilliantly, we Conservatives tabled the following motion on the 2nd of March, and I paraphrase that the House is opposed to all scenario that would make any province or territory or Quebec lose one or several electoral ridings, and that the House asked the government to act consequentially. That is exactly what the government has done. So some will say, well, Mr. Speaker, if the motion was tabled, why do we need a bill? I can already see people getting ready to ask us that question. Well, the answer is unfortunate and simple. There is one voice in this House against the unanimity of this motion. It was a Green member who said, no, I look forward to hearing why the Green Party was against the notion that a province should not lose a riding. It was the MP from British Columbia that was against this, not the honourable member from the Maritimes. If I do have a comment on the electoral map, is that we should maybe not have ridings with names that just never end. There are ridings that have huge names. Do what we did. Just say Louis Saint Laurent. It's a universal name that everyone likes. When there are too many names, condense it into a unanimous name. But anyway, let's go back to the crux of the matter. I'm scattering my comments, but it's still a very interesting subject. We want to preserve proportionality. Why? Well, I mentioned it slightly earlier, Mr. Speaker. Yes, indeed, all Canadians should be represented by his or her MP, but ridings are all different. Let us look at my riding. In my opinion, the most beautiful province, and I'm sure that everyone agrees, this is a riding that is northwest of Quebec City and has the Wendake First Nations. I'm very proud to represent them. This is a riding that, if we go from east to west, is about 8 kilometres, north-south about 7-8 kilometers. And if we go from one corner to the other, because you have Coin-de-la-Bel-Air that kind of spikes towards the west, it's about 20 kilometers at its widest. You can drive it. I can drive around my riding very rapidly. It takes about 25 minutes to go around my riding. So when I want to go from one side to the other, it's just a quick trip. But, Mr. Speaker, not everyone has that privilege. And I'm not talking about the vast ridings in north of Canada necessarily. In a number of provinces, in the south of the provinces, we also have very large provinces. Saskatchewan, that is at the very heart of our country. Well, some people would say that Ottawa should be the heart of the country, or that the national capital should be in Saskatchewan. Well, I'll let my colleagues from Saskatchewan put that forward as an idea, but the MPs from Saskatchewan nearly all have huge ridings. Cypress Hill grasslands, for example. Mr. Speaker, it's about 300 kilometers by 300 kilometers. So from the people from Quebec, it's as if you went from Quebec City and you went all the way, well, even beyond Montreal. That's just one riding, Mr. Speaker. And so for an MP, and we're talking about the south of the country, we're not talking about the far northern reaches of the country. Mr. Speaker, very often, those are the ridings that need most help very often from the federal government, because communities that have many small municipalities of 10, 15, 20,000 people do not have easy direct access to the federal machine. Very often, there are people in their riding, but the federal MP represents sometimes the federal government as a whole, because there's no Service Canada Centre, for example. My honourable colleague for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier has a beautiful riding as well. You go from Saint-Brigitte-de-Laval to Archambault. That's many small municipalities, but they are strong municipalities. When they want to deal with the federal government, they don't call the Prime Minister like some mayors from bigger cities do. They have to turn to their MP directly. So we need people that are committed, and it is this balance, Mr. Speaker, that we would like to strike. And that is the reason for which our motion, that greatly inspired the Liberal government, no doubt, sought to maintain this balance in order to allow that people be well represented so that we don't lose MPs anywhere. Mr. Speaker, we have to keep in mind as well that representation is essential, and to lose a riding is to lose part of our democracy. It's a heavy word, but it's a strong word. Yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker, some people could perhaps think, well, someone from a downtown city represents the same as maybe 3 rural constituents. Mr. Speaker, the reality of the matter is completely different. These people, these smaller communities, need just as much access to their MP as anyone else. Let us also not forget that in many of these very vast ridings, what can we find? Well, many First Nations. And if we want to respect First Nations, as should be done, they need good and democratic access to the House of Commons. That is the reason for which, Mr. Speaker, that if we were to merge 2 huge ridings to make an even huger riding, this risks diluting the quality of work we can do. We're not saying that the people doing the work have bad faith or are lazy, but it will dilute their capacity to work, because they will be confronted by the fact that they do not have direct access, and more often and more effectively, to their constituents. And that is the reason for which we are for this bill as it stands, a bill that, as I said, is almost a copy-paste of what we tabled last March. That was unfortunately refused by the House because of ununanimous consent. That is part of democracy at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, but I would love to hear why those who were against our motion were against our motion. I'd love to hear why they were against, and why, according to them, the Liberal bill, which is heavily inspired from our motion, is suddenly a good thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
That's the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker. What's come very, very clear is that both speakers, Conservative speakers, have said that they support the legislation. both made reference to the fact that they brought forward a motion for unanimous consent to do exactly what the legislation says. We recognize the importance of passing the legislation. I had thought it was virtually unanimous in the chamber. The member says, well, there's a Green member that doesn't support it. But everyone else seems to be supporting the legislation. But the reality is, what's preventing it from passing today is the Conservatives won't start talking on it. If they stop talking on it, like we could actually pass this legislation in the next few minutes. All the Conservatives have to do is agree to allow the legislation to pass. Will the member agree with me? It's time to pass this legislation.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Expression. Look who's talking! Look who's talking about the fact that we're making some speeches here in the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. This is not the King, this is not the Queen, this is the God of the Speaker in the House of Commons because he's speaking on everything all the time. And now you're asking questions because why you guys are talking about that? Mr. Speaker, we get inspiration from this member.
Bravo! Order. Order. I mean, the thought of a deity in the House of Commons does alarm me just a little bit. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, but in fairness to myself, I know when to stop speaking so legislation can pass.
That's not a point of order. It's just, I think, a part of our debate. There you go. Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will say it's a nice change to see such strong agreement in this place amongst different parties. I'm glad to see that. I'm rising just to share with the member for Louis Saint Laurent. He mentioned a few times, as some of his colleagues have, about a member of the Green Party, the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, who was in opposition to this motion. I wanted to let him know on that particular day, the reason for that, my understanding is that consent wasn't shared beforehand to seek to email. We're working on that. That has been changed in the time since. I'm just rising to let him know that, to assure him, as he's been asking, that there was support amongst both Greens, and we would appreciate being let know of future UC motions. Thank you.
Yeah.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
And I want to thank my honourable colleague, and sorry if I misled the House when I said that this guy is coming from the Maritime. I apologize. I retreat my word. But, Mr. Speaker, I do accept the explanation of my colleague. Obviously, there is some concern. I was there. I was just a few feet away from my honourable colleague from the Green Party from British Columbia. Sorry, I don't have the name of the riding. I have a lot of respect for her. She's a strong voice in Canadian democracy, and I hope that this time she will support the will that we had when we were, as a Conservative, tabled that very important motion. I remember that she said no. I remember also some look we're saying to other people on the other side. Now I'm very pleased to see that the Green Party will support our spirit, the spirit that we had on the March 2nd motion. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to know if my colleague agrees that if we maintain the number of MPs in Quebec, and if there are more MPs elsewhere proportionally, then Quebec's political weight will go down. Can we count on his support to amend this way of doing things? The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I do appreciate the observation from my colleague. Indeed, the motion, well, just to come back to the motion, in the debate that happened on the 2nd of March when we tabled the motion for Quebec and all the provinces, the Bloc Québécois suggested the motion just for Quebec. We did agree with the principle. We did have questions, however. We wanted it to be shared for all provinces, which is the spirit of Bill C-14. So we're very happy to see that the Liberals inspired themselves from our excellent motion, and it's good. It's good for Canada. The other point of view is I would like to remind that during the Charlottetown referendum, there were so many referendums, sometimes I get mixed up. Always provincial elections, referenda, federal elections, another referendum. For the Charlottetown referendum, that suggestion had been put forward, and Quebecers, just like the MP knows well, voted against.
Questions and comments? We have time for a very quick one. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops Thompson Caribou, and my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent has shown himself again to be a brilliant orator. My question is this: the Liberal Party has called on the Conservatives to expedite this matter, ostensibly because democracy demands it, and that's the will. What does my colleague say to the fact that the Liberal Party has really curtailed and cajoled debate in this House over the last 2 weeks in order to further its own aims rather than having democracy as a whole in mind?
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
What I want to say about that is that when we're talking about democratic and the democratic system, that's exactly what we are talking about today. We shall respect the right of the member of parliament to speak on an issue. That's what we're doing today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's all the time we have for debate right now. We're going over to statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 125th anniversary of a remarkable organization, the Society of St. Vincent de Paul, that has served the most vulnerable in our region of Windsor-Essex since 1896. The Gospel of John tells us, let us not love with words or speech, but with actions. Today, the 35 employees and 200 dedicated volunteers of St. Vincent de Paul live those words to feed, clothe, and comfort residents in need. Whether through a food box delivery program or distributing 650 free beds per year, to operating store locations where residents can pick up gently used donated clothing and goods. The Vincentians embody neighbor looking after neighbor. President Dave Leslie says there is real pride in what we have been doing, serving generation after generation. Mr. Leslie, our community is proud of St. Vincent de Paul and so grateful for the service and the hope that you bring to our residents. Thank you.
The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Imagine driving the streets searching desperately for your child. Imagine waiting for a call late in the night telling you that your son or daughter has been found dead. It's a pain many of us cannot imagine. A couple of weeks ago, I hosted a very informal roundtable in my riding of Peterborough-Kawartha, listening to parents who have a child struggling with addiction or have lost a child to addiction. These are some of the quotes that deeply resonated with me. Stop assuming I'm a bad mom. No one told me what to do. I was waiting to be told how to fix it, but it's not about fixing them. Mr. Speaker, I chose to run for politics to bring better awareness and treatment for mental illness and addiction. The reality is, recovery centers are desperately needed, especially in my riding of Peterborough-Kawartha. But so is a social shift, understanding that addiction is treating pain. So I urge everyone in this House to replace judgment with empathy. And I urge the government to hold true to their election commitment and invest the $4.5 billion they promised for the Canada Mental Health Transfer.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I joined the 2022 Top 50 CEO Awards hosted by Atlantic Business Magazine, where my son-in-law Justin was recognized for the third consecutive time as one of Atlantic Canada's Top 50 CEO. I'm so proud of his success, including in leading Yellow Cap to transition their fleet to hybrid and electric vehicles and installing charging places in a number of properties to reduce the ecological footprint. I was also thrilled to see Chief Terry Paul of Member 2 First Nation and CEO of Member 2 Development win the CEO of the Year award. Chief Paul and his community are both models to emulate and true trailblazers. Thanks to his leadership, Member 2 is one of the largest employers on Cape Breton Island. Having worked with him on the provincial level, I know his capacity and now in my capacity as a Member of Parliament, I know how big an impact he has had. I ask all members to join me in congratulating this year's award winners. Thank you.
The honourable member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, last Saturday, there was a demonstration in the streets of Montreal against the Quebec government's Bill 96. This is, in fact, a new version of Bill 101 that was long overdue, given the accelerating Anglicization in Quebec. This Anglicization is something that anyone who has any logic can see, and anyone who cares about the future of the only French-speaking society in America would deplore it and wants to see measures taken to fight this. But not Saturday's anti-Bill 96 protesters. In their eyes, Bill 96 deserves the worst epithets, which I won't repeat here, and must be fought. But what was most shocking was that these demonstrators included several members of the governing party in Ottawa, and this sends a clear message. For this government, any measure to defend the French language in Quebec will always be too much, even when it comes from the only government that has the responsibility for it, namely the Quebec government. There's a word for that, Mr. Speaker. It's called colonialism.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's, Budget 2022 does many things to support people in many different ways. I want to thank the Minister of Housing for the incredible work he has done on the housing file. I could talk about housing co-ops. I could talk about a wide variety of things that's enabling Canadians to find a home. But, Mr. Speaker, what I want to highlight is the multi-generational home renovation tax credit. It is truly an amazing program that's going to make such a profound positive difference. For many Canadians, having generations live in one home is of great value. It's something which is greatly appreciated. And through this renovation credit, imagine up to $7,500 under a new program that's going to be put into place in 2023. I would like to thank the Minister of Housing and, in fact, the Prime Minister and the caucus for developing such a program that's going to make such a positive difference for all Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the past 2 years have been difficult for many organizations in Wellington Halton Hills, especially ones that organize local events and fairs. The good news is that festivals and fairs, markets and shows are coming back this summer. Events like the Georgetown Highland Games, which is taking place on June 11th, which was established in 1975 and is one of the largest single-day Highland Games in North America. Other events are also happening in the upcoming months, such as Canada Day in Glen Williams, the Fergus Scottish Festival and Highland Games, the Acton Leathertown Festival, and Riverfest Elora. These events are not possible without the hard work and dedication of thousands of volunteers and organizers and sponsors. The people behind these events are the reason why, Wellington Halton Hills is such a great place to live, work, and raise a family. Mr. Speaker, let this be the summer of the great reopening.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since May 1947, the Canadian Rangers have played a critical role in the Canadian Armed Forces. They are proud to pass on their deep knowledge, which is critical to survival and navigation in some of Canada's harshest climates. They've supported the surveillance and sovereignty of Canada's north. They've enabled a military presence in more than 200 communities in the far north and in isolated and remote areas in Canada. They've helped Indigenous communities through challenges and crises. They've supported provincial, territorial, and local authorities in disaster response, search and rescue, and provided assistance through the pandemic. In this year, the year of the Canadian Ranger, let us honor their place in our nation's culture and military heritage as they celebrate 75 years, Mr. Speaker, of excellence and service to community and to country. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver-Grenville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this weekend we saw another horrific mass killing in the United States, this time just across the border from Canada in Buffalo. But what was particularly chilling about this murder was the killer's ties to violent, far-right, white supremacist extremist ideology targeting African Americans. Canada is not immune from this threat. We saw this in the horrific killings in the mosque in Quebec City and again last summer in London, Ontario. We see extremist organizations continue to foment discord, hate, and threaten violence here in Canada. Yet there are many who question why we should focus our attention on ideologically motivated violent extremism perpetrated by the far right and by white supremacists. Mr. Speaker, this weekend's murders in the United States are a perfect example of why this focus is necessary. we must remain vigilant and set aside our differences to curb all forms of ideologically motivated violent extremism here in Canada. And I ask that all members of this House work together to ensure that Canadians know that we are united when it comes to recognizing and addressing the threat we face from white nationalism and far-right extremists. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to remind folks that during the statements by members that it's nice to have the conversations as low as we can so that people can get their great statements out. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic has threatened the long-term health and mental health of Canada's children and youth. Since the onset of the pandemic, healthcare organizations have seen a 2 to 3 time increase in children's hospital admissions related to self-harm, anxiety, eating disorders, and substance abuse. Currently, Canada ranks 30th out of 38 wealthy countries with respect to the health and well-being of children and youth. 62% of parents reported that their children's mental health has worsened throughout COVID. We cannot ignore these facts, sir. It's time to provide concrete policy solutions. Mr. Speaker, 48% of parents have sought out mental health services for their children for the first time as a result of the pandemic. In some jurisdictions, the wait time for children's mental health services can take up to 2 years. Mr. Speaker, that is 2 years too long. Budget 2022 fails to address the gaps in services for children and youth mental health. Mr. Speaker, this is an investment that we cannot afford to miss. For many, the effects of the pandemic will last a lifetime, but that doesn't mean we cannot help now. Our children and youth need us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This weekend, Toronto hosted the 51st Annual Juno Awards in person for the first time in years. Our nation came together to celebrate Canada's rich and diverse music history. With talent that shines on global stage, we can be proud of our Canadian artists. From Fan Choice Award to new awards like Contemporary and Traditional Indigenous Artists and Group of the Year, the Junos showcased Canadian artists and their successes in these challenging times. But of all the wonderful achievements on display, none may be more proud than my friend Kitchener-Conestoga's own John Bailey, who earned his 8th nomination for Recording Engineer of the Year, an award he's already won twice. This coming off his Grammy Award win last month. Our community is proud of you. As a recording artist myself, I know musicians don't do it for just the applause, but I do invite members of this House to join me in congratulating and celebrating all our Canadian artists for their dedication, perseverance, and talent. Congratulations.
Again, I'll remind folks to keep their conversations down, please. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, Canada faces tightening fiscal pressures, ballooning debt, and inflation. Deficit and debt levels are so large that getting back to balance requires government not just to find efficiencies, but to actually do fewer things. The history of growth of government has not simply been one of government filling unmet needs. Very often, government has grown by displacing community, not-for-profit, and other private organizations. If we're going to reduce government expenditures while continuing to meet vital needs, Parliament needs to develop a strategy for revivifying strong communities and increasing the ability of extended families, charities, community organizations, and the private sector to offer opportunity and support to people in vulnerable situations. We need to replace big government with strong community. Strong communities don't just meet individual needs. They also draw those involved into a sense of common endeavor and attach service provision to a tangible personal support. Too often, this government measures success by how much it is spending in a particular area. This way of measuring accomplishment incentivizes government growth at the expense of community response and doesn't actually measure positive outcomes for individuals. Mr. Speaker, the best way to reduce government spending is to replace government provision with something better.
Hear, 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 hear. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
This Liberal government's recklessness has caused the price of everything to go up. People in my community are being forced to choose between buying nutritious groceries for their family or paying their utility bills. For a lot of families, summer sports are now a pipe dream due to the high price of gas. Never before have we seen gas prices this high, and this government continues to raise prices on gas, their taxes, with no end in sight. The Liberals seem pleased with the massive cost of fuel because it has helped to achieve the end goal of their carbon tax, to continuously raise taxes and increase the price of fuel so that Canadians are effectively beaten into submission and can no longer drive because, well, they can't afford it. The cost of living crisis is desperately impacting Canadians and especially rural Canadians like those in my riding. They're looking to catch a break. They're looking for relief. They're looking for someone to stand up for their best interests. Well, Canada's Conservatives will continue to hold this Liberal government to account for their recklessness and mismanagement. We'll continue to fight to make life more affordable for all Canadians.
The honourable member for Saint-Laurent.
For the campaign.
Mr. Speaker, I stand today to highlight an organization in the riding of Saint-Laurent that brightens the day of hundreds of seniors. Place à la Marche is a seniors organization that promotes healthy living by creating exercising and socializing opportunities at our local mall, Place Vertu. It caters to all seniors but works primarily in English, being one of the only exercise groups that caters to the English-speaking community in the riding. The group meets 3 mornings a week to exercise, but they know how to have fun as well by celebrating their members' birthdays over lunch or dinner at least once a month. The group is successful at attracting new members and keeping Saint Laurent seniors happy and healthy because of the passion and work of their fabulous volunteers, including the president, Dominic Santini, the treasurer, Bernie Weinstein, Joanne Morrison, Presley Bannequid, and others. Today, they have come to join us here in Ottawa, and I'd like to take this opportunity to wish them a fantastic day on Parliament Hill and in Ottawa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's 2 largest political parties are meeting the threat of climate change with a woeful lack of ambition, action, and commitment. One party has disguised itself, trying to fit in among the environmentalists, but it can't hide the fact that it bought a pipeline with taxpayers' money, the costs of which have gone wildly over budget. And it can't hide the billions in loans it guaranteed or its subsidies to private oil companies as they profiteer off the backs of working families. And the other party? Well, it has buried its head in the oil sands, trying its best to ignore all the evidence. It is all about giving up, trying to have a coherent plan on confronting the climate crisis, instead wanting to increase oil and gas production and build pipelines in all directions. Mr. Speaker, we must change our course, or Canada will be witness to larger and more powerful forest fires, extended droughts, flooding, and killer heat waves. The time to act is now.
The honourable member for Avignon, La Matisse, Matane, Matapedia. Mr. Speaker, we are celebrating National Police Week between now and May 21st. I have the privilege of working closely with representatives of police forces at all levels, and I can tell you that I have great admiration and respect for those who work in this profession. These men and women who keep us safe and protected must wear many hats. In addition to being peace officers, they are often advocates, confidants, and ears to problems in our communities. The theme this week is understanding each other better, the police and the citizen, because it is these people on the ground who have allowed hundreds of arms to be seized, and they've had saved lives. Tens of officers from the lower Saint Laurent region worked all day and night last week to find a child who was abducted near our home in St. Paul, last fall. Together, let us honor their sacrifices and the risk they take every day to protect one of our most precious values, our democracy. Thank you.
Honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Speaker, 27-year-old Zachary Hartman of Exeter was tragically murdered this weekend in my hometown of Grand Bend. A friend described him as a calm, gentle person who never went looking for trouble, but that he would call out anything that he knows is wrong. This is not something that anyone expects to happen when they visit our small, friendly tourist town. We know arrests have been made, and we look for justice to be served. Our community grieves with the victim, and our most sincere condolences to the family. I would like to thank the OPP and Initiative Ed Police from Kettle Point, the paramedics and volunteer firefighters for their swift action. I was close by that evening and witnessed their immediate response. My heart goes out to all who knew Zachary. Losing a young Canadian to a sudden and senseless act of violence is not something any family or community wants. At times like this, we must remember the importance of mental health. We must also denounce the rise of violent crime, gang activities, and illicit drugs which ruin lives. I would like to ask anyone with information about the incident to call the OPP or Crime Stoppers. Thank you.
The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, in 1993, the United Nations General Assembly proclaimed that on May the 15th of every year, we observe International Day of Families. Families are the cornerstone of our society, shaping our country, our communities, and our homes. Mr. Speaker, as someone who comes from a family of 15, I always value a family above anything else. To my wife, my children, and my grandchildren, you are the greatest treasures in my life. You support me through my happiest times, and you pick me up when I'm down. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my family for their strength and support that they've always provided me. To my friends and my colleagues in this House, let us spend today and every day celebrating, supporting, and protecting the family unit. Treasures of the heart cannot be stolen.
Oral questions. Question orale. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, this weekend the masks came off. But instead of seeing people's smiling faces, I instead saw concern on their faces. The cost of living has reached incredible levels, and it hasn't spared anyone. The worst is still to come, according to experts. Throughout Quebec and Canada, gas is reaching record prices, and the Liberal NDP government seems to like the situation, Mr. Speaker. When will this Prime Minister let families get a break during this inflationary crisis? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we understand that the cost of living is a key issue for Canadians. And we know that Canadians, including Quebecers, understand the importance of climate action. Our budget includes a range of measures to reduce the cost of living. For example, dental care, doubling the help provided by the first-time home buyers plan, a one-time $500 payment. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, people are tired of that kind of answer. Do you want to know what the Liberals really think of this increase in the cost of gas? Well, a Liberal member said there needs to be a bit of pain. That's the goal. For the Prime Minister and his cabinet, the more expensive gas is, the better. And too bad if it hurts Canadians. That's the truth. Would the Deputy Prime Minister come to a gas station with me to tell workers that she will help them to actually pay for their expenses? Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadians are smart. We know that Canadians understand that inflation, including the cost of gas, is a global phenomenon caused by the pandemic, by Putin's illegal war in Ukraine, and by the Chinese COVID-0 policy. However, we know that this is hurting Canadian families. That is why our government took action. For example, we increased OAS. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. On a different topic, on Friday, the Supreme Court recommended that Parliament adopt legislation to ensure that when someone commits a violent crime while in a state of extreme intoxication, they can't use that state as an excuse in their defense. Most victims of that type of crime are women, so the Supreme Court ruling could have real consequences for victims. We are ready to collaborate with the government. Will the Minister of Justice present legislation within the next few days to correct the situation? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to making our criminal justice system protect our communities, respect victims, and hold offenders responsible, while also respecting charter rights. We are closely studying the ruling in order to understand its effects on victims and criminal law. I would like to specify that Friday's ruling does not apply to the majority of cases involving someone who commits a criminal offense while intoxicated.
For Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court of Canada on Friday ruled that defendants accused of violent crimes such as homicide and sexual assault can use self-induced extreme intoxication as a defense, striking down a federal law supported by women's advocacy groups. Sexual assaults remains one of the most underreported crimes according to the Canadian Centre for Justice and Community Safety Statistics. This ruling is taking us backwards. When is the government going to respond and put the needs of victims first?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, as I just said in French, our government is unwavering in its commitment to ensuring that our criminal justice system keeps communities safe, respects victims, holds offenders to account, all the while upholding charter rights. We're carefully reviewing this decision, Mr. Speaker, to determine its effect on victims as well as on the criminal law. It's critically important, though, Mr. Speaker, to emphasize that Friday's decision does not apply to the vast majority of cases involving a person who commits a criminal offense while intoxicated.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, the government continues to provide inadequate answers to the real questions facing Canadians. We know that the current system is not set up to protect victims. The lack of self-reporting, victim fear, and psychological stress are only a few of the reasons why this system is failing. Women's advocacy groups, legal experts, and many others are concerned with this Supreme Court ruling. Mr. Speaker, our job is to protect victims, not add to their burdens. When will this government introduce legislation to close the loophole?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Speaker, as I said a number of times publicly, we are investing in victims and protecting victims within our system. They're always at the forefront. Mr. Speaker, this decision came out on Friday. It does propose a few ways forward. We are studying those ways forward in a responsible manner, Mr. Speaker, in order to get to a response that protects victims and eliminates gaps in our criminal law.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, there were so many Liberals at the protest against Bill 96 on Saturday that it almost seemed like you were at a Liberal convention. There were the members from Montréal, Saint-Laurent-Vimy, Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel, Vaudreuil-Soulanges, Lac-Saint-Louis, Pierrefonds-Dollard, Dorval, Lachine, LaSalle. It was like a Liberal party, Mr. Speaker. And this raises real questions. Is this government's official position right now to go to war against Bill 96 in Quebec? And if not, will the Deputy Prime Minister tell this gang of MPs to mind their own business? The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. No? No?
Okay, l'Honourable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the government tabled Bill C-13 to strengthen French not just in Quebec, but throughout Canada. And that is exactly what we will do, while respecting all minorities, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the Bloc Québécois, our members are not handcuffed. They can protest according to their point of view, unlike members from the Bloc Québécois. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, the federal Liberals are waging a war on French on two fronts. First of all, you have the group of MPs who are protesting Bill 96, and then ministers who have their own Bill C-13, which wishes to forbid a key measure in Bill 96, which is to place federally regulated businesses under a charter of the French language. So they either want to prevent Quebec from adopting Bill 96, or they want to reduce its effects and protect English in the workplace. So ultimately, are the Liberals defending French or the Anglicization of Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Well, what the Liberals are doing is defending both official languages, Mr. Speaker. And unlike the Bloc Québécois, our Liberal members are proud, and our Quebec MPs are no less Québécois than members of the Bloc Québécois, even though they don't want Quebec to separate. We are just as Quebec as proud of Quebec, and we love Quebec just as much as members from the Bloc Québécois.
Je pense que son makeover l'a bien servi, là.
I think the colleagues' makeover went well.
Burnaby.
L'indécence atteint maintenant des sommets au Canada.
Indecency is reaching a record in Canada. because big oil companies are raking in the profits and giving their CEOs millions in bonuses. And yet, this government thinks that it's a good idea to give them even more public money. Meanwhile, people who are already struggling are now paying more than $2 per liter at the pump. When will this government stop subsidizing polluters? When will it help real people who are paying double at the pump and for these subsidies? The Honorable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government has committed to end all subsidies to the oil and gas sector. By 2023, that is a strong commitment. We will do that. And I would also like to say that carbon capture is a key measure in order to reduce emissions throughout the country in sectors like aluminum and steel.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, gas prices are reaching record highs across the country, and costs are only expected to increase into the summer. Canadians are frustrated. After years of a pandemic, many have plans to travel across Canada and visit loved ones. But the high cost of gas is ending that dream. While Canadians are getting gouged at the pumps, big oil and gas are making record profits. Then Liberals are handing over more public money to support that profit. How about Liberals be accountable to Canadians? When will this government make big oil and gas pay their fair share?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we already do that. And Mr. Speaker, our government has put forward the most ambitious climate action put forward by any Canadian government in history, including a price on pollution, which is the most economically effective, the most powerful way to get our emissions down. And I want to just remind Canadians that we are committed to eliminating fossil fuel subsidies, and that will happen by 2023, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, gas prices are at record highs and Canadians are suffering as other G7 leaders take action on high gas prices. When given a chance to support a Conservative motion to give Canadians a break at the pumps by dropping the GST on fuel, this Prime Minister and his SPENDP Liberals voted against it. Now, this is the same Prime Minister that said 4 years ago in Vancouver that high gas prices were exactly what he wanted. Right. Does the Prime Minister stand by what he said in Vancouver 4 years ago, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I think everyone in this House needs to be mindful of the fact that none of us should be doing Vladimir Putin's work for him. Right. And that means we all need to recognize the reality and be honest with Canadians about the reality that inflation, including the higher price of fuel, is a global phenomenon. It is being driven by Vladimir Putin's illegal war in Ukraine. It is being driven by China's zero-COVID policy.
Indeed. Order. We made it to number 11. The Honourable Member of Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Europe has cancelled fuel taxes amounting to over 20 billion euros. In contrast, this government has decided to gouge 2 billion more in fuel taxes from Canadians. Now, the Minister of Finance says that inflation is a global phenomenon, but when her government has a tool to curb one of inflation's main causes, she sits on her hands. This is the only government in the world increasing fuel taxes. Will the minister pay attention to what's happening around the world and provide Canadians the same relief from inflation?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, one of the things that makes the price on pollution such an effective economic mechanism to drive down our emissions is that the money goes back to Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, restart there.
So, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, the price on pollution is such an effective economic mechanism to bring down our emissions because the money goes back to Canadian families. The member for Calgary knows that in Alberta, a family of 4 will receive up to $1,079. In Ontario, the province that I represent, a family of 4 will receive $745. In Saskatchewan, it is $1,100, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, the objective of Canada's carbon tax is to make gasoline more expensive. The Liberal member for Halifax even said there needs to be pain at the pump. Well, mission accomplished. The difference in pump prices between southwest New Brunswick and northeast Maine after the exchange rate is 50 cents per litre. That's $2 in my riding and $1.50 in Calais, Maine. Since New Brunswick's oil refinery supplies both country with pump gasoline, that difference is all tax. So why aren't Liberal ministers and the Deputy Prime Minister taking credit for making energy more expensive? It's precisely what they want.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
I would say a couple of things to my honourable colleague. The first is, as he should know very well, it's President Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine that has driven up gas prices around the world. We are certainly working to ensure and have instructed the Competition Bureau to monitor the situation to ensure there's no collusion here. But with respect to the price on pollution, I would be quite happy to have a conversation with the member so he understands how it works. The average family gets more money back than they actually pay in the price on pollution. It is an effective way to reduce emissions, but do so in a manner that maintains affordability for all Canadians.
Just need to remind folks that when somebody's answering online, they can't hear the heckles. The honourable member from Saskatoon West.
I don't think Putin's invasion affects Maine, but Mr. Speaker, gas is going for $1.88 in Saskatoon today. People have to choose between filling up their gas tanks or putting food on the table. These are hardworking Canadians that commute to work, take their children to hockey, and cook meals for their families. Postponing the increase in the carbon levy is absolutely within this minister's control. She's clearly refusing to act. As a result, she's directly cutting the purchasing power of Canadians and contributing to increasing the cost of everyday goods. Mr. Speaker, will the minister offer immediate relief to all Canadians by rolling back the carbon tax increase on gasoline?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Speaker, the member from Saskatchewan began his remarks by saying he didn't think that Putin had an effect on Maine. And what I would like to underscore for all members of this House is Putin's illegal war in Ukraine is having a devastating effect on the entire global economy. It is raising the price of energy for everyone. It threatens to create a famine in the world. That is what we need to be focused on. And when it comes to the great people of Saskatoon, a family of 4 in Saskatchewan will get $1,101 back.
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, gas prices reached yet another record high this weekend, with many in Ontario and across Canada paying more than $2 per litre. The pileup does not stop there, with drivers being urged to brace for yet another increase. According to a gas prediction website, prices are expected to reach $2.15 per litre for most Ontario cities by Victoria Day. While experts are urging Canadians to stay home and stop driving, countless Canadians across the country, including many in my riding, have no choice but to drive for their livelihood. What does this government say to hardworking Canadians who are being gouged by government inaction?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, like the member opposite, I too am a member of Parliament for the great province of Ontario. And that's why I am happy to share with the constituents of the member opposite and with my own constituents the fact that our price on pollution is not only economically effective in driving down emissions, it puts money back in the pockets of Canadian families. In our province of Ontario, the average family of 4 will get $745 back, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
At well over $2 a litre, British Columbians are paying the highest gas prices in North America. It now costs over $150 to fill up a minivan, more than a day's wages for many Canadians. They are worried and struggling to make ends meet. Other jurisdictions have responded by cutting fuel taxes, but this Liberal NDP coalition voted against a Conservative motion to cut gas taxes and then made matters worse by raising the carbon tax. When will the Liberals finally cut gas taxes and give Canadians a break at the pumps?
Yeah, give them a break. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would offer to the honourable colleague that to suggest that the rise in gas prices is the result of action on climate change is just ridiculous and shows that the Conservative Party still does not understand both how global economics work, but also how addressing climate change is important. Energy consumers around the world are experiencing a rise in petroleum products, and Canada is not alone on this front. As we see, it is the illegal invasion of Ukraine, which is driving global energy prices. We are working very hard to ensure that we can stabilize those prices. But consistent with that, we are continuing to fight climate change. And as the honourable member should know, the average Canadian family gets more money back than what they pay.
I also want to remind folks, turning your mic on and trying to heckle online is not acceptable either.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, there were many Liberal Party MPs at Saturday's protest against Bill 96. Of course, it was their right to be there as Quebecers, but it does raise a question. These members need to understand that language laws that protect French's future as the only official and common language of Quebecers, they need to understand that these laws are under Quebec jurisdiction. As federal members, this is none of their business. What does the minister think of this behavior? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Mr. Speaker, is my colleague saying that Liberal members from Quebec are less Quebecois than he is? Is he trying to say that they don't have a right to express their opinion? Is he trying to say that it's not okay to ask questions, that it's not okay to reflect the opinions of some of their constituents? Are they less Quebecois, or do they have the right to express their opinion just like other Quebecers? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, you might think that Ottawa would understand that the only threatened official language in Canada is French. I would have thought that everyone understands that, but apparently not for Liberal Party MPs who protested a Quebec law which aims to protect French. By opposing the defense of French in Quebec, these members are ultimately defending the Anglicization of Quebecers. That is not okay. Will this government commit to not prevent the application of the French language charter in Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, all Liberal MPs, including the 35 Quebec MPs, understand that French is threatened and that we need to do more, and we are doing more, thanks to the excellent work of the Minister for Official Languages. Not only are we aiming to protect French in Quebec, we are also trying to protect French outside Quebec, but unlike the Bloc Québécois, we actually care about linguistic minorities outside Quebec, as well as the Anglophone minority within Quebec. And a Quebecer is a Quebecer regardless of the language that they speak. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Well, since we're talking about that, Mr. Speaker, these Liberals say they want to defend minorities, but they appointed a unilingual Anglophone Lieutenant Governor in New Brunswick. According to the courts, this appointment was unconstitutional, but the Liberals are saying they're going to appeal that ruling. They want to protect their right to make unilingual Anglophone appointments in New Brunswick, the only bilingual province in Canada. The minister, does she even realize that she's from New Brunswick? Does she agree with the decision to appeal? Does she agree, as we do, that this is an affront to Acadians? The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Our government is committed to protecting French throughout the country. The decision to appeal regarding to the court's decision does not affect our commitment to protect and promote linguistic duality, including the modernization of the Official Languages Act. In future, we're making a commitment to appoint bilingual lieutenant governors in New Brunswick.
For Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Public Safety has claimed numerous times that he invoked the Emergencies Act after a recommendation to do so by law enforcement. Last week, RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki told committee that, quote, there was never a question of requesting the Emergencies Act, end quote, and that she could think of no other law enforcement body requesting it either. Can the minister tell Canadians what law enforcement asked him to invoke the Emergencies Act?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me clarify again for my honourable colleague what the Commissioner said. She said, what I can say is that the Emergencies Act did give us the tools that we needed to get the job done quickly. She said, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you from an RCMP perspective, for example, that we were in the midst of trying to enforce at Coots, and we could not enforce because we couldn't access tow trucks. Those are just two very clear statements of the RCMP Commissioner who explained how it is that the Emergencies Act helped to restore public safety.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that still doesn't answer the question. The RCMP Commissioner may have said it was necessary, but she clearly refuted what the minister's claim was, that they had recommended it. On May 2nd, the Minister of Public Safety stated in this House, quote, at the recommendation of police, we invoked the Emergencies Act, end quote. On April 28th, he further stated, quote, it was on the advice of law enforcement that we invoked the Emergencies Act, end quote. Can the minister back up these statements by answering my question, or will he admit that these statements were false?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just finally glad that on Tuesday, May 16th, my honourable colleague from the Conservative Party admitted that the RCMP Commissioner's testimony was that the Emergencies Act was necessary in his own words, Mr. Speaker. Finally, we've been waiting months for that admission. Mr. Speaker, we invoked the Emergencies Act to protect Canadians. We invoked it, and we will continue to participate now in the review exercise in a way that is transparent. Thank you.
Order! Ah, Lord. Ah, Lord. Order. I'm not allowed to editorialize on these things. Order!
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, regarding the illegal protests in Ottawa, the Minister of Public Safety said on May 2nd, on the advice of law enforcement, we evoked the Emergencies Act. That's what the Minister said. Then last week, the RCMP Commissioner said, and I quote, there was never a question of invoking the Emergencies Act. So the question is simple. Who's telling the truth? The Minister or the RCMP Commissioner? I think I trust the Commissioner a lot more. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, as I've mentioned several times now, the Commissioner's statement was that there were powers in the Act over law enforcement agencies that acted as motivators or disincentives for people coming back. Therefore, the Emergencies Act gave us the tools that we needed in order to do the job quickly. And finally, today, Monday, May 16th, the Conservatives have recognized that.
Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, last year, Chantal Moore, an Indigenous woman, was fatally shot by police during a wellness check. The inquest begins today, and we hope that her family and community get the answers that they deserve. On this government's watch, police violence against Indigenous and racialized people continues to cost lives. The government is not moving fast enough with police reforms that include Indigenous oversight. When will this government act to reform policing and make sure that what happened to Chantal never happens again?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for this important question and share our sympathies with Chantal, her family, and as well for his ongoing advocacy. I agree with him wholeheartedly. We need to accelerate our work when it comes to reconciliation, which does include more Indigenous representation, not only in the oversight of the RCMP, but in the RCMP itself, Mr. Speaker. And I assure him and all members of this chamber that we are working very diligently with the Commissioner of the RCMP, not only to do those things, but to make sure that we implement all the calls to justice as part of the meaningful work of reconciliation. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Ukaktiti, the Nunavut Impact Review Board recommended that this government reject Baffinland's Phase 2 proposal. They said the adverse effects cannot be prevented. Several Nunavut communities have said that narwhal migrations have changed because of the Mary River project. The Mitimatalik Hunters and Trappers organizations have been trying to meet with current ministers for months. Marine mammals and wildlife are at risk. The livelihood of Nunavummiut are at risk. Will this government assure Canadians that the most impacted community will be heard by requested ministers?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her important question. As she might know, we launched today the consultations on the first ever National Adaptation Strategy, which will clearly focus on the most impacted Canadians, which includes, obviously, Indigenous communities across the country and certainly racialized communities and the poorest among us. We are at the very beginning of the consultation, but I can assure her and this chamber that the consideration of Indigenous people, the people of the North, the Inuits, will be taken in great consideration as we elaborate this national strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, today is a great day for Canada and our Parliament buildings. The design competition for Block 2, directly across from Parliament Hill, has concluded, and the winner was announced today. The winning design brings together the past, present, and future, mixing heritage-designated buildings with modern landscaped courtyards and a public square facing the Peace Tower. The preservation of heritage features and Indigenous considerations are at the heart of the chosen design. Can the Minister for Public Services and Procurement please tell us more about this very exciting design? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Public Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Whitby for this important question. Block 2 is one of the most prominent city blocks in our country. I was pleased to announce today the winner of the design competition.
Order. Hold on a second. I mean, all of us want to hear what's happening here on the precinct. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Whitby for this important question. Block 2 is one of the most prominent city blocks in the country. I was pleased to announce today the winner of the design competition is the team consisting of Zeidler Architecture of Toronto in association with David Chipperfield Architects of London, UK. Congratulations. I wish to thank all design bidders for your participation, and special thanks to the jurors and the Royal Architectural Institute of Canada for your hard work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, boaters in my riding have been impacted by the Public Safety Minister's decision to suspend service at several small vessel reporting offices of the CBSA. Boaters are now required to travel many kilometers out of their way to check in. The additional travel will have a significant cost on an individual's wallet, hundreds of dollars per trip with these gas prices. This accomplishes nothing but punishment for law-abiding Canadians. Will the minister reverse this decision and restore service so that my residents can enjoy the summer on their small boats?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, first I want to thank my colleague for the question, and we are, of course, in the process of opening up a number of smaller ports of entry. We've made tremendous progress. Travel and trade are heading back in the right direction, finally, as a result of the good work of Canadians, and we will continue to work with all members in this chamber so that smaller ports of entry are able to facilitate travel throughout the summer. We're looking forward to making that progress in due course. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, 2 small vessel CBSA reporting sites in my riding have been closed since the start of the pandemic. One at Smuggler's Cove in Niagara-on-the-Lake and the other at the Greater Niagara Boating Club in Chippewa. Their continued closure is causing all kinds of issues for Canadians and American boaters who use the Niagara River to cross into Canada and the United States. While there is one reporting station in Fort Erie at Millers Creek Marina, we need to meet the demands of our boating community by having all sites in Niagara reopened. When will this happen?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, once again, as I've just reported to this chamber, we've made significant progress in opening up a number of smaller ports of entry that involve vessel travel, and we look forward to having more good news on that front. In the meantime, we're very happy to see that trade and travel are increasing, and we'll continue to make sure that we make that progress in cooperation with all members in this chamber. Thank you.
The honourable member for Essex.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and still no answer. Does the Prime Minister know that boaters still have to travel long distances to register their boats upon returning to Canada, or is he too focused on spending time on his surfboard in Tofino? Good question. Boaters are concerned that as the season heats up, they will be forced to converge upon a small number of vessel reporting sites, which will cause chaos and safety issues for months, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when will the government tell the CBSA to reopen all 400 reporting sites?
Time to reopen.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, once again, just to provide members of this chamber with some concrete numbers on the progress that we've made, we have seen the reopening of 86 small vessel ports, 47 small airports, and 4 land ports. And I know that my honourable colleagues across the aisle are very anxious to see more open, as are we, and we're working closely with CBSA, the Ministry of Transport, and all colleagues on this side to make sure that we can get trade and travel going again. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the fact is Canadian communities along the Great Lakes heavily depend on boaters being able to cross the water from the U.S. Pre-pandemic, there were 400 such check-in points. Now there's 84. 400 to 84. Some are having to travel 76 kilometers out of the way rather than just 800 meters across the river. It's been disastrous for local communities, and all we've got from Liberal ministers is lip service and excuses for lack of will and lack of effort to get this done. Mr. Speaker, when will the Liberal minister get this done for Canadians and fix this problem, open the check-in points? Let's go!
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we're going. Like I said, we've reopened 86 small vessel ports, 47 small airports, and 4 land ports. That's not lip service, Mr. Speaker. That's actual reopening progress in action. We'll continue to work with my colleagues and all members across this island in this chamber to get trade and travel going again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, with the increase in shootings in the Montreal area, Quebec police forces are asking for greater power to increase arrests. One of these powers, which only Ottawa can give them, is to create a registry of criminal organizations. This would allow the police to arrest any individual on the spot who can be proven to be a member of a recognized criminal group. Mr. Speaker, there is a war between criminal gangs in Quebec, and the population is expecting the federal government to actually do its job. When will the minister equip the police with a registry of criminal organizations? The Honourable Minister for Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I would like to reassure my colleague that the short answer is yes, but first of all, we deplore the loss of human life in the Buffalo mass shooting, and we are wholeheartedly hand in hand with survivors. These senseless violences were motivated by hate and violence against black people. Even if this happened in the States, Canada is not sheltered from racism and armed violence in our communities. We still have a lot to do in order to eliminate armed violence, and we will do good work in the field with all MPs. Thank you. The honourable member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, whilst the police wait for more resources to fight gun violence, the least we can do is to use the resources we already have. At the moment, there are RCMP officers deployed at the border, not to fight against gun trafficking, not to dismantle criminal networks. No, get this. They are there to welcome migrants at Roxham Road. Does the Minister of Public Safety think it is time to shut down Roxham Road finally by suspending the Safe Third Country Agreement and giving more powers to the RCMP to finally focus on weapons? The Honourable Minister for Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we believe in an immigration system that is just and fair, that protects refugees' rights. It was just last year that we collaborated with Mr. Legault's government to start a program for a path for refugees that contribute to strengthening our economy, and we will work together with policing bodies, the SQ, for example, to ensure that we have a good service for our borders. And the Bloc has to support our border investments. Thank you.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Massive lineups at airport security, passengers being held on the tarmac, missed connections, costly delays, outdated COVID testing, and many Canadians still can't even travel. Canada's airports are getting a reputation, and it's not a good one. The reason, according to the minister, Canadians have forgotten how to travel and they are out of practice.
Unbelievable.
Is the minister going to take responsibility for his government's failure, or will he continue to blame Canadian travellers?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, it's not a surprise that a Conservative Member of Parliament repackages and misinforms the Canadians about what I said. Having said that, it is really important today to acknowledge the good news. Mr. Speaker, more and more Canadians are travelling, and that's good news. Having said that, we're seeing that the surge for demand to travel is putting a lot of pressure on our airports, on our security system. We are making sure that we increase resources. We're working with airports. We're working with airlines to address this issue. This is a priority, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
And the Oscar goes to
the Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Wait times at Pearson International Airport are abysmal, and the Minister of Transport has the audacity to blame travellers. His words, Mr. Speaker, blaming the customer for failed operations is never okay. The rules and restrictions are ridiculous and out of date. The ArriveCAN app is a mess, and again, we see zero accountability from the Liberals. Tourism needs to recover for both our economy and our mental health. So my question is, what is the Liberals' plan to manage these out-of-control wait times other than to blame Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians, especially those who work in the tourism industry, saw which government stood by them during the difficult period of the pandemic. They saw how the political opposition from the Conservatives were against providing support to those who needed it. Mr. Speaker, we will always be supporting our tourism sector. We're all excited about the traveling season coming up. Canadians are traveling. We are doing everything we can to address these lineups, Mr. Speaker. We are working with airports, we're working with the airline sector, and we're working with CATSA to address these issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, at the Industry Committee, we heard from small and medium business leaders the impacts government's policies are having on tourism operators' bottom lines. After 2 years of border closures, cycles of lockdowns, labour shortages, and rising inflation, we heard that tourism small businesses are now concerned that things like ArriveCAN, immigration inefficiencies, and airport worker shortages will discourage tourists. Why do the Liberals continue to double down on policies and ineffective processes that say to the world, Canada is closed for business?
That's right. Wow.
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Let's look at the facts. Only weeks ago, 1 million arrivals in Canada in 1 week. In Budget 22, $20 million to increase Indigenous tourism, $4.8 million for Indigenous Tourism Association of Canada. Canadians are traveling in independent tourism. Numbers are up. Mr. Speaker, Canada's open for business. The Conservatives don't like it, but we sure do.
Order.
Order. I want to be able to hear what's going on here.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, small and medium-sized businesses in New Brunswick know that our government is protecting them. Last week, I was proud to tell 4 businesses in my riding of Madawaska-Restigouche that we were investing over $1.6 million in projects that are creating local jobs and helping these businesses innovate and grow. Could the Minister responsible for ACOA tell the House more about how our government is supporting the economic recovery in Atlantic Canada and across the country as well? The Honourable Minister for Official Languages in ACOA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my friend, the member from Madawaska-Restigouche, for having pointed out how our government is creating jobs and supporting growth in New Brunswick. Through the Jobs and Growth Fund, we are investing in businesses that are creating jobs and ensuring that communities like Saint-François de Madawaska and Grand Barachois are included in our economic recovery. We know that these businesses are the backbone of local economies, and ACOA and our government will be there to support them every single step of the way. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Nazifa was a 10-year-old girl whose father worked for the Canadian Armed Forces in Kandahar. She was murdered by the Taliban waiting to come to Canada. A veterans group volunteer helping Afghans blamed an inadequate evacuation effort by the Canadian government and delays in immigration processing for the girl's killing. There are thousands more in this situation. Will the minister show some humility and implement the Conservatives' ask for single-journey travel documents to avoid the processing delays, or will he just resort to more partisan attacks?
Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the honourable member's question, and Nazifa's killing was a tragedy that I think on every day as we seek to develop policies that will expedite the arrival of more Afghan refugees. But with great respect, his suggestion that we issue a single journey travel document will not achieve what he says it will achieve. What he's seeking to do is to have the Canadian government issue a document that will grant permission for a person to enter a third country. Third countries remain in control of the entry requirements into those countries. We are having conversations with partners in the region, as well as organizations on the ground, to secure safe passage for as many Afghans as possible so they can achieve a second lease on life through one of the most substantial refugee commitments of any nation in the world.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, as we can see in various news reports, the Taliban have taken control of the Afghan population in a radical way. The government has abandoned our Afghan interpreter friends. We are talking about people who have served Canada for years with our armed forces, people who are very well known to our military and who already are trusted by the Canadian authorities, given that this is a matter of life and death. Can the minister explain why he cannot come to, or they cannot come to Canada now whilst their refugee claims are being processed? The Honourable Minister for Immigration.
Remind the honourable member that in fact many of those who have served Canada have already arrived in our country. Just last week, the most recent chartered plane carrying approximately 330 government-assisted refugees who've come to Canada as a result of their service to our effort in Afghanistan during our mission there. We're going to continue to do whatever we can to make sure that we deliver on our commitment to resettle 40,000 Afghan refugees, which what I would remind all members of this House remains one of the most substantial commitments of any nation in the world. There is much work to do, but the situation on the ground in Afghanistan is heartbreaking, and that's why we've made such a substantial commitment.
Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, Afghan interpreters are dying. Many have arrived. 31% have arrived that this government assured us would come. And yet, this government gave a standing ovation just last week to the immigration minister. Shame on them. This government called an election as Kabul was falling. People were dying. People continue to die. Shame. What do we get? Partisan rhetoric from the immigration minister. Will this immigration minister and the government put aside their partisan rhetoric and get vulnerable Afghans to Canada now?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
With great...
Okay, hold on. We're having internet problems here with the Honourable Minister's connection. I'm just hoping, all right, I think I got the Minister back, the Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, with great respect to the honourable member, there are now more than 13,000 Afghan arrived in Canada and are safe because...
All right, I guess we're going to go to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, unfortunately.
Monsieur le Président, I want to say if it was a matter of will, there would be 40,000 Afghan refugees here already. But the reality is that in every step of the way, we are facing obstacles, facing us that we were not present in other resettlement efforts. There's a number of factors that we do not fully control, such as safe passage out of Afghanistan and our ability of Afghans to want to resettle, to leave the country. We are committed to 40,000 and we will bring 40,000 Afghan refugees to Canada, Monsieur le Président.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, as we emerge from the pandemic, our focus is on creating inclusive and sustainable economic growth and making life more affordable for Canadians. In order to do this, we know that we need to support and modernize our traditional industries, such as the auto and aerospace industries, while also laying the groundwork for Canada to become global leader in new and emerging sectors, including EV, quantum computing, AI, and clean tech. Can the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry kindly update this House on how this government is working to attract more investment to Canada that will create well-paying jobs and spur economic growth? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'll do that with pleasure, but let me first thank the member for his excellent work and for his hard-working attitude on this file. Mr. Speaker, we all know in this House that Canada is one of the best places in the world to do business, which is why I traveled to the EU recently to make the case for Canada as a premier investment destination for clean technology, the automotive sector, and EV batteries. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, I also met with our G7 counterparts to ensure that everyone can benefit from the new digital technologies that will drive innovation and growth in this country, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, the horrendous killing of beloved Palestinian journalist Shireen Abu Akleh is unacceptable and blatantly violates the protection of journalists. The attack on her funeral procession by Israeli security forces a few days later was abhorrent. The world is outraged. The U.S., the UN, and the EU have called for an independent investigation. Will this government condemn these horrific actions and immediately join the call for a truly international, independent investigation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would hope I speak for every member of this House to express the outrage that we all shared with the killing of Shireen Abu Akleh. It was an outrage that affected our deepest sense of humanity as she was simply doing her job and she was killed. Our hearts are with those who are in her family, her friends, her colleagues, and those who mourn the loss of the work that she was doing. Canada calls for a thorough investigation into this killing, and it has to be one that people have confidence in its findings. We will continue to advocate for that, and we will ensure that the rights of journalists are protected this day and every day.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today we're debating a government bill on electoral representation, but in it there's no mention of electoral reform or proportional representation. Back in 2015, the Prime Minister promised over 1,800 times he would make every vote count. 7 years later, and we still don't have any legislation or indication from the governing party that they will follow through on these promises. Will the federal government support an independent, nonpartisan National Citizens Assembly on electoral reform?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his continued interest in improving Canadian democracy. And Mr. Speaker, I would urge him to work with us to pass Bill C-14, as he correctly noted, which is before the House of Commons now, to ensure every province has the right representation in the electoral boundaries redistribution process underway. And Mr. Speaker, I know he's very excited to have the report from the Chief Electoral Officer on the most recent election. We share that excitement, and we look forward to working with all colleagues in this House to make elections more accessible in every possible way.
And that's all the time we have for question period today. I think we have a couple of point of orders. I see them all member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman. We'll go there. We'll work our way around.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to just draw to your attention, I'm sure you saw it, the member from Waterloo was in violation of Standing Order 16.2, which says when a member is speaking, no member shall pass between the member and the chair, nor interrupt him or her except to raise a point of order, and no member may pass between the chair and the table, nor between the chair and the mace when the mace is taken off the table.
in Section 3. So the member of Waterloo definitely crossed between you and the table when the Minister of Industry was speaking. And we need to maintain decorum in here, as you often try, and the member from Waterloo definitely upset the table today.
For the intervention, I believe the member for Waterloo has a comment on this.
Mr. Speaker, I did. I was in the way, but I would wish that the member would spend more time actually advancing legislation improving the lives of Canadians and raising these points of order. But I apologize for causing him such an...
Order. I just want to say, I mean, there are standing orders, there are rules of the House. We should not pass between me and the Speaker, the Chair and the Speaker, and of course the mace as well. So just let's all try to follow that practice. All right, we still have a couple more points of order. L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, there was consultations amongst the parties, and I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that this House reiterates that Quebec is the sole master of its language policy and asks the federal government not to impede or restrict in any way. Sorry, I already hear nays. Yes, I hear nays. So the consultation was not done. I have the microphone.
Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been consultations with other parties, and I believe if you seek it, you will find consent for the following motion: that the House express its horror at the hate-fueled mass shooting by a white supremacist in Buffalo, New York, extend its deepest condolences to the families, friends, and communities who lost loved ones, and reaffirm the need to confront racism, white supremacy, and hate in all their forms.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion, please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Motion is carried.
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House.
Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also on a point of order, c'est au sujet de la question.
It's with respect to the unanimous consent.
The member for Louis Saint-Laurent had said several times that I opposed something which I had not opposed. I just want to put on the record, Mr. Speaker, that when there is consultation between the parties, there needs to be consultation. I not only didn't get advance notice, I didn't hear the member for Mégantic Arabe and what he said. I've expressed it to the member for Mégantic Arabe, and he understands. I'm sorry, this is not debate. This is a point of order because I've been denied unanimous consent on every non-controversial and sometimes deeply personal matters, such as being able to rise to pay tribute to my friend of 40 years.
Okay, all right. I want to make one comment before I recognize a few other people on this one. Unanimous consent motions are being abused in this House of Commons. Motions used to be before question period, and a number of years ago the House adopted the form to actually use statements by members. I urge each and every one of the members of this House of Commons to use statements by members to get their points across, rather than using the unanimous consent motions as they're being used today. I can't stop it. It will continue to happen, I'm sure, but I do hope that we use them for the opportunity that they actually are to get unanimous consent of this House. Now, do I have any further? Good.
Following discussions among representatives of... No?
Would have had something to say there. That's good. I'm going to thumbs up him.
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence in memory of the victims of the shooting in Buffalo, New York. I now invite honourable members to rise.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you. It being 3:19, pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to take into the deferred recorded division on the motion by Mr. Chong relating to the business of supply. Call in the members. The question is the following one. Mr. Chong, seconded by Mr. Deltel, move that given that the House recognize I, the Canadian Chinese descent, have made immeasurable contributions to Canada. I, that the people of China are part of an ancient civilization and has contributed much to humanity. May I dispense? No. I, the distinction between the people of China and the Chinese state as embodied by the Communist Party of China and the government of the People's Republic of China. IV, that authoritarian states, including the People's Republic of China, increasingly pose a threat to the rules-based international order. The House appoint a special committee with the mandate of conduct hearings to examine the review of all aspects of Canada-People's Republic of China relationship, including but not limited to diplomatic, consular, legal, security, and economic relations, provided that A, the committee comprised of 12 members, of which 6 shall be from the government party, 4 shall be from the official opposition, 1 shall be from the Bloc Québécois, and 1 shall be from the New Democratic Party. B, les whips des partis reconnus disposent.
B, that whips of the recognized parties shall deposit with the clerk of the House the list of their members to serve on the committee within 4 calendar days after the adoption of this motion. C, changes to the membership of the committee shall be effective immediately after notification by the whip has been filed with the clerk of the House. D, membership substitutions be permitted, if required, in the manner provided for in Standing Order 114.2. E, the clerk of the House shall convene an organizational meeting within 1 week of the presentation of the final report of the Special Committee on Afghanistan.
F, the chair of the committee shall be a member of the government party. The first vice chair shall be a member of the official opposition. The second vice chair shall be a member of the Bloc Québécois. And the third vice chair shall be a member of the New Democratic Party. G, the quorum of the committee shall be provided for in Standing Order 118, provided the chair be authorized to hold meetings to receive evidence and to have the evidence printed when at least 4 members are present, including 1 member of the opposition and 1 member of the government. H, the committee shall have all the powers of the standing committee as well as the power to I, travel, accompanied by the necessary staff inside and outside of Canada. I, authorize video and audio broadcasting of any and all proceedings. I, the provision of Standing Order 106.4 shall also be extended to the committee. J, the committee shall, notwithstanding paragraph R of the order adopted on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, had the first priority of the House resources for committee meetings. I'm almost there, folks. K, the evidence of the documentation. I've tried to dispense, but there's a number of people that said I could not, so therefore I am reading it through. Thank you very much. K, the evidence and documentation received by the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations during the first and second sessions of the 43rd Parliament be referred to in the committee and taken into consideration in this session. And L, any proceedings before the committee when hybrid meetings are authorized in relation to a motion to exercise the committee's power and to send for persons, papers, and records shall, if not previously disposed of, be interrupted upon the earlier of the completion of 4 hours of consideration or 1 week or sitting week after the motion first moved, and in turn every question necessary to disposal of the motion shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés votants.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
In favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Brassard. Monsieur Paulus. Monsieur Deltel. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Chong. Monsieur Berthold. Mr. Fast. Mr. Albus. Miss Finlay. Miss Dancho. Mr. Nader. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Schmale. Mr. McCauley and Minton West. Mr. McLean. Mr. Redekop. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Generou. Mrs. Gray. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Halan. Mr. Perkins. Mr. Malillo. Mr. Lewis Essex. Mr. Lake. Mr. Reid. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Caputo. Mr. Williamson. Mr. Godin. Mr. Gould. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Rood. Mr. Ellis. Madame Vien. Miss Goodrich. Mrs. Kramp-Nyman. Miss Ferrari. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Baldinelli. Miss Gladue. Mr. Workington. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Richards. Mr. Strahl. Mr. Upal. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motz. Monsieur Lehoux. Mr. Bragdon. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Dowdall. Mr. Epp. Mr. Cram. Mr. Couric. Mr. Mazer. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Padzer. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Weber. Mr. Soroka. Mr. Van Popta. Mr. Brock. Mr. Chambers. Mr. Ruff. Mrs. Roberts. Mr. Tolmie. Mr. Williams. Mr. Dalton. Monsieur Terrien. Madame Normandin. Monsieur Garon. Monsieur Villemur. Madame de Bellefeuille. Madame Michaud. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Thériault. Madame Gaudreau. Monsieur Perron. Monsieur Plamondon. Madame Posé. Monsieur Beaulieu. Madame Sinclair de Gagné. Madame Chabot. Monsieur Trudel. Madame Desbiens. Mr. Julian. Miss Kwan. Miss Idlout. Mr. Cannings. Mr. McGregor. Mr. Green. Mr. Angus. Miss Matheson. Miss McPherson. Mr. Vong.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland. Mr. Macaulay Cardigan. Mr. Blair. Mr. O'Regan. Miss Bennett. Mr. Duclos. Miss Qualtrough. Monsieur Rodriguez. Monsieur Champagne. Miss Anand. Miss Tassi. Madame Petitpas-Taylor. Monsieur Boissonneau. Miss Jazek. Monsieur Garneau. Miss Chagger. Miss Scrow. Mr. Scarpellegia. Madame Saint-Onge. Madame Fortier. Miss Murray. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau. Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Monsieur Hussain.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Ms. Debrusin.
Ms. Debrusin.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Assassi.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Miss Khalid.
Miss Khalid.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morris?
Mr. McKinnon.
I'm sorry. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarbora.
Mr. Sabara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Madame Ziab.
Madame Ziab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Hepfner.
Ms. Hepner.
Miss Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Miss May, Sanish Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Sanish Gulf Island.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. From the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. See a couple there. The Honourable Madame Bloch.
I vote yay.
Bloch, pour.
And Mr. Naqvi.
I vote nay.
Mr. Naqvi, against, contre.
Did we see him? We saw him, right? No. Did we see him? No. Could Mr. Naqvi, could you try again just to make sure your video screen activates there?
I vote nay.
There we go. Thank you.
Naqvi.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 168, 168. Nays contre 155, 150.
I declare the motion carried. I believe I also have a point of order from the Honourable Whip for the official opposition.
Mr. Speaker, if you seek it at this time, I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. I move that the membership of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be amended as follows. Mr. Kelly McCauley from Edmonton West for Mr. Steinley, Regina Louvain.
All of those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion, please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. The motion is carried. I'm now ready to rule on the question of privilege raised on May 5th, 2022 by the member for Simcoe Grey concerning alleged ministerial interference in the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. When presenting his question of privilege, the member explained that he had received an email chain meant for members of the Liberal Party in connection with the preparation of instructions for the draft of the committee's report. While recognizing that this is a normal party's practice, he said he was concerned to learn that the staff of the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship was actively involved in drafting these directives. The member alleged that such interference in the work of the committee meant that ministerial staff were trying to steer the direction and manipulate the analyst's work. In his opinion, he believed that this is contempt of Parliament. For his part, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader remarked that it's normal for the political staff of a Parliamentary Secretary who is a member of the committee to provide advice on a report in order to ensure an approach consistent with governmental policies. He argued that they are merely suggestions and not an attempt to constrain the members or dictate the work of the committee's analysts. The Parliamentary Secretary suggested that it is premature to raise this question of privilege since the committee has not presented a report to that effect. La clé du problème soulevé par le député de Simcoe Grey réside dans le fait que
The crux of the problem raised by the member for Simcoe Grey is that the minister's political staff participating in the discussions about the committee's report supposedly somehow deprives the House and, by extension, the committee of its right to govern its own proceedings. As mentioned by the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi, the chair takes every allegation of interference in the proceedings of the House and its committees seriously, and it analyzes each case based on the facts presented to it. In this case, the situation described by the member does not seem highly unusual when a committee reviews a study, begins to plan the drafting of the report, and discusses possible instructions. The members of a committee can consult stakeholders, interest groups, and even their political colleagues before formulating their recommendations. It is not immediately obvious to the chair how such discussions could constitute a breach of members' privileges, especially since there is no indication of confidential information being shared or of threats or intimidation.
Which deems it inappropriate to submit certain problematic aspects of the chair's attention can follow the normal process by presenting a report to the House. It is therefore impossible for me to conclude that there has been a breach of the rights of the House or that a contempt has been committed. I therefore consider the matter closed. And I thank the member for the intervention. Daily routine of business, tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36(8)A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 14 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
I thank the member. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire. Présentation de rapport de comité. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Merci, Monsieur le
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to 104 and 114, I'm the honour of tabling in both official languages the 7th report from the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the list of members of House committees. With consent, I intend to seek concurrence of the 7th report later today.
While I'm here, I would also have the honour to present in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on the Procedure and House Affairs in relation to its study on the main estimates for the fiscal year 2022-23.
Thank you very much. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills and motions. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier this day be concurred in.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. The motion is carried. Mr. Barrett, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moves that the 3rd report of the Standing Committee on Health, presented on Friday, April 29, 2022, be concurred in. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today to speak to this important report tabled by the Health Committee. Now, this report reaffirms the support of the full participation of the country of Taiwan in the WHA, the World Health Assembly, and the WHO, the World Health Organization. Now, Taiwan has been shut out of these international institutions over the objections of one group, and that's the Chinese Communist Party. Now, we should go back and take a look at the implications of this and the important role that Taiwan could have played in a major recent global health event. And before I do that, I'd like to note that I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton. Now, in the early days of the COVID pandemic, we had a great opportunity. And I want to take you back to December 31st of 2019. Now, one of the big global players that we saw on the stage during the COVID pandemic was the government, the Communist Party of China. And on December 31st, 2019, they were not talking about COVID. But Taiwan signaled to the WHO major concerns about the COVID-19 virus being transmitted person to person. Now that was the opposite of what the Communist Party of China was saying. But Taiwan was saying what we now know to be true. They were on the leading edge of this in 2019. It's interesting, we talk about COVID-19 because it's from 2019, but most of the world wasn't recognizing it well into 2020. Well, Taiwan was on the leading edge. But instead of heeding that warning offered by Taiwan, the WHO took the advice of Communist China. So the early days of COVID, the world could have been informed by Taiwan's transparent epidemic command center. But instead, we were met with misinformation, cover-ups, and suppression of the work of independent journalists. So now more than ever, the need for rational states in the regions influenced by aggressive authoritarian regimes has been made clear. The pressure and influence that the CCP has and continues to exert on these international institutions is nothing short of extraordinary. And the CCP has made it clear that if Taiwan wishes to be part of the WHO or the WHA, they must submit and accept the One China policy. Now that language is important. It's evident that because of the pressure put on these institutions, China will be the one calling the shots. It should be noted that Taiwan participated in the WHO as an observer from 2009 to 2016, but since 2017, Taiwan has been excluded from the WHA due to the opposition from China, particularly due to the policies of the current president, and since then, the WHO has denied Taiwan even observer status. Taiwan, a democracy, being denied participation in the WHO and the WHA by the CCP. It's absolutely unacceptable. They deserve a seat at the table and should be allowed to participate on the world stage, and that's evidenced by the point that I referenced earlier, by their epidemic command center, the pandemic information they were able to provide on the leading edge still in 2019 while we were being met with misinformation and cover-ups by the very country that would see them denied admission to the WHO and the WHA. So from a health perspective alone, it's outrageous that they're not given the opportunity to participate. But Canada and Taiwan's friendship has been ongoing during the last 150 years to enrich and benefit. They've enriched and benefited each other through their continued involvement and through their continued interactions. Canada must be there for our allies. Canada must stand up for our democratic allies. And many of our allies have been strong in their public support for Taiwan's participation in these important global institutions. The G7 issued a statement underscoring the importance of peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait and encouraged the peaceful resolution of cross-strait issues. They went on to affirm their support of Taiwan's inclusion, saying, quote, "The international community should be able to benefit from the experience of all partners," close quote. And the United States has passed legislation supporting Taiwan's inclusion in the WHO and the WHA, underscoring the importance of this debate occurring today and a vote affirming it in this place. Now, the United States House of Representatives unanimously passed a bill, S-812, to ask Washington to help Taiwan gain observer status in the WHA. And the bill cleared the U.S. Senate in August of the past year. And President Biden passed the bill into law on May 13th. So who else are we talking about? Denmark, Latvia, Slovakia, the European Parliament have all passed resolutions supporting Taiwan's participation in the WHA. Despite this, Canada has not offered support as an individual nation. Well, it looks like it's our turn. There's more that we can do, and there's more that we should be doing. Concurring in this report, it's not all that can be done, but it certainly is a good step, showing support for Taiwan on the world stage. Now, what's happened in Ukraine with the Russian invasion really underscores the possibility, frankly, that it could happen in Taiwan. And it could be China that incurs and invades a sovereign democracy. Russia and China signaled their intentions of a close and historic partnership that everyone in the world should pay attention to, and I've mentioned this before in the House, Madam Chair. They talked about a comprehensive strategic partnership, and Mr. Putin described it as, quote, "a relationship that probably cannot be compared with anything in the world." End quote. Autocratic states that want to upset the international and rightful order of things, where weakness on the world stage is exploited and allows these types of things to happen. Allies must support each other. Having Taiwan's full participation in these international bodies is important to the world, but it's also important to Canada. It's an asset to our responses to future health events. Now, I invite all colleagues to join me and support Taiwan's inclusion in the WHA, the WHO, and in concurring in this report. So, Madam Chair, and I guess my timing's a little off. I see I've got a minute left, and I'm going to turn it over to the member for St. Albert Edmonton. But we have an awful lot of work that is transacted in this place. We have an awful lot of opportunities to do the right thing. And we've heard from this government famously in the past that Canada would be back on the world stage. You know what? It is time for people around the world to take notice, for Canada not to be the last, but for Canada to stand up for an ally, to stand up for a democracy, to stand up for Taiwan, and that's the opportunity that we have today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Madam Speaker, I'm not surprised that the Conservative Party would use the tactic that's been used on many occasions now in order to prevent debating substantive legislation. It's a little disappointing, but not surprised. But my question to the member is that, it's somewhat suspicious, I am, that the Conservative Party would be actually looking to the World Health Organization with anything to do with the COVID, given that there are many within the caucus that believe that there is absolutely no need to have any mandates anymore. When you had a province like the province of Quebec that actually had mandatory masks still going on, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague could reflect on some of the performances of his colleagues within the Conservative ranks, not necessarily listening to health experts and science.
Member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, that's a very disappointing response from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader for the Government of Canada. We are using an important tool in this place, and that's to concur in a report from a committee that calls for the participation of Taiwan in the WHO and the WHO. With respect to the advice that we get from global health bodies, that advice can be improved by the participation of responsible democratic countries like Taiwan. And so the government has an opportunity today to put aside politics, the partisan politics that the Government House Leader's Parlsec is offering, and instead engage in this debate, which will be very brief on a day that we sit till midnight, and then vote in favor of this motion to allow Taiwan, support Taiwan participating in the WHO and the WHA. It will result in better health outcomes for everyone around the world and all Canadians.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate both the speech and the statements that my honourable colleague has made. And I would just ask him this. If he could share further on the importance of ensuring that we have those responsible actors, and especially Taiwan and the unique challenges that it faces within the region. Why it is so important to ensure that this House has the opportunity to debate this issue and ensure that we can have this show of support, of solidarity of Canada's Parliament for Taiwan's inclusion in the WHO and WHA.
Member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
It's a great question from the member for Battle River Crowfoot. It's so important, and I want to harken back again to that date at the end of 2019, where it was Taiwan that was advising the world about the person-to-person transmission of the COVID-19 virus. But we had the opposite of that coming from countries like China, like the Communist Party of China, was telling us the very opposite. We could all have benefited from that information. And you look at a country like Taiwan that's under threat like Ukraine has been under threat from Russia. And when we don't speak out in advance, when we don't show our support for democracies like Taiwan, when it counts, then countries, authoritarian regimes, are going to roll right over top of them. And then we're going to have to try and support them in the aftermath of that. And we say an awful lot about what can be done, and this is something that we can do today. This is something that we can do today to make sure that the next Ukraine is not Taiwan. It's so important that we support our democratic allies, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Speaker, and I want to thank my friend, the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes for his statement. Would the honourable member concur that the effort by the Chinese Communist regime to block democratic Taiwan is part of a broader campaign of aggression perpetrated by the Chinese Communist regime?
Honourable Member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, and I'll thank the member for St. Albert Edmonton for the important question. Absolutely, I concur. The increase in military activity, the increase in pressure on our allies, and increase on pressure and increase in pressure on global bodies like the WHO and the WHA to exclude Taiwan is an effort to isolate them and to make sure that they can't be supported diplomatically or militarily by Taiwan's allies and Taiwan's partners. And so that's why this is so important, that we're not bullied and pushed around by bad actors.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support for the concurrence motion that this House support Taiwan's participation at the World Health Organization as well as at the World Health Assembly. The 75th World Health Assembly is set to convene in less than a week, May 22nd through 28th in Geneva. Without more, Madam Speaker, there is no legitimate reason for Taiwan's exclusion from this international health forum. It should be noted that attendance at the WHA does not require statehood. Indeed, it is commonplace for non-members and NGOs to attend the World Health Assembly as an observer. Taiwan itself attended the WHA as an observer for 8 consecutive assemblies between 2009 and 2016. There is only one reason, and one reason alone, for Taiwan's exclusion, and that is politics. Politics by the Chinese Communist regime to deny Taiwan its rightful seat at the table since 2017. Madam Speaker, this is part of a broader campaign of aggression being perpetrated by the Chinese Communist regime to delegitimize and isolate our democratic ally, Taiwan. In the face of this escalating campaign of aggression, it is imperative that Canada take every opportunity to join with her allies in standing up to Beijing's bullying and standing with Taiwan.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
And part of standing with Taiwan is to support Taiwan's participation at international fora, including the upcoming WHA. Let me, Madam Speaker, take an opportunity to underscore the importance of Taiwan's relationship with Canada and Canada's relationship with Taiwan. Because make no mistake about it, Taiwan is not some peripheral state in terms of Canada's interests. we share important economic ties. Taiwan is one of our largest trading partners, the 13th largest in the world, the 5th largest in Asia, with $8 billion of annual bilateral trade and growing. We share strong people-to-people links, with Taiwan hosting the 4th largest Canadian diaspora in the world. And most importantly, Madam Speaker, we share common values. Taiwan is a vibrant democracy committed to freedom, pluralism, human rights, and the rule of law. And Taiwan's friendship with Canada was demonstrated in the early days of COVID-19. In the first months of COVID-19, Canada had a PPE shortage. And Taiwan can help, and Taiwan did help by providing and donating, in fact, more than 500,000 surgical masks to frontline Canadian health workers. That's something that Canadians should remember for a very long time, that when Canada needed help, Taiwan was there at a critical period of time. Aside from the importance of our relationship and the common ties that we share, Taiwan is a major leader with respect to international health and international health security, again prominently illustrated during COVID. Taiwan provides many lessons that the world can learn, having had among the most successful records in dealing with COVID. Among the measures that Taiwan undertook was having a command system that provided for a streamlined decision-making process. Taiwan undertook a number of proactive measures, including border control, case identification, and measures to contain the virus, and boasting leading R&D. Taiwan very early developed a COVID-19 rapid antigen test. As the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes noted, Taiwan didn't only have a tremendous record of success internally. Taiwan was among the first to alert the world to the threat of COVID. Taiwan's disease surveillance systems picked up on COVID in 2019, December of 2019, and Taiwan provided among the first reports of COVID to the World Health Organization. And, Madam Speaker, the WHO has recognized Taiwan's leadership in that regard. And not only did Taiwan alert the world at a critical point in time, Taiwan, over the past 2 years, has demonstrated itself to be a force for good, providing PPE not just to Canada, but millions of PPE and rapid tests to countries in need. In that regard, Taiwan has played a critical global role in the fight against COVID. Now, Madam Speaker, Taiwan's leadership in global health is hardly confined to COVID. Taiwan has provided financial assistance, significant financial assistance, and its expertise to address an array of global health challenges. Since 1996, Taiwan has provided some $6 billion in international health and humanitarian assistance benefiting some 80 countries. And Taiwan has been recognized as a leader in terms of its healthcare system. In that regard, Madam Speaker, Taiwan has ranked #1 by some measures in terms of its healthcare system, all of which underscores the absurdity, the absolute absurdity of Taiwan's exclusion from the WHA. Global health and global health security requires coordination, cooperation, and mutual assistance. It follows that Taiwan deserves a seat at the table and must have a seat at the table. That is not only in Taiwan's interests, it is in Canada's interests, it's in the world's interests because it's in the interests of global health. It's time to take the politics out of the WHA. It's time to stand up to Beijing's bullying. It's time for this House to send a strong, clear, and unanimous message of support for Taiwan's participation in the WHA and WHO. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot. Oh, sorry, I'll come to you after.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and appreciate the speech made by my colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton. Madam Speaker, the question that I would pose through you to this member is the signal that's required. This motion was agreed to at committee, but I'm wondering if this member would be able to comment further about how important it is to send a strong signal from Canada's House of Commons to the world that Taiwan's inclusion in the WHA and the WHO is important, and the importance of this place being the mechanism to have that show of support.
For St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend, the member for Battle River Crowfoot, for that important question. It couldn't be more timely. The WHO is set to convene in less than a week. And once again, the Chinese Communist regime is thumbing its nose at global public health. Our allies have been clear and consistent in their support. We've seen resolutions passed in other parliaments, including the European Parliament, and just last Friday, President Biden signed into law legislation to direct the U.S. Secretary of State to develop a strategy for Taiwan's inclusion, legislation that received unanimous support in the U.S. House of Representatives and in the U.S. Senate. It would be very fitting that this House of Commons also lent its unanimous support.
Member for Cypress Hills, Grassland.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a very important concurrence debate we're having here right now. I just wanted to get the members' thoughts on Taiwan's exclusion, also from another organization, the ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization, and what that also means for Taiwan and how important that would be for them.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
I thank the member and my friend from Cypress Hills, Grasslands, and yes, he is quite right that Taiwan has been excluded from participating as an observer at ICAO. It's, again, part of this broader strategy on the part of the Chinese Communist regime to isolate and delegitimize Taiwan. And it is important that Taiwan participate both at ICAO and at the WHA and WHO from a global health standpoint and from a global safety aviation standpoint. In that regard, I would just note that Taiwan has one of the busiest airports in the world at Taipei, with tens of millions of passengers coming through Taipei. And so, again, from simply a civil aviation safety standpoint, it's absurd that Taiwan would be excluded from ICAO.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, an honourable colleague for St. Albert, Edmonton. I note parenthetically, and the honourable members would be interested to know, there's a Green Party of Taiwan that contributes to our global Greens meetings with very large delegations, because we're one of the only international organizations that allows them to come. They come in large numbers. But I'm puzzled by the debate we're having now, because unless I've missed something, we're debating a concurrence report that recommends that Taiwan be allowed to participate in the World Health Association and the World Health Organization. Have I misunderstood this? I'm trying to understand the point of the debate at the moment, since it appears that the concurrence report supports the point that the honourable members are making.
The member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and this is an opportunity for this House to speak with one voice. That is the purpose of this debate and the vote that will be triggered as a result.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker, and I too want to thank the honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton for his remarks and his answers to the questions. And in response to the member for Cypress Hills Grasslands, he talked about the aviation safety, and I just want to pick up on that point and ask him about the exclusion of Taiwan from Interpol, and to see to whose benefit is it to exclude them from all of these agencies, whether it's a criminal, tracking criminals, or aviation safety, or the WHO or the WHA. Who's benefiting from that when a democracy, a responsible actor like Taiwan, an ally of ours, is excluded?
Honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton, 10 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The world is not benefiting from Taiwan's exclusion. It is straight-up bullying from the Chinese Communist regime, and we need to stand up against that.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And typically, I often, when I stand and rise, I talk about the pleasure to be able to speak on something that's before the House. But this is something, even though it's an important issue, but there are many important issues that are debated and discussed in our standing committees. Madam Speaker, it's as Parliament continues to go on in the months and years ahead, we will see our standing committees do some outstanding work on a whole wide variety of different issues. There's no doubt about that, Madam Speaker. Now, I want you to stop for a moment and think in terms of what it is that the Conservative Party is doing here. They've recognized here's a standing committee. They've met, they had a meeting, and then there is a recommendation that comes out of the standing committee. No detailed report or anything of this nature. It's a very simple statement. In fact, Madam Speaker, I'll read it to you. It won't take very long. And it states, Madam Speaker, that the Standing Committee on Health report to the House that it supports the full participation of Taiwan in the World Health Assembly, the WHA, and the World Health Organization, the WHO. That is the actual recommendation that's coming from the committee. And I can tell you that there's no doubt that there would have been a great deal of discussion in regards to the merits for a motion of this nature coming out of the committee. But I would also suggest to you, Madam Speaker, we have many standing committees. I remember the work, for example, in particular with the Immigration Standing Committee in the days in which I was in opposition. So many issues that we would raise the issues, have reports, and have those reports come to committee, just like what we're debating today. A report that comes before the committee. To the degree, Madam Speaker, in which if we were to debate every report that comes before the House of Commons.
Oui, l'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé. Pardon?
Nous n'avons pas la traduction française.
We're not getting the French interpretation.
Can we check to see if it's working now? Is it working now? Yes? Ça va? L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, so as I was saying, that if we were to take reports such as the one that's been brought forward by the Conservatives today, the one that I've actually read onto the record, if we were to do that every day on all the different reports, there wouldn't be the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to have the type of debates on the legislative agenda, not only from the government's perspective, but also in good part from the private member's perspective. Especially, Madam Speaker, if you factor in opposition days. People that maybe have been following the debates of concurrence motions will be very much aware that the Conservative Party of Canada might be interested in this particular topic that's being debated, right? All members of the House are very much aware of the relationship between Taiwan and China, and we're very much concerned about Taiwan and its future. And we see the true value of having Taiwan play a stronger role with the World Health Organization. I suspect that's one of the reasons why it passed through the Standing Committee, Madam Speaker. And the Conservative Party now says that what we need to do is to have a wholesome debate on this particular issue in order to be able to see how the entire chamber is going to vote, how each member of the House is going to vote. Madam Speaker, what issue in the Standing Committee that ultimately is providing a report would the Conservative Party say that they have no interest in bringing before the committee, that it was an absolute waste of time, Madam Speaker? I suspect that they could argue that every report is important and should be brought to the House. As the opposition House leaders just said, they are. Well, Madam Speaker, if we do that, you're taking away from the opportunity for the House to do the many other things that it needs to do, Madam Speaker. And one would ultimately argue, as I would, that the real purpose of this motion is not to deal with Taiwan and the World Health Organization. It has everything to do with the ongoing gamesmanship coming from the official opposition to frustrate the government in being able to get its legislation dealt with, Madam Speaker. Think of the motion. I'll read it again for members. That the Standing Committee on Health report to the House that it supports the full participation of Taiwan and in the World Health Assembly and the World Health Organization. Madam Speaker, how many times have you sat in your chair where you hear members from all sides of the House stand on their feet and say, there have been consultations amongst the parties and we would like to see if we can have unanimous consent to pass, and then they read off a motion? Madam Speaker, I am surprised, and let me give some advice maybe to my colleagues across the way. If they're genuine with the topic at hand, why not have those discussions? Why not let's get the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the critic, or I believe the Conservatives like to call them the shadow ministers, Madam Speaker. Let's get our friends in the New Democrats and Bloc, and even do a little bit of consultation with the Green Party, something in which the Conservative Party is not very good at, I must say, Madam Speaker. But let's see if we can actually have a discussion amongst parties inside the chamber and build the consensus that was actually achieved in the Standing Committee. Nothing would then prevent for the leaders from within the House then saying, let's bring forward a unanimous consent motion. And I would suggest that they follow the advice that was provided by the Speaker shortly after question period, where the Speaker clearly indicated on the passing of unanimous consent motions that there should be some consultations done prior to the introduction, with the sense that it's going to be getting approved, Madam Speaker. You know, I looked at my colleague, the Deputy House Leader at the time, and we both thought, wow, that's a pretty bold and right-on statement by the Speaker. And what I was encouraged by was just a number of Conservative members of Parliament that were applauding the decision of, or the comments from the Speaker. So that tells me that even Conservative members in opposition recognize how important it is to actually work with other members of the House. Madam Speaker, that is a good, healthy sign. You know, we in the government have been reaching out to the Conservative Party, saying, work with us, recognize some of the benefits that are being brought forward through House initiatives, Madam Speaker. There's some really good stuff here that we could be passing, that we could be working together on. But the Conservative Party isn't interested in that. Because if they were interested in that, Madam Speaker, we wouldn't have to be speaking about this right now. And, you know, the opposition House Leader talks about disinformation as the presenter of the motion talked about misinformation and disinformation. And hopefully I'll have some time in which I can expand on that, Madam Speaker, because I think that is a valid point that was being raised by the mover of the motion. But for me, at this stage in my comments, I want to acknowledge that sometimes we do see some encouraging signs coming from the Conservative opposition. And after question period, I saw that. Let me suggest to the members that before you just look at the order paper and just pluck out something that you want to introduce that day as a tool in order to filibuster or prevent debate or to stop the government from being able to debate its legislation, before you actually do that random draw, why not take a look at the motion? Like, did the House leadership of the Conservative Party realize the content of the motion? I don't think they did, Madam Speaker. Yeah, see, an admission coming from the opposition House Leader. You know, and I appreciate that. Honesty, you can go a long way with some honesty. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, this is the type of thing in which I think with some effort from opposition, if it...
I've been very patient, I think. But this is not a conversation. We are having times for people to speak and intervene. So I'd like to let the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary conclude his speech. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, and I'm just trying to, in a friendly fashion, give some advice and some thoughts in ways in which we can be more effective inside the House. I know that opposition members appreciate that I'm afforded the opportunity to talk on this important issue by bringing in the concurrence motion. And I do, in that sense, I do thank them for that, because I do have a great deal of passion for our nations in the Asian community, Madam Speaker. I often talk, for example, about Philippines and how important Philippines is to me personally, let alone other nations in that region. So I'm very sensitive to it. I very much would like to see Taiwan be a part of the World Health Organization for many of the reasons in which the member from Sherwood Park, St. Albert, mentioned. You know, at times the member says some pretty good stuff. And his comments in regards to the role that Taiwan played in regards to that advising and providing information and support to Canada. You know, Taiwan has contributed in a very positive way. I suspect that the member from Sherwood Park, St. Albert, is not alone in his thinking in regards to St. Albert, Edmonton. I should know that because I was actually posted in Edmonton when I was in the forces. St. Albert's a beautiful community in the north. Madam Speaker, the point is that there are many members of Parliament, no doubt, that would realize and see the value
in terms of Taiwan's contributions. Now, the World Health Organization, on the other hand, we know that members from the government caucus, and I suspect there might even be some members from the Conservative caucus, that have a full appreciation in terms of the World Health Organization and the work that it did in regards to the pandemic. Because the World Health Organization, much like Health Canada, has a very strict enforcement, if I can put it that way, and respect for science and health experts. And when you talk about the pandemic, you know, Taiwan did have a lot to offer. I'm not sure. One member made mention that it was the first country in the world to say that the COVID-19 can be passed person to person. That was part of the debate already on the issue. I don't know for fact if that is the case, but I do know that Taiwan did lead in many ways. And as did Health Canada. You know, we have what I believe through Health Canada, an independent agency that has served Canadians well over the years. But during the pandemic, the civil servants have played such an incredible role in ensuring that Canada is in a great position to provide the advice that was absolutely necessary for the general public as a whole. And I'm thinking of individuals that did the science, looked at the World Health Organization, worked with health experts from coast to coast to coast, and came up with the recommendations that were necessary. You know, as a country, as a nation, the Prime Minister had daily briefings to Canadians, talking about the importance, for example, of washing their hands, of wearing a mask, making sure that people are in protective zones, as we went through a very difficult process at the very beginning. The World Health Organization took a global approach in ensuring that all countries around the world recognized how important it is to step up to the plate. I think that the World Health Organization was able to benefit by some of the policy initiatives that Health Canada advanced. And I do believe, whether it's Canada or the European Union, even the United States, Taiwan, and many other countries, I believe there's over 150 that participate in the World Health Organization, all had contributions to make. As not only at the beginning of the pandemic back in 2019, but even today, Madam Speaker, we still are not out of the pandemic. It's easy to think so, but that is not the case. If you listen to Conservative members, and that's why when I talked about the issue of misinformation, you know, there are members of the Conservative Party that believe that mandates are no longer required. Yet your home province, Madam Speaker, the province of the Deputy House Leader, still has mandatory masks that has just been lifted. And that is fairly recent. If you take a look even back in December, when people were starting to think that things were turning around, you had curfews being put in place. Manitoba went into additional measures. The demand for rapid testing went through the roof, Madam Speaker. But we understood as a government the types of things that we needed to do. The World Health Organization was a great resource for some countries more than other countries. For developing nations that don't have the organizations like Health Canada. They played a critical role, and they do today. My suggestion to members opposite is that they should spend less time on the political gamesmanship that we see day in and day out. And, Madam Speaker, more time on serving Canadians. Today, there is no reason why before 5 o'clock we could not have passed Bill C-14, Madam Speaker. No reason at all. Yes, the Conservatives will talk about, well, we this and debate times and so forth, but there is absolutely no reason why Elections Canada, Independent, every member in this chamber is supporting C-14. There's no reason why it shouldn't be passing. But the Conservatives, like this particular concurrence report, are more interested in playing political games, Madam Speaker, to use up government debate time on a legislative agenda. It wasn't that long ago in which Canadians said that we, as a Liberal Party, were going to be given a new mandate. But a part of that mandate, Madam Speaker, meant it was going to be a minority.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman on the point of order.
Madam Speaker, the member from Winnipeg North has been droning on for almost 20 minutes now, and he hasn't been relevant to the motion at hand, which is the concurrence motion talking about health. The last 5 minutes.
He has been very relevant to the motion at hand, so I apologize, but there are some. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the last minute.
I was told I only had 30 seconds to go, Madam Speaker. I should rewind for 2 minutes, 1 minute. Madam Speaker, the point is that there is other mechanisms, especially when you talk about this particular motion. And I would have encouraged members of the official opposition to heed the advice of what the Speaker said after question period. Let's do a little bit more working together. That's what Canadians wanted. They wanted not only the government to work with opposition parties, they want opposition parties to work with the government. And this could have been a good example of that, Madam Speaker. So if we're going to take anything away from the debate today, let's recognize the fine work that the Standing Committee has done, and let's see if we can do some more work together for the betterment of all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if I could, I would certainly want to use unanimous consent motion to give the member more time to speak on this, because it was so riveting, Madam Speaker, and I know you were paying great attention in your chair. You know, Madam Speaker, we want to ensure that the committee's work is recognized in this House, and an important issue, especially with all of the geopolitical issues that are going on around the world, not the least of which is what's happening in Ukraine, but also the saber rattling that's going on in the South China Basin as it relates to Taiwan. Recognizing the importance of Taiwan and its inclusion in the World Health Organization and the International Civil Aviation Organization. That's what the committee came back with, and that's what we're concurring on today. So if that's not important, I don't know what is. But secondly, on the issue of, you know, we're hearing this a lot from the Liberals, the issue of obstruction. You know, we extended the House hours till midnight tonight, Madam Speaker. There are 0 Liberal members that are scheduled to speak tonight on the government legislation as it stands right now. So far on C-14, there's only been 3. So the prediction that I made in this House on Motion 11 is that, in effect, we could have actually opposition members speaking solely to government legislation, and the government not trying to convince Canadians why it's important for these pieces of legislation to pass through. So I'm wondering if the honourable member has comments as to why there are no scheduled Liberal speakers tonight on an important piece of legislation like C-14.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
I agree, it is important. It is important legislation. And that's why, from the government's perspective, we don't need to put up speakers. We've already put our position on the record. We're supporting the legislation. We want it to go to committee. This is important legislation. You don't have to debate every piece of legislation at great length, Madam Speaker. Everyone in this chamber supports it. Now, the government or the opposition House Leader then says, well, you know, this is an important issue, being the motion that we have before us today, the report. If it's so important, why not have it on Opposition Day motion? The Conservatives have this Thursday an Opposition Day, Madam Speaker. Ask yourself the question, has the Conservative Party ever brought forward a concurrence report on an Opposition Day, Madam Speaker? The answer is no, Madam Speaker. They won't do that because they're not going to filibuster their only days. They only do government days, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and certainly there was a lot of words spoken. I'll let Canadians judge the substance of what was contained in those words. But Madam Speaker, my question actually, the member from Winnipeg North. My apologies, Madam Speaker. He inferred something that brings forward an interesting contradiction in the Liberals' messaging. Often that Liberal Prime Minister, members of their cabinet, that member himself will say, well, committees are in charge of their own destiny. Well, Madam Speaker, this motion passed by a committee of this place, so it was supported by Liberals unanimously. And so I'm curious as to why he is so opposed to what was included support, of which he has previously suggested that committees are masters of their own destiny, although I question sometimes the independence of that. That's for another conversation. But Madam Speaker, now, as members in this place, there are tools and there are mechanisms, and moving concurrence motions is one of them, and an important one. So on a day where this House spoke very strongly to re-engage the Canada-China Committee that was cancelled, there was began and then and I see you're asking me to hurry here. So I'd simply ask this: the committee passed the motion. Why doesn't it deserve fair hearing in this place?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the standing committees pass all sorts of motions. I would argue that there's an endless number of wonderful debates that we could be having. But that's not the issue here. What the issue here is that the Conservative Party continues to focus its attention on doing whatever it can to prevent the government from being able to debate its legislation or its budgetary measures. This particular motion is a motion that they could have worked with the government. We could have been, give it a group hug and let's see if we could pass this through unanimous consent, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, let's be very clear. This has nothing to do with Taiwan. This has everything to do with Conservative playing games, Madam Speaker. Filibustering. That's what this is all about. They don't want to debate C-14. Let's have some votes on C-14 and get it passed.
Member for Saanich-Goldfarb.
Madam Speaker, whenever I hear the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in high dudgeon because there are political games being played in this place, it's so very Casablanca. What? I'm shocked. There's gambling going on here. So we have to recall the political games on all sides. We could all do better. I think that this is an important issue. This is a concurrence debate that is one that attaches some significance. But I join the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in lamenting that we're not debating Bill C-14. This is less a question than a comment.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And C-14 is the bill that we were supposed to be debating today. We started it off this morning. In essence, imagine Elections Canada, an independent organization. We are bringing forward legislation to ensure that the province of Quebec, a province that I'm very, very proud of, and especially that French factor, Madam Speaker, and I want to make sure that they get the minimum 78 seats. In fact, I understand that every member of this chamber wants to make sure that they get it, but there's one political party that just wants to debate it. They don't want it to pass, Madam Speaker. They just want to filibuster until I don't know how long. Sometimes they need to be shamed in doing the right thing. Hopefully a little bit of shame here will cause them to allow Bill C-14 to pass. It would be wonderful to see it pass before 5 o'clock.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary, and I'm encouraged by his words of support for Taiwan's participation at the WHO and the WHA. Now, the Chinese Communist regime, in addition to trying to blocking Taiwan's meaningful participation in international fora like the WHO and WHA, has also insisted upon the mislabeling of Taiwan, in which certain Canadian government institutions are currently actively participating in such mislabeling. One is the Canadian Institutes for Health Research, which is the leading federal government health agency. And the minister has been aware of this issue for some time. I wrote to the minister some 6 months ago. The member for Humber River Black Creek has brought this issue forward, and yet this mislabeling continues. Why?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, over the years, one of the things that I have learned is that there's, whether it was Stephen Harper when he was Prime Minister, all the way to today, there are some significant tensions between China and Taiwan, and it does have an impact around the world, including Canada. I have full confidence in the Minister of Foreign Affairs in working with the different departments to ensure that, first and foremost, that the Canadian interests are in fact met, and our Canadian values are espoused around the world, Madam Speaker, something in which we in the Liberal Caucus take very seriously.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would simply ask a question that had been asked to a previous Conservative speaker on this, was that it's not only important to acknowledge the reality of Taiwan's exclusion from the WHA and WHO, but also other international entities, such as Interpol, such as the I believe it's the International Civil Aviation Organization. And Madam Speaker, the member just before said that this has nothing to do about Taiwan. Well, with respect, Madam Speaker, I would fundamentally disagree. This has a lot to do about Taiwan and the ability for this place, Canada, the center of Canada's democratic infrastructure, to make a clear statement to say that Taiwan does matter. So I would ask that member to comment specifically about Taiwan's exclusion from other international organizations.
Parliamentary Secretary, 15 seconds.
This motion that we have before us actually today has everything to do with Taiwan. What I was referring to was the conservative games that are being used. That is something that I have very, very little tolerance for. And I hope that the Conservative Party will in fact bring this issue back on Thursday when they have an official opposition day.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières. Oh, pardon, avant que l'honorable député.
Before the honourable member speaks, I would like to point out,
pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, International Development. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre, Natural Resources. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay, Climate Change. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Vous savez bien que nous devions débattre du projet C-14 aujourd'hui. Il fallait tout de même...
Madam Speaker, we should be debating Bill C-14 today. But last week, I heard about the concerns of the people of Taiwan with respect to this subject. I think some of our friends may have been listening to us because what I've heard over the past hour, why don't we do this, why don't we do that? Well, their concerns are important to us, but we have to proceed with tabling the report, with the conclusions of the report, and then consider what we should do here in this House to remedy the situation. Over the past few months, we've had to deal with the situation between Ukraine and Russia. There's NATO. We're saying that we have this issue, but we also have the issue of Taiwan and China, and we can't ignore it. And I think that this situation is another one where things could get out of hand. I think we need a certain flexibility of mind in order to make an informed decision in these circumstances. And I think that that's what we should be discussing this afternoon. What can we do to expedite Taiwan's becoming a member of the World Health Organization and the World Health Assembly? In a community or in a group, the first thing that you should do if you want to be part of society is to recognize the other and to recognize that other's value. You shouldn't contribute you should contribute, rather, that these countries can become part of these organizations. If you don't, it's like you're denying their existence. And why do people do this? Sometimes people do this based on convictions. Madam Speaker, you have convictions. Even the member for Winnipeg North has convictions. It's what allows us to stand up straight. There are convictions in society as well. Convictions are things that we consider very important. But we have to also have in mind the possible repercussions of our convictions. And this is what I think we have to consider when we talk about Taiwan's accession to the WHO. Because there would be repercussions, and these repercussions are part and parcel of the actions. We have intentions, but intentions that are not realized don't count. We can say things, but if we don't act, it means nothing. You can be for or against Taiwan's accession to these organizations based on different convictions that we may have to reconcile. And this is a real responsibility. We have to bear in mind the predictable consequences of our action. And what are the predictable consequences of the accession or non-accession of Taiwan to the WHO and the WHA? There have been petitions, there's been lobbying, there are people who contribute to science and who benefit from science. I think that we're going towards the inevitable. There could be a risk of confrontation in an area that is highly prone to confrontations. When I look at Russia and Ukraine and Finland and Russia, well, now I'm looking at Taiwan. We cannot underestimate the possible consequences. We look at the consequences of our convictions. I'm talking about this because what we're doing here in Parliament is exchanging our opinions objectively in order to decide what we should do. And then we have to deal with the discrepancy between speaking and acting. We have to make sure that we don't get caught up in the superfluous. Now, we might make a mistake, but the worst mistake would be to not decide. That would be the very worst mistake. It would be to look elsewhere. I think the worst kind of ethical mistake would be not to see what's happening. We're asking the World Health Organization to accept the recommendations and conclusions of a committee established according to the rules of Parliament. In the past, we had reports that were not accepted by the House of Commons, and some of them haunted us for a long time. This afternoon, my Taiwanese friends, as they watch us, over the past hour, they have seen people in disagreement on the means of going forward. But no one has really disagreed with the final objective. But time is passing, and I think that this report should be tabled because I think Taiwan should be a member of the World Health Organization. Why? I think this is an issue of values, societal values, and this value is, in this case, the value of solidarity. It means being united in a common cause, and I think that health is a common cause. Taiwan is an important contributor to health. It has done extraordinary work on COVID. Now, I think if we don't table this report, we're acting on out of fear, a false fear of the Chinese giant. Now, we should adopt this report and move forward. It is a matter of solidarity, and I don't think that this is the moment to believe that our convictions don't exist. And to answer my colleague, the member for Winnipeg North, I want us to see the report table so that we can move forward to C14. I think that we want to do our work as parliamentarians on C14. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And there's many different reports that will never ever come before the House. Concurrence in this particular case, I would ultimately argue, isn't necessarily to send a strong message. The message has already been sent through the Standing Committee, and this is one of many reports that will, in fact, be tabled over the coming weeks and months ahead. Now, my question to the member is, does the member believe that all committee reports should have a concurrence here on the floor of the House? And if so, does he also believe then it shouldn't just happen on government business days, that it should also happen on opposition days, or should it be just restricted to only government days?
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I thank my colleague, and I'll be candid here. I am rather newly elected, so I'm not aware of all the codes of conduct in this place. I think that all committee reports should have some sort of life. They should matter. I think that there is no kind of committee work that should be, sort of left in the shadows. Now, I cannot presume bad faith on the part of my colleagues. I have worked on a code of ethics with colleagues here, and we work with all parties. And quite frankly, I find it very pleasant to work for the common good.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Trois-Rivières for his very thoughtful speech. And I think he touches on some of the important reasons why we need to take this seriously. And so my question, Madam Speaker, is similar to a question that I had asked the Parliamentary Secretary, and that another Conservative colleague had asked earlier in this debate. But we see on the substance of what we're discussing that Taiwan is being, for political reasons, geopolitical reasons, I would suggest, is being excluded from some of these international organizations, which certainly is problematic in terms of Taiwan being a democracy. But further to that, I I would suggest in this place today, to the detriment of the ability for the world, in the case of the WHO and WHA, the world to be able to combat COVID-19. So I would ask for his further thoughts on that, but also how Taiwan is also excluded from the International Aviation Organization, as well as Interpol, among what I understand are among a number of other international agencies that Taiwan is excluded from, and how they have a significant voice that should be heard, and the tactics that are used by certain regimes around the world to try and exclude for geopolitical gain Taiwan from what are very meaningful and important organizations, whether it be COVID-19 or the many other issues that our world faces.
L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague. Taiwan is a democracy. It's a free country, just as Quebec will be one day. And I hope that one day Quebec will be able to be part of these international organizations, and Taiwan does. Now, I think it's quite clear why Taiwan is being excluded. We have to be very, very careful because every democracy has a right to continue to exist as a democracy. Now, with respect to the International Aviation Agency or organization, here again, this is something that really, really concerns me.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Madam Speaker, interestingly, I'm in the chamber today, as I am always honoured to speak in this House, to represent the people of London Fanshawe, but I'm actually in the chamber today because my committee, the Standing Committee for National Defence, was cancelled. And it was cancelled, unfortunately, because the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, is filibustering a motion on women's reproductive rights at the Foreign Affairs Committee, and there simply aren't enough resources for this House to hold that filibuster and continue the Standing Committee on National Defence. Now, the Conservatives have been seizing every opportunity to delay legislation, to hold up now committees, and I would argue, I mean, I'm certainly prone to my own committee in terms of national defense, but I know that we all feel the same in terms of the business of committee, but they are holding that up. And now we see today, again, with this debate, there's no difference. Time after time with legislation, they are holding up debate in this House. And we're debating a committee report that I support, absolutely, that New Democrats have supported, absolutely, that we're proud to have supported, but was adopted unanimously at committee. So if we could do the same in this chamber, Madam Speaker, I would like to seek unanimous consent for the following motion. That the motion to concur in the third report of the Standing Committee on Health presented on Friday, April 29th, 2022, be adopted immediately without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. It hasn't been adopted. So resuming debate. Resuming debate. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have to say I'm quite surprised that the Conservatives moved this motion to adopt the report. It was just proposed for unanimous consent, and they denied it. So I'm not quite sure why they wanted this report to be approved. We are willing to do that. So, Madam Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I move, seconded by the member of Brampton East, that the debate be now adjourned.
Here, here. Isn't it returned? Merci. Ms. Romanado, seconded by Mr. Sidhu, moved that debate be now adjourned. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Lambton, the honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'd like to request a recorded division, please.
All in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Ms. Romanato, seconded by Ms. Sidhu Brampton East, moved that the debate be now adjourned.
Electronically is started in the House. We'll now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland. Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Bendayen.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Oliphant.
Oliphant.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Miss Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Miss Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sarbara.
Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Miss Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Hepfner.
Ms. Hepner.
Miss Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Miss Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Miss Ferrari. Miss Lensman.
Ms. Lansman.
Correction. Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Manillo.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Miss Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Miss Goodridge.
Ms. Goodridge.
Miss Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
I guess I need to apologize to Mr. Sidhu Brampton East for doing that. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si les députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison de problèmes techniques.
If members were unable to vote because of a technical problem, I invite them to identify themselves, and the chair will recognize them.
On
Chair, I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Ashton.
I would like to vote for.
I see no other hands. Le bureau va maintenant compiler les.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Oh, je ne vois pas ta main du tout. Monsieur Désiré.
I don't see your hand. Mr. Desilets. I vote nay. There was a technical problem. On both sides, I believe.
Die. Not the first, not the last.
Yeas pour 175, 175. Nays contre 137, 137.
I declare the motion carried. Now we're going back to motions. On est encore sur affaires courantes ordinaires sur
motions.
Seconded by Mr. Calkins, moves that it be an instruction to the Standing Committee on Finance that during its consideration of Bill C-19 and act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7, 2022, and other measures, the committee be granted the power to divide the bill into two pieces of legislation. I, the Bill C-19A, an act to amend the Civil Lunar Gateway Agreement Implementation Act, the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, the Criminal Code, the Justice Act, the Federal Courts Act, and the Tax Court of Canada Act, pertaining to Divisions 18, 19, 21, and 22 of Part 5 of the bill. II, Bill C-19B, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7, 2022, and other measures containing all the remaining provisions of Bill C-19. I recognize the debate. The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil, the opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise on this and to advise you that I will be splitting my time with the honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, a beautiful, beautiful part of the country. And of course, the predecessor of the honourable member was a good friend of all of us, Gord Brown, who passed away tragically. Was an honourable member of Parliament, conducted himself with great integrity at one point as the opposition whip, and he is greatly missed in this place, Mr. Speaker. Reason why I rise today is to discuss a curious part of the bill of the Budget Implementation Act, which, of course, Mr. Speaker, as you're aware of, is an omnibus bill, a bill that includes many provisions in it. It totals roughly, well over 400 pages, and it's a difficult bill to comprehend in the sense it's just the volume of the bill and the amount of information that's in it. And one of the issues that was curious in this bill, and I think that this requires further consideration by the committee, and that's why I stand today to propose splitting this bill to really give the committee an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to look much deeper into this aspect of the BIA. And it has to do with, as you read, Mr. Speaker, an act to amend the Civil Lunar Gateway Agreement Implementation Act, Corrections and Conditional Release Act, the Criminal Code, the Judges Act, the Federal Courts Act, and the Tax Court of Canada Act, containing certain divisions. And effectively what that means is what the government is proposing on this, and this is why it's curious, and why it needs to have further study at committee, including the potential for further witnesses, to talk about the consequences of this bill as it relates to travel to the moon. It is curious in the sense that all of the provisions, for example, of the criminal code, and we're assuming, Mr. Speaker, that it's, obviously astronauts are going to the moon. I don't think, I stand to be corrected, that there's been a situation where a Canadian astronaut has been to the moon. But assuming, of course, we've had several that have been on the space shuttle and have circumnavigated the Earth, and we're very proud of our. He's in the House right now, and I congratulate the honourable member for that. Now, I will note, Mr. Speaker, that you pointed him out, not I. But look, we were all proud, Mr. Speaker, of Canada's involvement in the space program.
I like it better as an astronaut.
And the honourable member conducted himself very distinguishedly and proudly as an astronaut. And there have been several others before and certainly those after. And in fact, I recall just a couple of weeks ago, the honourable member rose up and paid tribute to a fellow astronaut who was part of the space program. And when we lose that legacy, Mr. Speaker, it is difficult. But curiously, I'm not aware of any plans. I know that there are plans to go to Mars, for example. This part of the Budget Implementation Act didn't address the part about Mars, but I'm not aware of any plans for any lunar landings. I'm not aware of any plans that there are going to be any bases on the moon to which these provisions of not just our criminal code but the Tax Act. I assume that if astronauts do land on the moon and they're paid, that they're going to have to pay tax on it. But we're just not sure of that and what impact this would have. And I think this speaks to a broader problem as I speak, Mr. Speaker, on the Budget Implementation Act. I'm not even sure what the tax rates on the moon will be. I suspect that maybe they would be higher than they are currently. The only good thing is that, there may not necessarily be an affordability crisis on the moon that I'm aware of. Of course, if this government is still in power when astronauts do land or live on the moon, I suspect that they'll be looking at ways to increase levels of affordability on the moon. But it does, we're trying to give the committee, seriously, Mr. Speaker, an opportunity to take this part of the bill and to look at it more in depth. And as I said earlier, the Budget Implementation Act is an omnibus bill. And despite the fact that the Prime Minister said in 2015 that he will end omnibus bills, that there will be no more omnibus bills, there are provisions in this bill, hundreds of provisions in this bill that does constitute and classify it as an omnibus bill, Mr. Speaker. So in fact, what the Prime Minister did in 2015, as he has many times over the course of the last several years, is that it was another broken promise, Mr. Speaker. Another broken promise not to have any more omnibus bills, and yet we have an omnibus bill with this type of provision in it that is difficult to understand what the impact of that is going to be. So having the committee be able to analyze this bill, to extract it from the Budget Implementation Act, to basically separate it, to be able to study it a little bit further, I think is important to do, Mr. Speaker, and it's important to understand what the implications are of this. As I said, we're not aware of any lunar plans to land on the moon by Canadians, nor cohabitate the moon. But if they're going to be paying tax and they're going to be, they're going to be doing some other things that this part of the budget calls for, then I think we need to have a better understanding of that. But, Mr. Speaker, I do want to speak as well to, these types of actions by the government. When we see an omnibus bill that they ran on and said that they weren't going to be implementing, we're seeing some other things happening. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to, for example, Motion 11, which we've talked about in this House previously. This all adds to a further decline in democracy, and it really speaks to the trust in our democratic institutions. And recently, and I've said this previously in this House, we had the Ethics Commissioner come to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, and I asked the Ethics Commissioner about the decline in democracy, the decline in the faith that Canadians are having in their institutions, all institutions, Mr. Speaker. And when we see these types of motions like Motion 11, when we see promises not being kept in acts or budgets like the Budget Implementation Act, which is clearly an omnibus bill, Mr. Speaker, it further adds to that decline in democracy. And I think all Canadians, certainly all parliamentarians, are concerned that we are heading in that direction. But giving the committee an opportunity to look at this part, and there are many parts of the Budget Implementation Act that, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, should be separated and pulled out from the entire Act so that the committee can do its job. Now, on the subject of the debate that we've had, perhaps we could have been talking and debating and asking questions of the government just what they mean on this particular part of the Budget Implementation Act. But the reality is that we were given very little time, Mr. Speaker, to discuss the BIA. The government imposed time allocation. I believe that there were only 5 hours of debate of a 400-plus page omnibus bill. I think the numbers were like 11 speakers that had an opportunity to speak on this. So perhaps, if not this, then other parts of this Budget Implementation Act, we could have asked the government what it means, debated, perhaps offer suggestions. And so what I'm trying to do, Mr. Speaker, is to make sure that the committee is able to do its work, to be able to look at this particular part, and there are many parts of this bill, and I hope for the sake of the faith in our institutions, certainly the faith in our committees. We're seeing other committees that are doing very important work, for example, like the Foreign Affairs Committee right now on studies of Ukraine and what's going on in the South China Basin, how Canada can be better prepared for those things. We're seeing games being played by the government, Mr. Speaker, and it's adding to this further erosion, this further trust and confidence that Canadians have in our institutions, and it's certainly adding to a decline in what we're seeing in many Western democracies around the world. And so we're going to continue to make sure that Canadians have answers. This is, you know, I would say on the level of importance, probably not at the top, but there are questions that need to be answered with respect to this part of the Budget Implementation Act, and this is why I stand today to ask that we do separate this particular part of the BIA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your time.
Now, before I go on to questions and answers, I'm going to apologize to the member for Notre Dame de Grasse Westmount for pointing him out. He is my favorite astronaut, so, you know, when I had the opportunity to point him out, you know, when great Canadians are here, I have to sort of do that. And it looks like he might have a question, so question et commentaire, l'honneur de député de Notre.
The honourable member for Notre Dame de Grasse Westmount.
Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the very generous comments with respect to my previous career. This is really more of a comment than a question, although my colleague may wish to comment on it. Just for his information, Canada joined the Artemis program, which is a NASA program, and as a result of that, we will have a chance to send a Canadian to the moon. The first time it will be to orbit, not to land, but with the expectation, because the U.S. is returning to the moon, that eventually a Canadian will also have the opportunity to land and work on the moon. And so we're just being forward-thinking in trying to plan the necessary legislation that would apply to that individual, that lucky individual that will one day go to the moon.
I don't know whether there should be comments of whether he wants to be on that flight or not. The Honourable Governor, the House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. I remember when I was a very, very young boy.
The Honourable Governor, House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Well, I just turned 58, so I wasn't that young. But I remember watching the honourable member and feeling that sense of Canadian pride and seeing that patch on his shoulder as he landed, as he flew into space and on the space shuttle, and it was just a terrific moment. And very proud moment as a Canadian to see the honourable member and his colleagues, many of whom have followed in his footsteps. But you know, the Artemis program obviously you know, is probably years away. There are some curious questions in here as far as I said, Mr. Speaker, the amount of tax that astronauts are going to be paying if they're living on the moon, the relation to the tax court, the criminal code, for example, and how that applies. So, you know, these are the kinds of questions, Mr. Speaker, that I think we could have had a fulsome debate on in this House if the government had not pulled time allocation and restricted debate on all parliamentarians. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too, you know, want to echo some of the words that the member made reference with regards to my colleague, Canada's first astronaut, and we all are, on I believe all sides of the House, very proud of him. My question to the member is in regards to again, why it is, you know, it was what, half hour or so or an hour ago, the Conservatives were arguing that we want to spend hours of debate to talk about Taiwan, and now he wants to spend hours of debate to talk about the moon. And I'm wondering if he can explain to people that might be observing why it is the Conservatives are going out of their way to prevent us to talk about legislation that's going to enable the province of Quebec to have a guaranteed number of seats.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Great question, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member. I'm not going to thank the government for imposing Motion 11 on us, which extends hours to midnight so that we can debate very important topics that Canadians are seized with. So if the honourable member wants to spend time debating these, if he wants to extend sittings to midnight, Conservatives, and I said this the very day that we debated that Motion 11, we will be here every single night as the government requires to debate those issues that are important to Canadians. Now, we're also going to be debating government legislation tonight, Mr. Speaker, right up until midnight, Bill C-14. And when I rose earlier, you know how many speakers from the government side were willing to debate that? None. None. Just as we predicted, Mr. Speaker, that it will be the opposition debating government legislation, it will be the opposition asking the opposition questions on government legislation. They put us in this position to debate these issues that are important to Canadians, just like taxes on the moon, the criminal code on the moon, and we're going to be here to debate it as long as we need to, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
We have short time for a quick question. I would say the honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Barrie Innisfil for putting this motion forward in the discussion on the splitting of the Budget Implementation Act. There's so many pieces in that bill that really should be separated and discussed and debated and considered at committee separately, and not pushed through the way this government has pushed legislation through in the past. I recall back to the time of Bill C-69 when there were hundreds, literally hundreds of amendments proposed that could not even be debated. And does the member from Barrie Innisfil expect the same is going to happen with this Budget Implementation Act?
For the Official Opposition, a very short answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I hope that when it does get to committee that we're going to be able to deal with that. I know that there's already been a programming motion put forward at committee. But again, this is a government that said that they would not implement an omnibus bill. They've done it now consecutively. I don't know how many years in a row, but that's what we get when we have omnibus bills, the difficulty in dealing with these particular issues when they need to be dealt with. And there are many others, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Debate reprise du débat. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you, Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in this place and speak to the important issues facing Canadians. And of course, the Budget Implementation Act and the implications that it will have on Canadians going forward is of the utmost importance. And I would say in the context of the affordability crisis that Canadians are facing, we couldn't be talking about anything more important. Now, the opposition House Leader, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil, articulated well the issues that we have with a government who introduces omnibus legislation, and it really demonstrates their lack of focus on the issues that are most important to Canadians. And I think that's why separating out these issues is important. And the issue of, if we put it into two buckets, the issue of affordability and then the issue of, well, lunar crimes, I think it's important that we do hive those off. Now, I want to talk about affordability, but I think it's important to note that when we talk about the aspiration that the government is putting forward with respect to enforcing the Criminal Code of Canada on the lunar surface, I think it's really important that we manage expectations here. We have some challenges as a country, and we've seen them. They've been discussed in this place. Speaker, when we look at we had a great example with even the rules that govern members of this place. We have the Conflict of Interest Act for members, and the Prime Minister took a trip. Now, he didn't take the space shuttle, but he traveled by jet, and then he traveled by, I will note importantly, I'll underscore this, private helicopter to accept a gift valued at hundreds of thousands of dollars from an individual who had dealings with the government, lobbying business with the government. And we couldn't even address that as a country. There's been a lot of conversation even of late that included documents that we obtained under access to information laws that detailed the RCMP's struggle with their decision on whether or not to pursue an investigation that would ultimately lead to charges. The only piece of the test to lay a charge that was missing was to determine whether or not the designated public office holder, in this case the Prime Minister, had received written permission from the head of their department to accept the gift. And we heard confirmation from the Prime Minister that in fact that written permission was not given. So that is instructional, in fact, to the RCMP on how to address that, how to address the issue of whether or not an investigation and ultimately charges should follow. So that's an issue dealing with the criminal code, frauds on government specifically with respect to the Canadian Criminal Code, enforcing those laws. And so we've got all the resources and infrastructure here in Canada on planet Earth, yet the government looks afar, looks to the skies to see about enforcing the criminal code on the moon. But let me turn to affordability, because we're in a situation where Canadians are having a terrible time. And I spoke about this earlier today when I addressed the House. With basic affordability, what is the decision that families are facing across our country today? And everywhere from Victoria by the Sea, Prince Edward Island, to Victoria, British Columbia, and all the way to the North Pole, all points in between. How am I going to make ends meet? Am I going to buy nutritious food for my family, or am I going to heat my home in one of the world's coldest climates? That's an impossible choice. Summertime should be a time for parents, people with families. Which summer camp, which summer activity am I going to enroll my children in? What's the program that we're going to enroll our kids in this summer? Nope. Instead, they're saying, I can't afford the gas to drive my children to these events, to say nothing of whether or not they can afford the gas to get to work. That's an impossible position that we're putting families in now. And this is a feature and not a bug of what this government has put forward. We know that given the opportunity to give Canadians a break, to give them a GST holiday, to not increase the carbon tax, they said no. We want to discourage what the Prime Minister described as a bad behavior. That bad behavior is driving your car in a rural community, driving your truck on your farm, heating your home in one of the world's coldest climates.
That's right.
So this Budget Implementation Act, the affordability question that's facing Canadians, is just unbelievably important. And I hear from people who have these struggles in their daily life, and they just don't understand who the government is talking to that isn't making this real for them. And the issue doesn't just affect families, it affects single individuals, it affects seniors, and they just can't make ends meet. And we'll hear from the government members that inflation is a global phenomenon, and that the price of fuel is being affected by Russia's illegal war of aggression in Ukraine. But that doesn't do anything to feed the families of Canadians. Oh, our GDP is, our net debt to GDP is best in class, we'll hear from them. You can't feed your family with word salad. And this is what my constituents are so concerned about. This is what Canadians who are writing me are so concerned about. The government needs to focus. They're sitting across from an opposition who's able to do more than one thing at a time, which frustrates them. We're able to talk about more than one issue. And while the government is going to have the House sit until midnight and put up a paltry number, if no speakers on these issues, we're able to do that, but also to advocate for issues that are important to Canada, that represent Canada well on the world stage, that stick up for our friends and allies in the global order of peace and security, democracies supporting democracies, just like the conversation that was adjourned by the government with the help of their partners in the NDP Liberal Coalition, the NDP. They refused a standing vote on having Taiwan join the WHA and the WHO. Why? We pronounce the importance of issues by having standing votes in this place all of the time. It sends a very strong message. We're going to be here till midnight. We're going to put up speakers. Conservatives will ask other conservatives questions about why the government is failing Canadians on these important issues, why the government is ignoring what's important to Canadians. So we're prepared to put in the work. But the government wants to, at the same time, jam a bunch of things into one bill, pass it through the House as quickly as possible, move closure more than anyone ever has, and then get cute with Motion 11, change the rules of this place that is usually only done by consensus, and set a terrible precedent. Have a choking effect on democracy.
That's right. Decline it.
Well, Speaker, I've got to tell you that after the stunt they pulled with our motion on Taiwan, that with these omnibus bills, the repeated closure that they move, that I, while I'm on my feet, Speaker, move, seconded by the member for Kildonan St. Paul, that this House do now adjourn.
go. So moved by Mr. Barrett, seconded by Ms. Dancho, that the House do now adjourn. If a member of a recognized party, President of the House, wishes to request a recorded division or the motion be adopted on division, I'd invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for...
House Deputy House.
The Deputy House Leader. There we go.
I request the recorded division.
Good.
Call in the members. The question is the following one. Mr. Barrett, seconded by Ms. Dancho, moved that the House do now adjourn. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started in the House. We'll now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Brassard.
Brassard.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Generu.
Mr. Generu.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Miss Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Miss Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Petzer.
Mr. Patzer.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Madame Brière.
Let's not count the birds.
Madame Brière.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Sarbara.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Miss Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
I borrow your tick sheet? I missed a few.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, may you use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. I believe Mr. Dreeshen has his hand up.
I vote yay.
Mr. Dreeshen, yay, pour.
Je vais faire une deuxième fois. Anybody else? Quand il y a eu des problèmes techniques? No? Okay. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Les pour 110, 110. Nays contre 202, 202.
I declare the motion defeated. I have a point of order from the Honourable Minister of Tourism.
While I'm on my feet, I move seconded by the member for Winnipeg North that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
There we go. Mr. Boisonneau, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, move that the House do not proceed to orders of the day. Pursuant to orders made on Monday, May 2nd, 2022, the motion is deemed adopted. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-14, Preserving Provincial Representation in the House of Commons Act.
Now, when we were debating C-14 last, the floor was free, so we were on to the next member speaking, the Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
All right.
Oh, hold on. We do have a point of order from the Deputy House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 62, I move, seconded by the member for South Shore St. Margaret's, that the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot be now heard.
Just hold on a sec.
Yeah. All right. So.
Mr. Kamex, seconded by Mr. Perkins. Move that the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot now be heard. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the House.
Speaker, I'm wondering if you could provide clarification in terms of the motion 11 that was passed, whether or not you can have a recorded vote at this time.
It's not a dilatory motion, so therefore it is in order. The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request a recorded division.
Call in the members. Patzer. The question is the following one. Mr. Kamek, seconded by Mr. Perkins, moved that the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot be now heard. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically is started, and the House will now proceed to the vote of members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Brassard. Mr. Pouliot.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Back to Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Back to Mr. McGuire.
Back to Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Mason.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Potzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Shampoo.
Mr. Shampoo.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Generu.
Mr. Generu.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Goodine.
Mr. Godin.
Miss Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Point of order.
I can't do a point of order until after it's complete. If members were not able to vote due to the technical difficulties, they might use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. No technical difficulties, but problème technique. Well, the table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 89, 89. Nays contre 81, 81.
Now we do have a point of order. Hold on, we declare the motion carried. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. The member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes was trying to influence my vote while we were voting, and I couldn't hear whether or not he got my vote in favour of the motion.
Resign. Thanks for the clarification. We have a point of order for the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Speaker, there was a lot of confusion happening with the vote as it happened with respect to the two honourable members, and I would just like to seek unanimous consent to change my vote from yes to no, so the member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lake Brock could be heard.
We already have nay for that. I recognize the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me simply say this. The West wants to be heard, the West wants in, and I'm so pleased that tonight there was a small representative sample of what that means for the good people of Battle River Crowfoot. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak to this very, very important issue. Bill C-14, an act to amend the Constitution Act 1866.
Nous avons un appel de règlement.
We have a point of order. The Honourable Minister for National Revenue.
Non, t'attends pas, madame. Je sais pas s'il y a quelque chose. Je vais prendre une petite minute.
I can't really. It seems that you're on. You have to plug in and then
okay.
Yeah, give it a try. Can you hear me now? There you are, the Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, yes, this is the government's response to 446 to 448.
Monsieur le Président, il n'y a pas été...
Mr. Speaker, it hasn't been possible to come to an agreement of 78-1 and 79, Bill C-14, an act preserving provincial representation. I give notice that at the next sitting of the House, the Minister will propose a motion asking that it be considered for a certain number of days and hours.
The Minister of the Crown will announce that the hour of daily adjournment for the May 17th, 2022 sitting will be 12 midnight, pursuant to orders made Monday, May 2nd, 2022.
Donc, reprise du débat. So we're going back to the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Hey. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate this opportunity. Certainly, I have made it clear to my constituents that I will ensure that their voices are always heard in this place. And it is an honor to be able to speak to some of the incredibly important issues pertaining to democracy in our country. So, So, Mr. Speaker, let me unpack a little bit about what Bill C-14 is about. Madam Speaker, I should say. When it comes to the process of how constituencies, part of the reality that is our national democratic system, every 10 years, according to our constitutional framework, when a census is taken, we have a redistribution that takes place. And Madam Speaker, this is key. And this is, I would suggest, as I share often with my constituents, that having a fair, clear, transparent, and trusted process is absolutely key to ensure that democracy is protected in Canada. Madam Speaker, that is at the crux, the foundation of what we're talking about here today. Now, Madam Speaker, I will have a fair amount to say about the way that Alberta feels. But I do want to unpack a few aspects of C-14. So when and I appreciate my colleague from Manitoba saying that there's lots of time to ensure that I get these things out. So Madam Speaker, having a fair, trusted, transparent process is absolutely key. And as many of us in this place know, and as I share often with constituents, when they say, can we trust things like our election system? I say proudly that we can. Now, we need to be diligent to ensure that we do not see an erosion of that trust. That's absolutely key. And I can point to various things that this current Liberal government has done over the last number of years that have contributed to an erosion of trust. But, Madam Speaker, we have strength within our democratic system, and it is the distribution of our electoral boundaries that is a key element of that and why Canadians can, in fact, trust it. And as many of us in this place are aware, when the Chief Electoral Officer, I believe shortly, it was the second half of last year, released their report, as is mandated through the Elections Act, that they would make a recommendation to Parliament based on the relevant sections of the Constitution Act of 1867, formerly referred to prior to the repatriation of 82, the British North America Act. Madam Speaker, what the Chief Electoral Officer is tasked at doing is ensuring that the fundamental principles of representation by population within the House of Commons is respected. And as many of us in this place, and politicos across the country, observers and those involved in politics, and just interested Canadians, they would have noted that the Chief Electoral Officer did provide a report based on the most recent census information to ensure that there were adjustments made so that this place accurately reflects the population changes that take place within our country. Now, Madam Speaker, I come from a province that has had, over its history, significant growth. Alberta having, a little over a century since it became a province, and went from being a largely unpopulated region. And of course, we have our Indigenous history, and there were settlers and whatnot, but it's grown significantly to the point where Alberta's population is more than 4.5 million now. Now, because Alberta has a significant growth in population, the representation by population, it is absolutely key that that be reflected within its representation in this place. So when the Chief Electoral Officer released that report this past year, it started that process to ensure that what are inequities, and I will use that, and I say that specifically, inequities, to ensure that the people of Alberta have their representation within this place. So, and in specifically, the recommendation did share that Alberta would get 3 additional seats. Now, there were 2 other provinces that also had experienced higher than the national average population growth. They were given an additional seat, and the Chief Electoral Officer had recommended that Quebec lose 1 seat. Now, I understand, and for my friends and colleagues from both within this party and other parties, Madam Speaker, the feeling of concern when it comes to your voices not being heard, to have reduced representation. And there was concern, I know members of this caucus, the Conservative caucus, when a opposition motion brought forward by the Bloc Québécois had outlined opposition to Quebec losing a seat. There was, I believe, almost an even split when it comes to how the Conservative caucus felt on that matter. And Madam Speaker, I think it speaks to, first, I would just note as a side note, the fact that there are those divides within the Conservative caucus, I think speak to how democracy is truly represented well within the Conservative Party of Canada. We disagree on things. In fact, as I reflect over my close to now 2.5 years since being elected, there are a lot of issues, whether it be the things that come up related to the issues of the day, whether it be policy. There are a lot of things that Conservatives won't necessarily clearly agree on. We agree on lots of the big picture stuff. That's why we're Conservatives. But Madam Speaker, we may disagree on aspects of that, but that is okay. And I would note how it's concerning to me that other parties within this place have seemed to be unable to express those differences. Now, they look at that disagreement as a weakness. Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you today, and certainly the feedback that I hear from Canadians, that that is in fact a strength. But Madam Speaker, as we saw that debate take place, and then Conservatives, endeavoring to show leadership on the national stage, had moved a motion to address what the concerns were, because in fact the leader of the opposition had voted against the block motion, for the block motion, Madam Speaker, because of the dynamics associated with the province of Manitoba, where she represents, and the concern that if a precedent were set, rural areas or smaller provinces may in fact at some point lose representation. And Madam Speaker, I understand how that can be a concern. Now, I live in a very fast-growing and populous province, and I'm proud of that. But I do live in a rural region. The largest community in my constituency is about 18,000, and then down to 10,000, and then a couple at around 5,000, and then more than 60 different self-governing municipalities, ranging in size from, I think, 132 up to that 18,000 mark. And there certainly has been, as has been noted over since the agricultural revolution, there has been a trend towards urbanization. And certainly, Madam Speaker, the concern, and I hear this often, the divide that exists when it comes to ensuring that rural Canada, rural Alberta, and the region that I specifically represent, still has that voice, has that ability to be heard, that our democracy is responsive to the realities that exist in a jurisdiction where there may be some stagnation of growth. So, Madam Speaker, as we are now faced with Bill C-14, I would note that the Conservative compromise is basically what the Liberals have moved forward in terms of Bill C-14, which, Madam Speaker, I would further note that I think that speaks to the maturity, ability, and competence that is represented within Canada's official opposition. But, Madam Speaker, what this bill does is very simply amends the floor for the minimum number of seats that a province would have within our electoral system. So for I believe it was the 1988 census, if my memory holds true, that the current, up until this point and still until this bill is passed, would be the current floor. So in most provinces, that would look a little bit different, including Quebec. So this bill basically changes the floor to being the current status quo. And Madam Speaker, the reason why Conservatives proposed that compromise is because it got to the heart of the matter to ensure that there isn't that feeling of disenfranchisement by jurisdictions that may not be as fast growing, but also respecting the fact that representation by population is a key and foundational part of Canada's democratic infrastructure. So, Madam Speaker, I would be remiss if I didn't engage in the very relevant conversation when it comes to democratic reform within this place. When I look at our nation's history, I see very, very clearly that when the Fathers of Confederation, those that laid the foundation and framework for what our country is today, very clearly and in the first lines of what is now known as the Constitution Act 1867, previously known as the British North America Act, when Canada became a nation, July 1st, 1867, the constitutional framework very, very clearly said a government similar in construct to that of the British government, the Westminster system of Parliament. Now, Madam Speaker, it went on to acknowledge something that's very, very important: the regional realities that exist within Canada. Now, when there were 4 provinces in the Federation in 1867, that was a very different regional reality than we face today, as our country has grown significantly. But, Madam Speaker, that regional reality does exist. And, Madam Speaker, my submission to you here today, and certainly what I hear often from constituents, is the fact that we have inequity in our democratic infrastructure, which includes a House, in this case the House of Commons, the House of the Common People, similar in construct to that of the United Kingdom, its representation by population. But, Madam Speaker, the key balance to that is ensuring that there is a regional counterweight, so to speak. And unfortunately, that has not evolved as our country has grown. And, Madam Speaker, my submission to you today is that as we talk about the need for democratic reform and this specific amendment to the Constitution that would address some of the feelings of alienation, which certainly Alberta knows well, we have to be willing to have the conversation around addressing the inequity that does exist in the other place, known as Canada's Senate, based similar in construct and procedure to that of the House of Lords in the United Kingdom, but appointed through a somewhat different mechanism and having that regional representation. Now, in Canada's early days, there was more of that regional balance that existed. It, however, has not kept up. So the fact that Alberta has 6 senators when the province of Ontario and the province of Quebec both have 24. Now, Madam Speaker, the reason why I bring that up is because that doesn't truly represent regional balance. Alberta, specifically, is underrepresented in this place, and when one does the math in terms of the number of people per, even after these changes are implemented and the addition of 3 seats coming post whenever Parliament considers and presumably will implement the changes associated with the electoral boundaries commissions that are taking place across Canada. Alberta remains somewhat underrepresented, although it did take a step in the right direction, 3 additional seats for our province. But the key, and I hear this so often, and I know the Liberals are quick to dismiss it. I know I had a take-note debate where one of the parliamentary secretaries who happened to represent a riding from the Greater Toronto Area was unfortunately dismissive about the concerns related with why the talk around Senate reform is so very important. For Madam Speaker, if there was that fair regional balance, it would be very easy for those regions of our country that are less populated, that have unique regional dynamics. They would have that clear representation in a place that has, in most capacities, other than largely the ability to introduce bills of spending, has the exact same authority as the House of Commons. That piece, Madam Speaker, is missing. And as I've mentioned, I hear from constituents often who are feeling, the concept of Alberta or Western alienation. It is a real thing. And for any Liberal NDP member or otherwise that dismisses that, they do it at their peril. Because Albertans have expressed to me, and certainly I know many of my other colleagues from Alberta and across the country understand how that is a very, very real concern. So to be willing to have that conversation, Madam Speaker, is absolutely fundamental. I would further note that there are some incredible people that serve and have served in Canada's Senate, and I'm proud to sit in a caucus with a number of them. But I hear quite often, as the Prime Minister has promised to fix the process, that Albertans said very clearly they did not want to participate in. And Madam Speaker, I say that because Alberta elects its senators. Now again, that's been dismissed by members of the government. But Madam Speaker, the reason why I bring that up in this debate is because it is part of that process of ensuring that democracy is responsive. Now, I respect fully that not every province may want an elected Senate. But Madam Speaker, I would think that the very minimum level of respect that should be offered to a jurisdiction like the province of Alberta would be for the leader of a country to respect the fact that we've chosen to do things a little bit differently. And in the case of Alberta, we elect, in coordination with either a provincial or municipal election, we elect senators in waiting. Now, there are 3 of them currently that were elected just this past October. They ran in campaigns, made the case to the people of Alberta, and the people of Alberta got to choose. And that's key. Democracy worked. Unfortunately, we have a Prime Minister and a government that refuse to acknowledge both the validity of those elections, but also the importance. Now, they'll say they fixed the process. They'll blame Stephen Harper, and they'll suggest that somehow Albertans need to simply be educated on these matters. Well, Madam Speaker, there is a very clear precedent that has been set by not just Stephen Harper, but a number of prime ministers that show that this process actually works and would be the minimum level of respect that should be offered to the province of Alberta. And I would simply note, Madam Speaker, because the members opposite, when I've asked a question about this in question period, they have suggested that that somehow the Prime Minister's process is superior. Now, I won't go into the at-length explanation as to why I would suggest that is patently false. But, Madam Speaker, what I would share with you today is that democracy and the people making a choice is always the best system, the best formula. And to note for the record, and as I'm sure so many Canadians are watching, at least 2 of the senators in waiting have filed their paperwork through the Prime Minister's transparent process. And I say transparent sarcastically. It is key that respect be offered to the province of Alberta. Madam Speaker, as we debate, have the conversation around Bill C-14 and the specifics, and I hope I've been able to outline adequately for you the reason why this debate is important. But, Madam Speaker, we need to be willing to ensure that our democratic infrastructure in this country is preserved. Now, I would simply note this is certainly a unique position, and having the confidence of members of this place to be heard. And I certainly appreciate that affirmation, as since I was first elected, have assured the people of Battle River Crowfoot that I will be heard in this place. And I would simply note that it was the Prime Minister, the leader of the Liberal Party, and the leader of the NDP and their coalition partnership, they chose to vote against me being heard. Madam Speaker, I think as my views on the Liberals and the NDP are quite well known, I think, I would suggest that speaks to how I am affirmed in my need, my desire, and certainly the confidence of the people of Battle River Crowfoot to continue being heard in this place in whatever way possible to ensure that the interests of East Central Alberta are heard within this House of Commons. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Drummond.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, et je...
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and congratulations to my colleague for Battle River Crowfoot for his speech. My vote was well placed, and I'm not disappointed. Madam Speaker, I'd like to make a parallel with Bill C-14 that we're debating tonight and Bill C-246, which I recently tabled here in the House of Commons. There's a connection. There's a similarity. C-14 is, of course, connected to the bill tabled by the Bloc Québécois concerning the demographic weight of Quebec. On March 2nd, there was a motion tabled by the Bloc, which is similar to that bill, but the basis of this idea is to recognize that Quebec forms a nation, and as a nation, it requires tools to be able to represent itself as long as it chooses to be part of this parliament. Does my colleague agree that Quebec is a nation, and notwithstanding the unfairness or inequality that can reign between provinces, Quebec should have the tools it needs to protect its distinct identity?
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the member from the Bloc and his confidence in the vote that was had. And although we would disagree on certainly the future of our country, and I have been asked many times by Albertans as to whether or not I support Alberta remaining a part of this country. And I often share, Madam Speaker, that I do. I believe that one can be a proud Albertan and a proud Canadian. But, Madam Speaker, the fact that those questions are being asked, I think, speaks to the failures of a Liberal government that has left Canada more divided than ever. So, notwithstanding the disagreements that I have with the Bloc, I do understand and appreciate the need for regional autonomy, that provinces would have the tools that they need to do what's best for the regions that they represent, to ensure that there is fair representation, that there is that regional balance, and to ensure, Madam Speaker, and this is important, that Ottawa gets out of the way of provinces. The streets and office towers in our national capital city should not be dictating the very specific intricacies of how our provinces are ran. And I would suggest, Madam Speaker, that significant overreach is a huge part of where there is huge frustration in both of our provinces.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to my honourable friend from Battle River Crowfoot, although what we're discussing tonight doesn't engage the Senate, his speech did. And I've always had this problem on the question of how we reform the Senate. If we allow the Senate to have the authority, in fact, the recognized legitimacy to block votes by being themselves elected as opposed to a vestige of the British Empire and our equivalent of the House of Lords, if they have legitimacy, then this place becomes log-jammed. And I'm asking the honourable member, has he fully considered the downsides of the Senate feeling it has the right, through legitimacy, through legitimate election, to block legislation that's been passed in this place?
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me clarify one thing. I'm talking about the choices that Alberta has made as a province. And I would suggest that it is key for the federal government, regardless of party, to respect what a province may choose in determining the best path forward for how senators from that province would be elected. Madam Speaker, our constitutional framework is clear. Outside of a few very small exceptions, the Senate represents near equal authority to this place. That, and it's that counterbalance, often called the chamber of sober second thought, has the ability to block government legislation. Now, by tradition, it does not. And I would suggest, Madam Speaker, that when it comes to Canada's democratic infrastructure, democracy reigns supreme. We have to ensure that people have their voices heard. And certainly when it comes to making that choice, I would trust the Canadian people as I would trust the people from Alberta to ensure that the right people are put in the right positions to ensure that the current inequity that exists can be addressed.
Comments? The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's fitting that
the speaker is talking about being heard, because in my constituency, my constituency has 209,000 people in it. It's roughly the same size in population as PEI, which has 4 Liberal members of Parliament. And no matter how hard I work, no matter how hard my staff work, I can come in here and debate all day long. I could even debate as much as the Honourable Deputy House Leader, I think he is over there. And still, when it comes time for our voice to count, it's during votes. And my vote counts for 1 vote, and the PEI MPs count for 4 Liberal votes every single time. And we have a government that is presiding over a country less united than almost any time in our history. I'd love to hear my honourable neighbour, actually, neighbouring constituency MP, talk about that sort of disaffection that Albertans are feeling from their government, that absolute lack of being listened to, and the impact that it's having on the people of our province.
Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it is fitting to be asked that question by the member in this place. That each member has equal standing in terms of the number of votes that they have and the ability to participate as a member of Parliament. But as he pointed out, 209,000 people in the constituency of Edmonton-Wetaskiwin. I represent approximately 110,000. The inequity that Albertans feel is very, very real. And I know the member for Calgary-Shepherd had spoken on this before. I believe he represents around 170,000. Madam Speaker, there are many examples across Alberta especially where this has to be addressed for when Canadians do not feel served or represented. It causes a disaffection that chips away at the very foundation of what our institutions and our democracy is supposed to be. So, Madam Speaker, that's why ensuring that this place, the House of the Common People, the People's Place, has that representation by population to ensure that voices ultimately are heard.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one of the things that has always troubled me, the foundational deal under which Canada was set up was equal representation for our regions in the upper house, representation by population in the lower house. We've seen a very significant departure from representation by population, or rep by pop in the lower house. But in the upper house, we've seen a departure as well in the same direction. So, there's 24 senators for Ontario, 24 for Quebec, 24 for the western provinces, more than 30 for the Atlantic region, despite the fact that the Atlantic region has less than half the population of the next smallest region. So I wonder, going back to the idea of the Triple E Senate, which was explored in the 1990s, whether it would make sense to advocate for all of the regions to at least have the same number of senators as the Atlantic has.
River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the member from Kingston's intervention, and I know his long history with advocating for reforms, and I would suggest maybe not just reforms, Madam Speaker, but to ensure that the evolution of our democratic infrastructure keeps pace with the demands of where our country is at. And definitely, when the foundation of our country was laid, the idea of regional representation was very, very clearly marked out. But as our nation has grown, as it has evolved, as provinces have been added, as population has expanded, as industries have drawn employees from around the world, Madam Speaker, we have to ensure that our democratic institutions keep pace with that. Because if trust is lost, it can be incredibly difficult to regain it. So we have to be willing to have what, admittedly, would be difficult conversations, but we have to be able to have them to ensure that our country can succeed, or else we will end up divided. And, Madam Speaker, I certainly don't want to see that.
Question, the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for his intervention. He had touched base on a bit on Senate reform, and specifically that Alberta had a vote last year in order to choose their own senators, and we know that there in the past that senators that were voted from Alberta had been appointed to the Senate. So I'd like to ask the member what made it different this time, why those senators weren't appointed.
Brief answer from the member for Battle River Crowfoot.
The answer is very brief. Liberals. And it's unfortunate because that, Madam Speaker, has caused a further disenfranchisement, further alienation that needs to be addressed. And I say this with the utmost seriousness, Madam Speaker. If it's not addressed, our country could be torn apart. And I don't think anybody in this place, well, notwithstanding one party that's an objective, but the vast majority of people in this place, Madam Speaker, don't want to see our country torn apart. So respect has to be brought back to the conversation.
A point of order, the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise on an important point of order. I'll refer you to Motion 11 and the Section A of Motion 11 that refers to a Minister of the Crown may, with agreement of the House Leader of another recognized party, rise from his or her seat at any time during a sitting, but no later than 6:30 p.m., and request that the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for the current sitting or subsequent sitting be 12 a.m. Now, Madam Speaker, earlier this evening, the Minister of Tourism and the Associate Minister of Finance rose to announce extended sittings for tomorrow night. I assume, Madam Speaker, that he has the permission of another recognized party's House Leader. I know that didn't come from me. I spoke to my honourable friend from the Bloc Québécois. It didn't come from him. So I think there should be an expectation, Madam Speaker, at a minimum, that when a minister does rise and says that he has the approval of another recognized party's House Leader, that that party's House Leader should be named. That wasn't done in this case, Madam Speaker, and I'm asking for clarification on that. I think at a minimum, this House needs to understand which other recognized party House Leader agreed to extended sittings as called for in the motion, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
So, as a point of clarification on that, is that the minister did not actually invoke. He said that a minister would be making that notice request tomorrow, would be giving that notice tomorrow. So he didn't actually invoke, he just informed the House. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it certainly is our understanding that he did engage in that, and perhaps it's a misunderstanding on our part. But I think for future reference, Madam Speaker, that at a minimum, if a minister does invoke that section of Motion 11, that there should be an indication, and I hope you agree with me on this, that a recognized House Party leader who's agreeing to that be named as that minister stands up. Thank you.
We'll go and review the procedures and get back to the honourable member if need be. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for North Island Powder River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm deeply humbled and grateful to be here to speak about something so fundamental to our country, and that is democracy. And the reason that I am feeling that so deeply today is because my riding of North Island Powder River is in deep grief. On May the 14th, just 2 days ago, Canada lost an amazing community hero and World War II vet, Stocky Edwards, at the ripe age of 100. Our region is deeply shaken by this sad news, and I know that our legions and our military family will be grieving for a long time to come. Stocky and his wife, Tony, have been pillars of our community for so long, and now we will rally around her as she has done so often for all of us. My heart is with Stocky's wife, Tony, all his family and loved ones. When Stocky was asked about his tremendous accomplishments in the Second World War, he had no time to brag. His humbleness was one of his many assets that made our region have such deep love and respect for him. His commitment to the people of 19 Wing Comox has been deeply respected, and he and Tony have provided a sense of family to so many new military folks in our area. I really want to take this opportunity to honor him and the dedication that he had for our country. His loss is one that I will carry with me forever. So now I will return to Bill C-14, which is really about democracy, our boundaries, and representation. As the Member of Parliament that represents the third largest riding in British Columbia, I think that it is incredibly important to make sure that our boundaries are strong and clear and that communities are recognized and that rural and remote communities have strong voices to support them in this process that we're all in the House of Commons. But I also think it's important to acknowledge that there are challenges of distrust of this government on this issue. And the reason that I bring that forward is because I was elected in 2015. And during that election and after that election, I had a lot of hope in the Prime Minister's promise around electoral reform. When the committee was struck, I was incredibly proud of the work that the NDP had done to make sure that that committee itself was proportional. And it really did reflect the space of the House. I also admired them deeply, the committee, because of the work that they did and how much they met through the summer, which is a huge sacrifice, meaning that they can't necessarily be in their ridings as much as they want to or with their families. They worked very hard and they provided a very profound report to Parliament that gave us a pathway to move forward on some key issues that mattered to so many in our country. I remember, Madam Speaker, that I had sent out a mailer to folks in our community and done several town halls in my region to talk about electoral reform. For a rural and remote community of my size, there was a lot of concern about access and voice, of making sure that the representative was from the area, that those voices were specific and heard. We had a lot of conversations. I was able to provide a report back to my community about what they had said about electoral reform. What was very interesting to me was the timing. As I mailed out to my constituents, here's what you have said about electoral reform. Just a few days before those landed on the doorstep, our government said that they were not going to follow the report. In fact, they did it in some very disrespectful ways. So what I found interesting is many constituents that were concerned about electoral reform, that had a lot of things that they wanted to explore further, felt very upset. They were frustrated that they didn't get a voice. They felt that their voice was something that was incredibly important in this process in a new way, because they were told that they were no longer able to have a voice in the process. And it was disappointing. And I heard from a lot of constituents that they felt frustrated, that they felt the Liberals just wanted a ranked ballot. And that was not what they wanted to see in our electoral process. So when we talk about things like proportional representation, we really are talking about making sure that every vote counts, that the voices of the whole collective are reflected in our House of Commons. Now, as a person, as I said earlier, who really represents a rural and remote communities, we wanted to make sure that there were opportunities for those voices to be heard and that the process of a proportional system would not lose those. They want to see that local representation and that those voices are heard in the House of Commons. They want it to be fair. And there is room to have those discussions. But sadly, the Liberals ignored that opportunity. And I really feel, and I've heard this every election afterwards, that there is a sense of cynicism, that we're never going to get to a place where those voices are heard and where we actually create a system that is more proportional. Now, the member of Elmwood Transcona did put forward a motion in Proc to discuss the important idea of having a citizens' assembly on electoral reform in the last Parliament. It passed, but unfortunately, because of the election call, a completely uncalled for election, in my opinion, the study never happened. And now we have to go back to the writing board. But what I think is so important about having a citizens' assembly on electoral reform is because we need to see citizens engaged. We need to hear those voices, and maybe we need to take it out of the political realm and give the voices to the people across this country. What I think is so important, and what I've heard from constituents across the board, is they want to explore this. They want to make sure their vote counts. They want to be able to vote as they feel, even if that vote won't get them a seat in Parliament. They don't want to feel like that vote is something that they throw away. They also want to make sure that areas are represented fairly. For my riding, like I said earlier, they don't want to feel like the cities of our country are the ones making the decisions. The realities for rural and remote communities can be very different than those of larger cities. That's not to dishonor any one of them, but to make sure that those voices are heard. There are a lot of questions. People want to come together and they want to trust one another, that they can have these frank conversations and education. So I hope that, of course, this government will start to listen to those voices, take into respect that when we have a system that allows people to have a voice, they want to speak out. And when we look at electoral reform and when we look at proportional representation, we know that diversity is engaged with those processes more. And that's something we need to be paying attention, especially as representatives of the House of Common People. When we talk about that, we want to see as much diversity as we possibly can. We want multiple voices so that when decisions are made, they are made in comprehensive ways that take into all of those different point of views and assessments. So we continue to encourage this to happen. I know that we will continue to do the work, and hopefully we'll see a study in PROC that actually gets to what we need to see happen across this country around a citizens' assembly so that the work can start. It's really important. And I know many people in my riding have come forward and presented this idea to me multiple times with a lot of passion and energy. So I'm really happy to discuss this act. I look forward to hearing from other people. But I guess the last thing that I want to mention in my time here to talk about this is really around the idea of having the voting age lowered. We know that the member from Skeena-Balkley Valley has brought forward legislation for us to all look at and discuss around lowering the voting age to 16. I'm very proud to say, Madam Speaker, that in my riding, we are hearing from young people who are supporting this wholeheartedly, who are actively going out and educating people about opening the doors of opportunity for young people to have a voice. We know that when young people vote sooner, when they participate sooner, they vote long-term. So I look forward to that, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my honourable friend from North Island, Powell River. I, too, am a big supporter of the private member's bill from the member for Skeena-Balkley Valley. I introduced a very similar bill in the previous Parliament, as did the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway, and in the other place, Senator McPhedran. I sense a resistance to something that's quite sensible. Other countries have lowered the voting age to 16. And yet I have a feeling, and I'll ask the honourable member if she agrees, that the arguments about empowering 16-year-olds to vote are remarkably similar to the arguments about why women shouldn't have the vote. We hear people say, well, kids won't know enough and they'll just vote the way their parents voted. In the argument for suffrage for women, the argument was, oh, women won't know enough, they'll just vote the way their husbands vote. I think we really need to examine the reasons and the lack of logic in the arguments against 16-year-olds voting. Let's face it, we don't cut off voting for those that have lost and have diminished intellectual capacity as we age. There's no such thing as saying that someone who's in a home with dementia is not allowed to vote. 16-year-olds have and should have the right to vote.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, I thank the member for that question, and I thank her for her passion on this issue. And I really appreciate the correlation that she created to how we diminish people by the language we use and how that was used once against women. It was used against Indigenous people, people of color. We need to stop this. In my opinion, it is ageist. And as a member who has knocked on a lot of doors in my riding, I have been so impressed by how many young people have come to the door to engage with meaningful conversation. Their understanding of the issues are profound, and how many young people, 15, 14, 16, 17, who have dragged a parent down to talk to me at the doorstep, to engage their parents with the conversation, telling them you have to vote for me if you're not going to vote for yourself, to their own parents. So I think this is something that there is some barriers. I definitely have seen it in my writing as well, where some people are concerned about this. But the reality is, if we look at the facts, it tells us that if young people vote young, they're more likely to continue voting. And a lot of people are not voting when they're 18. If we have them have the opportunity at 16, I think it'll make a huge difference. And I think it's important to have those young people engaged in this process, especially when we look at the big issues that we have to face in the future. Thank you.
And comments, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the questions that was asked before by another member on our side was Lanark Frontar Kingston. And I also want to ask kind of the same question to the member. One of the great debates of Confederation between Upper and Lower Canadians at the time was representation by population. In a Supreme Court decision regarding a case out of Saskatchewan, the Supreme Court talked about effective representation. And I note that the member represents quite a large rural riding in British Columbia, which comes with its own challenges. And I wonder if she would perhaps be able to speak of that. I represent the second largest riding by population size in Canada, the largest in Calgary, of course. But it's a fairly small riding. I can drive from one end to the other in 20 minutes. I have one mayor to deal with. I have about 2 or 3 city councillors. But it's far more complicated for members who have multiple mayors, multiple city councils, large regions to travel through to do that effective representation. So I'd like to hear her comments on that.
MP, that's for sure.
The honourable member for North Island Powder River.
Well, thank you so much for that important question. I agree that there are multiple challenges. I have 7 ferries in my riding and a lot of areas to cover. It is a great honor for me to do that work. It does mean that I spend a lot of time on the phone or traveling to speak with constituents. I represent 11 municipalities, over 20 Indigenous communities, and 4 regional districts within all of that. So it takes up a lot of time, but I have to say that the communities in my riding are extremely effective at bringing my attention to the issues that matter most to them. I think as we move through this, we have to always look at our democracy and how that works depending on large rural ridings or smaller urban ridings. They have specific challenges to both of them. But I also think a lot of the member from Nunavut, who has a small population, but such a vast area that she has to travel to spend time with her constituents. I think all of us have challenges, and I think it behooves all of us to listen to one another about what those challenges are and make sure that our democracy is reflective of the needs of our constituents. We are all here to serve the people of our ridings, and it is important to make sure that their voices are heard, and I will continue to do that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her comments. Now, the cornerstone of our democracy, of course, rests in people's ability to vote. And we've heard from the community over and over again, particularly in my riding of Vancouver East. My constituents have consistently told me that they wanted to see a democratic system where every vote counts. The Prime Minister in the 2015 election, prior to the election, promised Canadians that that would be the last first-past-the-post election that we would have. But of course, afterwards, when the Liberals formed government, that's all been but forgotten. Even though this House had engaged in extensive work with regards to proportional representation. So I'd like to ask the member, what are her thoughts about that when the Prime Minister reneges on a promise like that? Is the Prime Minister then telling Canadians that they cannot trust what the Prime Minister is promising? And what damage does that do to our democratic system?
The honourable member of North Island Powder River.
Well, thank you so much for that important question through you, Madam Chair. And I think my response is that it does break down those opportunities for connection with leadership. People want to see their promises that they hear followed through on. And, you know, what was probably most disheartening for me is the amount of work that the committee did. That was a significant report. And I really hope that all Canadians take an opportunity to at least read over the recommendations, because it talked about the next steps that needed to be taken. And the minister of the day really treated it like it was too complex and that it didn't do what it did, which I completely disagree with. So these are important things. We have to follow through with our commitments, and we have to let Canadians have a voice in that process. A promise was made, a promise was not kept, and even the process of how that was laid out was absolutely flawed. And it does breed cynicism, which can make all of our jobs much more difficult.
Comments, the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do want to pick up on the point that the honourable member made. There was I really enjoyed working with her in the time that we've been here since 2015. But I recall when the Electoral Reform Committee was constituted, there was a tremendous amount of work that went into it. I know we had the member from Kingston, Lanark Frontenac, on that committee. There were recommendations that all of the opposition parties agreed to, not the least of which was to recommend the idea of proportional representation, but again, bring it to a referendum of Canadians. Now, I know that there can be an argument made as to where we go. I understand that the NDP is in favor of a citizens' assembly, but would she not agree with me and reaffirm that a promise was not kept by the Prime Minister, that he didn't get his preferred choice of voting, which would have been a ranked system, but more so the issue of proportional representation, that bringing it to Canadians and letting them decide on what type of voting system should be enacted is important. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for North Island Powder River.
Well, I thank the member for that question, and I as well have enjoyed my time working with the member in different committees and in different roles. And I think that is something that all of us as members of Parliament should spend time talking about, is how we work collectively across different party lines on things that matter to our constituents. I agree that we need to have a process. I do believe in a citizens' assembly, because I believe it is those kind of conversations that allow people to grow in their knowledge and wisdom on these issues. I know that a proportional system is very different than the system that we have right now, currently the first past the post. I believe that we do need to have an education component to that, so that people can ask those hard questions and work out through the process what might be the best system that serves our country. I definitely have an opinion on that, but I think that is so important to have citizens doing that work. And I think it is an important piece to take it out of the political realm, because there is something to be said for having the communities make those decisions, to come forward with recommendations and have politicians definitely listen to it. So I look forward to continue to work on that with the Conservative Party. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap. Point of order. Shepherd.
Speaker, subject to Standing Order 62, I move, seconded by the fine member for Kelowna Lake Country, that the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's be now heard.
I've already recognized the honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
He's allowed to move a motion that someone else be heard instead.
So do we still do that? That's all right. We still. Okay. Okay, so Mr. Commix, seconded by Ms. Gray, moves that the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's be now heard. Si un député d'un parti reconnu présent.
If a member of a recognized party wishes a vote, they should indicate it.
On behalf of Majesty's official opposition, I ask for recorded division.
Call in the members.
What's that? Yeah. So Damien Curry got thrown out of the House for saying it. What did he say?
The question is as follows. Mr. Kimmick, seconded by Ms. Gray, move that the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's be now heard. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la période de vote.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period.
The electronic voting period has ended, and the House will now await the end of the broadcasting of the votes for members voting electronically before resuming its proceedings. Okay. Okay. Once the proceedings resume, I will invite members who encountered technical difficulties to identify themselves, and I understand that the broadcasting has now ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Okay. Le bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yes pour 72, 72. Nays contre 73, 73.
I declare the motion defeated. Point of order, the Honourable Minister of Tourism.
I move, seconded by the member for Winnipeg North, that the House do now adjourn.
C'était qui le... Mr. Boissonneau, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, move that the House do now adjourn. Pursuant to order made on Monday, May 2nd, 2022, the motion is deemed adopted.
Let the people speak. Sorry, what happens to my late show then? Is it...
Les late show? Tu l'avais pas dans tes mains? Okay. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Empty chair.